You're on mute. We can't hear you.
No problem. Sorry, I was on mute, but let's try again. Good evening, Santa Monica, and welcome to the April 13th, 2021 meeting of the Santa Monica City Council. May we have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Parra.
Here.
Councilmember Davis.
Here.
Councilmember McKeown.
Here.
Councilmember Brock.
Here.
Councilmember De La Torre, I do not see. Mayor Pro Tem McCowan is joining later, and Mayor Himmelrich.
Here.
Okay, so first we have closed session. Let me call the items. Item 1A is an existing litigation. Is Guadalupe Olmedo versus the City of Santa Monica. Then we have another item. It's 1B. It's existing litigation. John Doe number 1 et al. Versus the City of Santa Monica and Santa Monica Pal. John Doe number 1 versus the City of Santa Monica Pal. John U.A. Doe versus the City, et al. Versus the City of Santa Monica Pal. John A.I. Doe versus the City of Santa Monica Pal. John Doe number 7 et al. Versus the City of Santa Monica and Santa Monica Pal. John P.S. Doe versus the City of Santa Monica Pal. John F.M. Doe et al. Versus row number 1, row number 2. John U.N. Doe versus City of Santa Monica Pal. And John O.Q. Doe et al. Versus City of Santa Monica and Santa Monica Pal. And we have no callers for closed session.
Do we have any other chits for closed session? We have no video speakers?
Actually, we do have one video speaker who I've invited to interact live, but he hasn't accepted yet. So David Watley, if you can hear me, if you could please accept my request to interact live.
Hey, Mr. Watley, click on the blue hand or the hand in your icons on the upside, on the downside of the upper right hand corner of your blue jeans window, and then click interact live. He's in. Okay. Are we ready, Mayor, for public comment?
Yes, we are. Thank you, Corey.
Okay. David Watley, you're in the meeting, and your time starts now.
Oh, hi. So, it's David Watley. Well, I just wanted to
can you turn down your? Can you turn down the meeting in the background? There you go.
2 hours before your PCO arrived. At that time, the problem.
I can't turn it down. I'm on hold for another meeting. Should I disconnect?
So to speak.
Yeah, because we want to be able to hear you.
Supervisor Mandel and staff.
Okay.
Is great staff and him for doing this Friday.
Okay, go ahead. Now you're in the meeting.
Okay, sorry about that. So I had written a letter to Lane.
Anybody else just lose Mr. Watley?
I did,
Watley?
but it looks like he's still on.
Mr. Watley, you got muted. I just unmuted you. Are you with us still? David? David, I'm going to unmute you. Can you, are you with us?
I got a message
Mr. Watley?
that said David Watley left.
He seems to still be in.
Yeah.
Well, while we're waiting, Oscar, if you're there, because I saw you for a minute, would you have a statement to make?
Yes. Yes. Thank you, Mayor. And thank you for reminding me. In the last City Council meeting, when with the issue of PAL and the allegations were presented, I wasn't able to participate in that meeting, and so Mayor Hemmerich reminded me that of the proper procedure for recusal, and so I want to do that because I think it's appropriate for this matter. As the public has been informed, The majority of the alleged victims of the Police Activities League sexual abuse issue, we know that most of the victims reside or resided in the Pico neighborhood, a neighborhood I was raised in, and many of the victims are also youth of color. And being that, I have been working with young people for so many years, there are some of those victims I have relationships with, and it makes it very difficult for me to be impartial in this case because it's emotional, it's psychological, and it's very hard. So I think for this reason, I think it's best for me to recuse myself of on all matters regarding the settlement of these issues and these incidents, and I look forward to a greater healing for the victims. And also, I look forward to learning of the results of the city's promised internal investigation related to the alleged issue of staff knowing or should have been knowing about these incidents. And so, in any case, I think it's appropriate for me to recuse myself for this item, and I hope that there will be a greater accountability and greater healing for the victims in this case.
So, Oscar, we have one item. The first 1A is something that you will be in closed session on, and then on 1B, we will expect you to leave the meeting and turn your sound off.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks
Sounds
very
good.
much.
And Mayor, we have Mr. Watley back in the meeting. Are we ready for his comment?
We are.
Okay. Okay,
Hi.
David Watley, you're in the meeting. Go ahead.
Hi. Sorry about that earlier. So, I had written actually, I wanted to comment on agenda item 1 because, as we know, it pertains once again to the Pico neighborhood and to residents of Mexican Latino ethnicity. So this, we can see that this is a trend of improper conduct on the city taking place against residents of Mexican and Latino ethnicity. And, we see it happening in different contexts, right? And I wrote a letter to Lane about the concerns that I have with the city, and one of them pertains to the Pico neighborhood and Mexican Latino families in the Pico neighborhood. As some on the council, I believe, are aware and voted for a U.S.-Mexico Plaza Comunitaria education program to be implemented at the Pico neighborhood library, right? And so that's a bilateral agreement between the United States government and the Mexican government, and it's a Mexican education program. So I want to advocate that we have, because of everything that's happened in the city against Mexicans, Latinos, that we make sure that we have proper checks and balances against in that program, right? So we want to make sure that we have the right chain of command. If a complaint is reported, that it's properly looked into, because we don't want to have our Mexican and Latino clients who use the Plaza Comunitaria program, who participate in the program, have any type of I should say, concerns with regard to the law being followed. Come up again. Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Watley. And am I correct that there are no more speakers on the closed session? Is that right?
Yeah, the other two video callers have not logged into the meeting, so we're unable to put them in to speak.
Great, thank you. So we will now adjourn to closed session. And City Attorney Cardona, can you tell us when we'll be back?
I expect we will be back within the hour, so by 6:30 we should be ready to start the open session meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Cardona. So we will see you again at 6:30. Thank you very much.
I hear you, Mayor. You're muted.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
No? Let me check my settings. Hold on.
We can hear you, Sue.
Oh, okay. Thanks. Let's try this. I thought I got it right the second time. Welcome back to the April 13th, 2021 meeting of the Santa Monica City Council. Mr. Cardona, do we have anything to report out?
On items 1A and 1B, both items were heard, but no reportable action was taken.
Thank you. And now we're on to item 2.
Item 2 is the Proclamation Arts Month 2021. And we have a staff person. I believe it's Shannon Dott.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you. I'm Shannon Dowd, the Manager of Cultural Affairs, and we're here to bring you this Arts Month proclamation. Every April, Santa Monica celebrates Arts Month by commissioning a local artist to create an original proclamation that spotlights the value of the arts in our community. This year's proclamation was written by former Santa Monica Artist Fellow, the Artistic Director of Santa Monica Repertory Theater, Tanya White. The piece is a testament to the ability of the arts to help us heal, process, and see things anew. The video also features artworks that were commissioned by Cultural Affairs as part of the Art of Recovery initiative, which is increasingly being seen as an innovative national model for putting creatives to work to meet our community goals, recovery goals. As the performing arts sector has been all but shuttered for over a year, we look forward to continuing Art of Recovery next year to be able to provide support for performing arts projects that will enliven our communities once we are able to gather again. So please enjoy this powerful Arts Month proclamation.
Whereas 2020 was distinctly historic, a mouthful of vocabulary, pandemic, impeachment, insurrection, and not a single word hyperbole. A bigger picture of America dreaming itself awake, a mouthful of vocabulary, accountability, atonement, reparations, and not a single word hyperbole. 8 minutes and 46 seconds in, and the revolution is televised. Whereas we huddled together, separately, witnessing a new normal, isolated inside, masked outside, afraid of each other. Who are we now? Are we now 4 corners, a background, a mic and camera on? Doubling up on duties, doubling down on distractions until there's nothing left to see but who we are. Who are we, Santa Monica? With an ocean at our border, there's no direction to go at land's end but inland. How do we navigate forward with the ocean at our back? And what is the language of journey, of spirit? When the tourists return, and they will, who will we be, Santa Monica? Whereas there are 90,000 of us in 5 zip codes? What if art made civil unrest? What if conflict were a dance battle of wits on the page while the crow circles, cawing commentary to the mockingbird who translates it in the air? What if art steadies the hands, bringing broth to the empty belly, and music soothes the sorrowed breast, and the sidewalks sing out, covered in children's chalk? Whereas 6 feet connects us at a distance, symphony Dance, dance, dance begs the body out of isolation. A river of roses commemorates our beloved body count. On Main Street, art and commerce dine al fresco, and at the historic Belmar Park now stands a red, open house in conversation with development, history, and the fire next time. Whereas another normal is unfolding, whereas art is spoken here, let it lift every voice and sing.
Thank you for watching. I'll just note that the backdrop for that video was Rose River Memorial, which is on view right now at Bergamot in the small park, and it was produced by Building Bridges Art Exchange. So I encourage you to go take a look. Thank you all.
So we've lost, there we go. Did I do that? Or
Shannon, can you stop sharing so we can get the full council back? Yeah.
So thank you. I'm proud to say that Tanya White is a friend of mine who never even told me she was doing this proclamation. So I have a few words to say to her tomorrow. In any case, thank you so much, Shannon, and thank you to the arts community for that great project and that great collaboration. And Madam Clerk, I think we're on to the consent calendar.
Yes. Consent calendar. All items will be considered and approved in one motion unless removed by a council member for discussion, and we have at least one video caller. We have no callers on hold on the phones.
Does any, well, let's hear the callers and then I'll take council member requests to pull items.
Okay, we actually have two video callers queued up, and then if you're somebody who pre-registered to comment over video and you're in as an attendee, we've invited you to interact live. You have to click on the check mark on your hand icon and then click the interact live button, and then we'll be able to unmute you in the meeting. And in the meantime, I'm going to go to the two people that we've pre-queued.
Thanks, Corey.
Lois Lambert, you're in the meeting. Would you like your video unmuted?
Oh, I thought I was in 8A. I thought
okay.
I was part of the 8A. Are you at 8A?
No, you have registered for 8A, but you also registered for the consent item. We'll put you back in as an attendee, and we'll promote you back at that time, okay?
Thank you very much.
Ed Horowitz, you're in the meeting. Would you like to be on video while you make your comment?
Hello?
Hi, is this Ed Horowitz? You're in the meeting.
This is actually not Ed Horowitz. This is actually Eddie Howdegee.
Okay, well, our apologies. I'm going to put you back in as an attendee.
I know Ed Horowitz. I can pretend to be him, but I won't today. Thank you.
Thank you for your humor. Okay. So we're waiting on 3 more people to be promoted. So if you're, let's see who those people are. Joan Robley, Steve Stadchick, and Robert Berman. we have sent you a request to interact live. If you look at the check mark on your hand icon, click on that and then click interact live. You'll be promoted to a place where we can unmute you and you can provide your public comment.
So I'm pretty sure Robert Berman is going to be 8A. I'm waiting to hear the others, but.
Okay, yeah. We're just waiting.
For both items, Corey.
Yeah, I see that.
I know Joan Roby is a longtime Santa Monica artist, and that might also be 8A.
Maybe they thought they were consenting to be heard on 8A when they got consent in 8A.
Yeah, perhaps everyone who signed up for consent also signed up for 8A.
Okay, Ed Horowitz is now logged in. I'm going to try to promote him to see if.
Okay. So Ed Horowitz, we see that you requested to speak on the consent calendar. Click the check mark on your hand icon on the upper right-hand corner of your Blue Jeans window, and then interact live, and then we can. Oh, I see. There you are. Okay. Ed Horowitz, you're in the meeting. Would you like to be on video?
Sure, I don't mind, but I was also going to speak on 8A. So I can wait until then as well.
Okay. Well, terrific. Thanks for letting us know.
Sure. Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay. I imagine that that all three of the other ones also were intending to speak on 8A. So, but I'm not sure.
So, well, I wondered why we had so many speakers for the consent calendar, but I think we need to let them in before we prejudge that.
Yeah. Yeah, and they have to just accept our request on their side. So
Right.
I'll make, once again, Joan Roby, Steve Stajic, and Robert Berman. We have you as pre-registered for the consent item, and we've invited you to interact live. If you're not wanting to speak on consent, you could send us a chat message and let us know, and we can wait until 8A if that's what you are in to speak on. Nikki, do you want to shoot them a message?
Are they on the call, Corey?
Yeah, they're in as attendees, and we've invited them. Let's see, we've got Robert Berman in. Robert Berman, were you intending to speak on the consent item?
No, I'm sorry. 8A. I'm sorry.
Okay, no worries. We'll put you back in as an attendee, and we'll invite you again. So you're going to go through this whole process again when we get to 8A.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Joan Roby and Steve Stajic, are you wanting to speak on consent? If you're not, you can send us a chat message using the moderator chat icon on the upper right-hand side of the screen. And if you are wanting to speak on consent, click on the check mark on your hand icon in the upper right-hand corner, and then click Interact Live.
So there's no response, Corey?
There's no response. Nikki has sent them both a chat message, and we haven't heard back.
If we have their emails, we may want to email them because they may have done what a lot of people do, which is to sign in but not really be here.
They were all emailed right before the meeting to let them know how to proceed, yeah.
What I'm saying is they may not be in the meeting right now as you're talking.
I got you. Okay. We can get a message to them.
And so then if you chat with them in the app, then they won't see that either.
Right.
Well,
Did you want to go ahead and proceed, Mayor?
Yeah, I mean, I think that we've waited, we've given it about, what do you think, 5 minutes, Denise, at least?
Yeah, at least, yes.
Good. Does any council member want to pull any item from the consent calendar? Seeing none, may I hear a motion on the?
So moved.
Council members, moved by De La Torre, seconded by Brock. May we have a roll call vote?
Councilmember Parra. Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember McKeown.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McCowan.
Yes.
Councilmember Brock.
Yes.
Councilmember De La Torre.
Yes.
And Mayor Hemmelrich.
Yes. So that passed unanimously on a motion by De La Torre, seconded by Brock. And now we move on to the 7 item, please.
We have item 7A. It's introduction and adoption of an emergency interim ordinance making minor changes, corrections, and clarifications to interim zoning regulations established by Emergency Interim Zoning Ordinance number 2636 CCS and extended by Emergency Interim Zoning Ordinance number 2658 CCS for economic recovery in the city's BC Promenade District and those portions of the BC 2nd and 4th Street District bounded by 2nd Street to west, Broadway to south, 4th Street to east, and Wilshire Boulevard to the north. And staff has the presentation.
Do we have any chits on this?
We do. I believe we do have a caller. Well, not on a video person.
Thank you. May we have a staff report, please?
Sure. Good evening, Mayor and council members. Tony Kim, Principal Planner, City Planning Division. Apologies to Denise for that title. Before you tonight, staff is recommending adoption of an emergency interim zoning ordinance, making minor changes, corrections, and clarifications to interim zoning ordinance 2658 for economic recovery in the 3rd Street Promenade area. Council adopted the emergency IZO in May of 2020, establishing interim zoning regulations to support the economic recovery of the 3rd Street Promenade area impacted by COVID. In November of 2020, Council extended the IZO through the end of 2022. The IZO introduced flexible land uses. It eased the limitations on conversion of restaurant spaces. It also eased the abandonment clause for restaurant and retail uses. It provided more flexible loading requirements as well as more flexible alcohol exemptions. However, the IZO does not include several changes that were made to the zoning ordinance. These changes include permitting commercial entertainment and recreation in large-scale facilities as permitted uses, with the caveat that CUPs are required for any fitness center tenant spaces that exceed 100 linear feet of ground floor frontage. Fortune telling was added as a permitted use, as well as ADUs and junior ADUs, and the council also recently prohibited certain fast food uses on the promenade. These changes to the zoning ordinance aren't currently reflected in the IZO. So staff is proposing amendments which would make the IZO consistent with those recent changes to the zoning ordinance. That includes adding a specific limitation to large-scale facilities, making them permitted uses, except for fitness centers that exceed 100 linear feet of ground floor frontage, which would require CUP. It would add fortune telling as a permitted use, as well as ADUs and junior ADUs. It would also add the specific limitation related to fast food restaurants that would be prohibited along the 3rd Street Promenade. Again, those changes are changes that were previously approved by the council and made to the municipal code, but are not reflected in the IZO. Staff is also recommending one other minor change, which would be to eliminate a specific limitation related to physical training uses. This specific limitation, number 1, currently prohibits small-scale gyms from having ground floor frontage on the 3rd Street Promenade. Staff believes this should be removed, as it makes sense since larger-scale gyms would be allowed to have ground floor street frontage along the promenade, it would make sense to allow smaller scale gyms to have that same presence on the ground floor. And with that, staff is recommending adoption of the emergency IZO as presented to you tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Kim. Do we have now any speakers? Oh, I'm sorry, because if we do have speakers.
We do have one caller on the side.
So shall we hear our caller before our questions, council? Seeing no objection, let's hear our caller now.
We're just waiting on the call to be transferred into the meeting.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Looks like the caller dropped, so we are callerless for this item.
Great. So do we have any questions? Councilmember De La Torre, I saw. Yes.
The fortune telling will be allowed on the 3rd Street Promenade. Why are we not allowing performers?
The fortune telling use is permitted on private property. So the IZO, the jurisdiction over with the IZO reflects private property uses, and it doesn't have any authority over the public right of way.
Okay, that explains it. Thank you.
Sure.
Seeing no more questions, may I hear a motion to approve? Let me say, I am looking for a motion to adopt interim interim ordinance making minor changes, corrections, and clarifications to the IZO regs established by IZO number 2636 and extended by IZO number 2658. May I hear a motion?
I move.
Moved by Brock. Second. Seconded by Para. May we have a roll call vote?
Councilmember De La Torre.
No.
Councilmember Brock.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McCowan.
Yes.
Councilmember McKeown.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Para.
Yes.
And Mayor Himmelrich.
Yes. Councilmember De La Torre, do you want to state your reasons for your no vote or just move on?
Yeah, just move on.
Okay, let's move to item 7B, I'm sorry.
Item 7B is introduction and adoption of emergency interim zoning ordinance to amend and extend interim zoning regulations adopted by emergency interim zoning ordinance 2663 to temporarily prohibit non-residential uses citywide and single unit dwellings in commercial zones to preserve potential housing sites in preparation of the 6th cycle housing element. And we have at least one video caller and one phone caller for this item.
Thank you. So, Council, I'm going to ask again. Well, let's first hear the staff report.
Good evening, Council. C.P. Zakami, Senior Planner from the City of Santa Monica. So the next item on the agenda is an amendment and extension of Emergency Interim Zoning Ordinance 2663 to temporarily prohibit non-residential uses citywide and also single-unit dwellings in commercial zones in order to preserve potential housing sites in preparation of the 6th cycle housing element. As we know, the City Council adopted the emergency IZO on March 9th with the purpose of allowing for the opportunity for the city to evaluate all available areas for housing potential and ensuring sites that can accommodate housing are preserved pending the completion of the housing element update. And as such, the IZO established a temporary prohibition on non-residential development citywide and also on single-unit residential located in commercial districts. So given the very large RENA number and allocation in order to preserve the housing opportunity to plan for housing on as many sites available as possible, staff recommends extending this IZO, which temporarily suspends new non-residential construction citywide and also single-unit dwellings in commercial zones with, of course, the following exceptions that were a part of the original IZO. Parcels located within the BC district on the Promenade, 2nd Street, and 4th Streets. On parcels in the IC district within 500 feet of the I-10 freeway. Schools and their related facilities. Auto dealerships and facilities on Santa Monica Boulevard between Lincoln and 20th Street. Changes of use and additions to existing buildings. And there is one newly added exception that staff has added for temporary uses, which is not identified in your current staff report, which I will further explain. So this added exception would allow temporary outdoor uses of a limited duration that would not permanently alter the physical character of a property and also not preclude its potential as a future housing site. Such temporary use would be limited to the duration of this IZO and also remain subject to all municipal code requirements. The purpose of this exception would be to allow temporary types of uses that may further the city's economic recovery efforts that may not always be located within a fully enclosed building and be uses that would be on the outside of properties, such as kind of the use of existing parking lots for uses such as like outdoor fitness or outdoor park facilities. And if the council agrees with this added exception, staff has prepared the language that we could verbally add into the record this evening, and this is listed on this slide. The following list are applications not subject to this IZO, which remain unchanged, except for that the pending planning entitlement applications filed prior to January 12, 2021 would also be exempt from the IZO, whereas these projects were not subject to the IZO originally. So that is the line item highlighted in orange that we are recommending that we are adding to this list. This would allow such pending non-residential projects to proceed with application processing without being affected by the IZO. Many of these projects have been in process for years and would likely continue as non-housing projects. Moving on to our recommended action, staff is recommending these amendments and also the council extend emergency IZO 2663, which would be as proposed effective through the date of January 15, 2022, which would allow us adequate time to complete the housing element update. That concludes the staff report, and we're available for any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Mizukami. Let's take the screen down. And are there any objections to having comment before we ask our question? Seeing none, why don't we get our comments first, and then we can ask our questions and have our discussion.
Okay, sounds good. Noelani Derrickson, you're in the meeting, and your time starts now.
Thank you, Corey. Good evening, Madam Mayor, City Council members, and City staff. My name is Noelani Derrickson from Tesla. We appreciate the Council's thoughtful approach to addressing such important issues as housing and housing affordability in Santa Monica. We've been a member of the Santa Monica community since 2012 when we opened our store on 3rd Promenade, now moved nearby to Santa Monica Place. In total, we have 29 Tesla employees who work in Santa Monica today and plan to double that in short order when our new service center opens in July. Additionally, we've been collaborating for over a year now with the city on a Tesla electric vehicle charging station in Santa Monica's Mid-City neighborhood. This electric vehicle charging station is crucial to support residents living in multi-unit dwellings who lack access to electric vehicle charging at home. Public fast charging will be even more important as new apartments are built in Santa Monica and if the city is able to meet its electric vehicle and climate goals. Tesla had previous concerns about the use of the 45-day urgency measure process to initially halt projects already in the planning pipeline, as well as some concerns on procedural and substantive fairness of the initial vote. However, we're pleased by the City Council's direction on 330 and planning staff's recommendation to the City Council to remove projects from the IZO that are already in the planning pipeline and which are not intended to be developed into housing. Tesla looks forward to the City Council's vote tonight and resultingly to advance our project to bring more electric vehicle charging to Santa Monica. Thank you for the opportunity to provide comment.
Thank you, Ms. Derrickson. Councilmember McEwen. Ms. Derrickson, I think we have a question, please.
I do. Is she still here?
She still is. I am, Councilmember McEwen.
I'm glad that our reconsideration tonight lets you go forward. But I have a question for Tesla in the future. Gas stations have always been surface lot uses, land uses, which means they're a single use on what could be a very useful piece of land. Has Tesla had any thoughts in the future about abandoning the old fossil fuel gas station model and allowing your charging stations to coexist on properties with other land uses?
Thank you, Council Member, for the question. Typically, what we have seen so far in our charging developments has been similar to this project. So in a parking lot, an existing parking lot such as this, or in a parking structure similar to our existing 10-stall supercharger site in Santa Monica today. You've flagged several good points over the past couple months, and we're interested in working with you and working with others in Santa Monica to figure out what types of solutions might be better moving forward for EV charging stations.
Old school fossil fuel gas stations had to be out in the open air just because of the fumes that are involved. But my understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that your charging has no air emission component at all. Is that correct?
Councilmember Kewen, that's correct.
Okay, thank you. I hope we can do better in the future.
Great. Thank you for your comment.
Thank you, Ms. Derrickson.
And that was the last video commenter for this item.
Do we have any phone callers?
We have no phone callers.
Any questions for staff? First Davis, then Brock.
My question is, why are we extending this to January of 2022? I thought the housing element needed to be done by October, and obviously that's just a few months longer. I'm just trying to get could we do it in the IZO in November, or will we not have enough time? I'm just trying to figure out what we're planning on doing between the adoption of the housing element and January of 2022. Why'd we pick that date?
Sure. I think the date to January 15th gives us kind of that allowed buffer time, just in case there is some comments, I think, moving forward. So I think everything would be wrapped up by that time in terms of either both our housing elements and then, of course, any implementing ordinances that we would do at this time.
And this is Jing. I can also clarify that the state has 90 days to actually certify the housing element after the council adopts it. So that's the 90 days plus October 15th, 2021.
Okay, great. Thanks. I appreciate that.
Councilmember Brock.
Councilmember Davis asked one of my questions and got a good answer, so I don't have to ask that one. So just to be clear, staff, the Tesla site is now accepted and will move forward. And secondly, if someone has a Halloween pumpkin lot they can still move that forward as well.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Seeing no more questions, may I please have
I will move item 7B, staff recommendation.
Thank you. Second?
Second.
Moved by McEwen, seconded by Davis. May we have a roll call vote?
And Mayor, that motion is with the modifications that staff mentioned in their staff report, which is the addition of the exemption for temporary uses using the language that was set out in the staff report, and the expiration date being January 15th, 2022, as opposed to the draft ordinance that was attached to the agenda, which had an expiration date of December 31st, 2021.
Kevin, you're muted, but I'm assuming you're saying that that's acceptable.
My phrasing of staff recommendation was meant to include those.
And Councilmember Davis?
Yes, that's consistent with the understanding of the seconder as well.
Great. So now let's have a roll call vote.
Councilmember Parra?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Councilmember McKeown?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McCowan?
Yes.
Councilmember Brock?
Yes.
Councilmember De La Torre?
Yes.
And Mayor Himmelrich?
Yes. So that passes unanimously on a motion by McEwen, seconded by Davis. So we're on to 7C.
Item 7C is introduction and adoption of an emergency ordinance to amend Santa Monica Municipal Code Section 4.08.780 to promote the public safety and welfare by prohibiting certain items at public assemblies and community events. And we have 5 callers and at least 2 audio callers.
So I see our chief. May we have I assume, Chief, you're doing the staff report, is that right?
No, ma'am. I believe someone from the city attorney's office will be providing the report.
Actually, Mayor, I'll be walking through the ordinance in a staff report, and then the chief will comment at the end to explain the police department's desire to have this ordinance. So if I can, I'll share my screen. So I'm hoping everybody can see that now.
Yeah, we see you.
Yes, I can see it.
The reasons for the proposed amendments: the City of Santa Monica supports peaceful protests and the free speech and assembly rights of those engaged in expressive activities. In recent years, however, there's been a series of incidents in which violence has erupted at protests and events around the nation, including in cities as far-ranging as Charlottesville, Virginia, Berkeley, Laguna Beach, and in many of those there have been items that have been used as improvised weapons by individuals who took the opportunity of the protests to engage in violence. The proposed ordinance is proposed to protect the public safety and welfare of those who attend these types of public events, as well as bystanders, residents, and businesses who encounter and are affected by them. And the recommendation is to amend current section 4.08.780, which I will get to what that currently covers, to ban certain items that don't serve an expressive purpose but can be used as weapons. And this is presented as an emergency ordinance because of the uncertainty and unpredictability of when one or more individuals may choose to seize the opportunity of an otherwise peaceful event to engage in violent conduct and potentially use items of these types as weapons. There have been a number of incidents, and I'll just walk through some of those, but in Charlottesville, in August 12th of 2017, quotes here are taken from an after-action report that was prepared by a private law firm that was prepared to assess the response to that. There were a number of alt-right groups who wore helmets, carried shields, flagpoles, and pepper spray. There were counter-protesters involving clergy and other activists who were not armed. During the course of the protest, brawls broke out. There was a description of Unite the Right demonstrators pushing forward with shields and hitting counter-protesters with flagpoles they were carrying. Counter-protesters tried to fight back. The demonstrators ultimately pushed them away using brute force and a cloud of pepper spray that they were also carrying. The brawling got more violent, and bottles, balloons filled with unknown substances, debris with clouds of pepper spray. The after-action report that was prepared by the law firm was critical of the police response, noting in particular that the plan was woefully inadequate in ensuring separation. The police failed to intervene, de-escalate, or otherwise respond, and failed to prevent violent confrontations as they dispersed the crowd. But it was also critical of the city's failure in advance to limit possession at these types of events of items that could be used as weapons. And in particular, they noted that weapons carried by the alt-right demonstrators and those there to oppose them increased both the quantum and seriousness of violence, and recommended strongly that the city should have prohibited the possession of these items. In fact, Charlottesville then adopted an ordinance to prohibit the possession of these types of items, which is quite similar to the ordinance that has been adopted by a number of California cities. Among the California cities that have adopted ordinances like this is Berkeley, which took a slightly different approach. They adopted an ordinance that authorized their city manager to adopt on a ad hoc basis as events were planned, administrative regulations to ban these types of items. And that was based again on a series of protests that occurred in 2017 and 2018, where the city manager in Berkeley in fact adopted such ordinances, noting that at prior events there had been coordinated groups of individuals who had staged weapons, shields, and other implements to practice fighting maneuvers and tactics, noted that there had been deployment of purple smoke to violently attack individuals and attempt to provoke physical confrontations with police officers. On these occasions, the city manager, in accordance with Berkeley's ordinance, adopted regulations to prohibit these types of devices at those events that were planned. Laguna Beach, September 12, 2017, adopted an urgency ordinance that was a reaction to a rally in August of 2007 by America First at the main beach. Noted that to best protect rally participants, non-participating members of the public, and public safety personnel, they were prohibiting persons attending or participating in rallies from possessing such items, that would make these events safer for everyone. They too did this as an urgency ordinance, noting the unpredictable and frequently spontaneous nature of when a rally may occur, and hence had this take effect immediately. Modesto, in 2019, similarly adopted an ordinance. Their staff report in support of that noted that clubs, impact-resistant shields, aerosol spray cans, pressurized paint sprayers, slingshots, hammers, large wrenches, fireworks, paint projectiles, and fire accelerants have little or no legitimate First Amendment purpose in a demonstration or protest, and noted that those types of devices had been used repeatedly in other jurisdictions, including Oakland and Berkeley, for illegal purposes, including confronting or threatening police officers and vandalizing public or private property. As you may have seen, reports from this last weekend on April 11th, 2021 in Huntington Beach. Huntington Beach passed a similar ordinance in March of 2020. This weekend, they had a crowd of White Lives Matter protesters and anti-racism counter-protesters. They noted, a newspaper article about that noted confrontations, noted that one person had a backpack containing a metal baton, 2 cans of pepper spray, knife. Others were arrested and booked for carrying prohibited items such as pepper spray and long flagpoles. We've given you a list and a compilation of some of the ordinances that have been passed by other cities: Oakland, Los Angeles, Beverly Hills, Modesto, Covina, Laguna Beach, Huntington Beach, and San Marino. With the exception of all of these are ordinances that are very similar to Los Angeles ordinance. So with that, let's go back to the current Santa Monica section 4.08.780. Currently, the text is as is set up in the box at the top. And it does currently prohibit anybody from possessing or carrying at any demonstration, rally, picket line, or public assembly any length of lumber, wood, or wood lath unless that object is 1/4 inch or less in thickness and 2 inches or less in width, or if not rectangular, doesn't exceed 3/4 inches in its thickest dimension. As you'll see, this fails to address a wide range of items covered by other cities' ordinance, for example, metal pipes, chains, projectile launchers, knives, tasers, pepper spray, bricks, and rocks. So in that sense, it doesn't cover some of the more obvious things that are weapons. On the other hand, when this was last before the council, before it was pulled on March 9th, this section in particular was criticized in some public comment as being overbroad and subject to selective enforcement. In that regard, I would note that Los Angeles has the same prohibition, and it was in fact upheld by the Ninth Circuit. But the argument has been made that this, in particular, the width and thickness requirements, are of such a nature that it would require the police to go around with a tape measure to qualify sticks supporting protest signs as lawful, and it's argued that that provides police with selective enforcement authority. To that extent, we've tried to address that in the proposed ordinance by permitting sticks and plastic pipes that are in fact used to support expressive items, whether those be signs or other three-dimensional expressive items such as puppets, dioramas, or other things that are used for expressive purposes. It's allowed those sticks and plastic pipes up to 2 inches by 2 inches, sufficiently large, hopefully to support most expressive signs or items, and more readily determined to be excessive without the use of a ruler or a tape measure. A 2-inch by 2-inch piece of wood is actually a very thick piece of wood. So the ordinance that's being proposed is modeled on Los Angeles Municipal Code Section 55.07, which you have in your materials. It's also similar to the ordinances adopted by several other Californians. In particular, it's modeled on Los Angeles Municipal Code because that is the city that surrounds Santa Monica on 3 sides, resulting in similar enforcement being applied in the city and its surrounding vicinity. As noted, however, we have modified the Los Angeles section to permit larger sticks and plastic pipes if they are attached to and supporting signs and expressive items. This was an effort to accord with the public comment and the desire to ensure that peaceful protesters do have the means to present their messages through signs and expressive items, including large signs and expressive items that might require larger sticks of plastic pipes to support them. For the same reason, the ordinance that's being proposed tonight does not include Los Angeles's requirement that signs be constructed only of soft material. It eliminates that requirement out of concern that too would unduly limit the ability to carry actual expressive items. In some of the public comment, there's been a concern that this, in fact, is unnecessary because it addresses conduct that is already unlawful. That is not the case. While assaults on other protesters, members of the public, or police using these items would be unlawful under penal code provisions that make it unlawful to engage in assaults, possession of these items at a public or assembly or community event is not currently unlawful under any state laws or city ordinances. What is proposed, they are time, place, and manner restrictions that are permissible under the First Amendment. They are content neutral. There would be clear rules applicable to all public assemblies and community events without regard to the nature of the message that is being expressed at those public assemblies or community events. The ordinance is narrowly tailored to a significant government interest, protecting public safety by preventing possession of items that have been observed being used as weapons during violence that has arisen at public assemblies in California and elsewhere. And it leaves open alternative channels for communication of information. There's no prohibition on signs of any type, leaflets, photographs, or other expressive items or displays that do serve an expressive purpose. But for all these reasons, we believe that the ordinance as proposed would comply with First Amendment requirements. There's also been concern that the ordinance addresses only the conduct of protesters, and there have been a number of public comments that have said, what have you done to address the police side of this? In that regard, the police department has been reviewing their practices relating to peaceful protests and will continue to do so with input from the new Public Safety Reform and Oversight Commission. And it's recognized the proposed ordinance is one component of efforts to ensure that individuals are free to exercise their right to peacefully protest, free from fear of violence or harm, whatever the source. And Chief Seabrooks can address that after this. There are alternatives that the council can consider, and there's one small correction. So there are a number of alternatives the council could consider. You could leave in place current Santa Monica Municipal Code Section 4.08.780, As we've noted, however, that doesn't address the host of items that have been observed being used as weapons, and there's been the criticism of that it is overbroad and that it unduly limits the size of sticks used to support expressive devices. Alternatively, the council could repeal current SMMC 4.08.780 and not replace it with anything. That would leave the possession of this wide range of items that can be used as weapons free from any regulation at either community events or public assemblies. You could adopt an ordinance that is more similar to the approach taken by Berkeley and San Diego, which would simply authorize the city manager to implement temporary regulations prohibiting items on an ad hoc basis for particular events. From the city attorney's office, we would not recommend that. We think that actually poses more risks with respect to First Amendment concerns, since the adoption of regulations on an ad hoc basis based on particular events would be more subject to challenge that adoption of regulations is tied to the message being conveyed by that event. There's also a benefit for First Amendment purposes of having a clear set of regulations that are laid out in advance and are applicable to all types of public assemblies, community events, for purposes of First Amendment analysis. Council, there have been a number of comments suggesting that there should be a waiting date on this and that there should be time for input from other entities. One other option would be to include a sunset date for the proposed emergency ordinance. If the council were to do that, we would recommend that that be at least 120 days or longer to give time for basically a return to council after that period based on further development of information and or consultation with the new public safety commission to get their input and come back with a proposed replacement following the sunset period. Alternatively, obviously, council could modify any particular provisions of the proposed emergency ordinance if you believe that certain items shouldn't be there or that there should be limits on certain items. As to the correction, one of the public comments did point out that there is an error in subsection E. The exemption from the application of the ordinance to law enforcement personnel, firefighting personnel, emergency healthcare providers, and employees, agents, or representatives of the city. They should not be exempted from the totality of the ordinance, since in particular subsection D requires that where feasible they give a warning before enforcing this provision, which should be applicable to them. So the cross-reference in subsection E should be that they are exempted from subsection B, which is the prohibition on possession of these types of devices, not from the entirety of the. So those are the alternatives for consideration and a correction. And with that, that's the staff report. And I'll turn it over to Chief Seabrooks to speak about the ordinance and the police department's views. And I'm going to stop sharing my screen so that she can be seen.
Thank you, Mr. Cardona. Good evening, Mayor, Council, staff, and Santa Monica community. Council, before you undertake your vote, I wanted to share that as an organization committed to constitutional policing, the men and women of the Santa Monica Police Department understand very clearly that the right to peacefully protest as expressive conduct is protected in accordance with the First Amendment. To that precise point, and despite perceptions from last year's events, your police department has a proven history of supporting and supportably facilitating constitutionally protected activity. Over the many decades that I've worked here, I've seen or been a part of our professional interactions that protected expressive conduct by various groups representing either or both sides of the discussions on issues ranging from animal rights, politics, labor, women's rights, race, and a variety of issues of international significance. As your chief, you know that I'm charged with facilitating community safety. It's also my charge to ensure that the women and men of the police department who are under my leadership rely on safe, best, and most promising practices as they go about their work. Where additional tools and support are needed, it's also my obligation to seek out those tools and that support on their behalf, an obligation which brings us to the discussion this evening. The ordinance that Mr. Cardona and his staff has put forth this evening is actually a protective mechanism that proactively enables the Santa Monica police officers to address situations with those who would seek to hijack peaceful demonstrations in order to escalate a police response by introducing the types of items that he referred to. When a protester possesses items such as helmets, impact-resistant shields, bear spray, backpacks of bricks, bottles, balloons filled with debris or other unknown substances, accelerants, fireworks, clubs, aerosol spray cans, slingshots, and the like, the first question I think we have to ask is why and for what end? Items like these are the ingredients in a recipe for escalation and confrontation. These items can properly be considered improvised weapons, and as such, they certainly don't indicate the expressive conduct or that should be protected by the Constitution. Now I do have to say that the police department is certainly sensitive to the sentiments associated with last year's circumstances and the concerns brought forth by members of the community in some of the letters that they wrote in response to consideration of this ordinance. And in accord with that sensitivity, we've made adjustments to those of our policies that are associated with crowd control to include ensuring that we're consistent in our dispersal orders, that we give protesters a reasonable opportunity to comply with dispersal orders, that our response to crowd control under the kinds of circumstances that something like this would evoke, we employ a mobile field force approach to strategically identify and localize problem behavior in order to minimize harm to those who are engaging in peaceful activity. The police department is certainly aware that several of the independent reviews that were referenced were critical of the increased severity of the violence that resulted because of the inability of the officers to proactively address the issues by an ordinance similar to what's being proposed here. I want to be clear that the intent in asking you to approve this ordinance is not to preclude protesters from having signs and banners held in place by PVC pipes or wooden stakes, as that's properly expressive within the context of constitutionally protected activity. The goal here is to ensure that we don't have to escalate circumstances because of those who are intent on hijacking a constitutionally protected activity, and they've armed themselves with weapons that are dangerous to both the police and those who protest peacefully. I see this ordinance as removing the mechanisms for escalation from that 1 to 2% of the people who would seek to do harm so that the remaining 98 to 99% of the people can participate in the constitutional activity without being distracted by the lawless intent of that 1 to 2%. And then, as was mentioned, another reason for the ordinance would be to ensure that there's a degree of consistency with those of our law enforcement partners who are likely to be of assistance to us under circumstances where this ordinance would be applicable. So I ask that you consider supporting this ordinance, as doing so facilitates peaceful protest, the exercise of constitutional activity, while also providing a necessary tool for your police department to keep this community safe. Thank you for considering the ordinance, and both Deputy Chief Jacob and I are available to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Chief. Do we have any questions before we take comment, or should we have comment first? It looks like we're going to go to comment first. Corey, thank you.
Okay, you're welcome.
Or do you want to do the video caller first?
Yeah, I've got them queued up first. So Karen Wise, you're in the meeting and your time starts now.
Oh my goodness, I'm the first one. Thank you so much, all of you, for taking this issue so seriously. With great respect to Interim Chief Seabrooks, I want to express my concern that our entire approach to potential outpourings of grief, upset, and frustration, should things go in a way that many of us would feel would be unjust in the trial of Derek Chauvin and other things, given the ongoing traumas and the unresolved traumas specific to May 31st here, is really wrongheaded. And to be looking at enforcement of quote unquote this 1 to 2% without engagement with our 99.9%, where's the engagement with the protesters that with the local kids that led the protests here in Santa Monica? Where's the engagement with our local NAACP, with our CPR, with our with our new commission on public safety? We are taking the wrong approach. Enforcement feels honestly authoritarian. It feels like we're going backwards, and it also feels like we're forgetting about our history in Santa Monica of use of mediators to begin to think about resolving race problems at Samo High 20 years ago. We can do better than this. Rather than ordinances, let's talk about engagements. Rather than confrontation, let's do collaboration. We are a community that is hurting, but we are better off than many. We can do so much better, and you as our elected officials need to lead the way. With many thanks. I yield.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wise.
Transferring Philip Ratko.
Philip Ratko, you are in the meeting and your time starts now. The caller dropped. So let's see. Agents, can you get Philip Radko back? And I'll take the next one.
Transferring Bert Champagne.
Bert Champagne, you're in the meeting and your time starts now.
Good evening, City Council members. Thank you for listening tonight. My name is Bert Champagne, and I'm a supporter for Santa Monicans for Democracy. I'm calling in regards to the emergency ordinance banning items from community events and public assemblies, which is a misguided and one-sided response to the protests of May 31st. This ordinance will do little to keep the citizens of Santa Monica safe. It's a slap in the face to all those who came out to protest the gratuitous police violence, for the city staff to compare them to dangerous alt-right protesters in Charlottesville. I ask, why do you choose to demonize nonviolent protesters for refusing to take any definitive, meaningful, concrete action against the police who perpetrated the violence on 5/31? I urge council members to rethink the ordinance and the effects it will have on our city's reputation. Thank you for your time, and be well.
Thank you, Mr. Champagne.
Transferring Meredith Coons.
Meredith Coons, you're in the meeting and your time starts now.
Thank you. Dear City Council members, thank you so much for listening to our comments tonight. My name is Meredith Coon, and I'm an organizer for Santa Monicans for Democracy. While I do acknowledge and agree that the restrictions of certain items at public gatherings may contribute to public safety, the specific words used in this ordinance are prejudicial to nonviolent demonstrators. The ordinance only speaks to one aspect, and not at all the main aspect of what went wrong in Santa Monica on 5/31. This appears to be just one more reasoning for police to harass and arrest demonstrators in Santa Monica without cause. I ask the City Council to instead address the SMPD's failure to contain swarms of organized criminals and the city's leadership and moral decisions to allow tear gas and rubber bullets to be fired into a crowd of loud but non-violent demonstrators. Those demonstrating in the aftermath of the police murder of George Floyd had every reason to be angry. Santa Monica police had no reason to assault them. Thank you so much for your time. Night.
Thank you.
Transferring Craig Miller.
Craig Miller, you're in the meeting and your time starts now.
Oh, good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, and council members. My name is Craig Miller, and I am a Santa Monican for Democracy. A long time ago, I had a job working in the Santa Monica area for a very good and sweet old guy by the name of State Senator Herschel Rosenthal. And he represented Santa Monica, and he was a good fellow and a progressive. And every once in a while, I'd get to help him on a piece of legislation. And he and I and others would kick around the idea, and then it would get shipped off to something that back then was called Legislative Counsel's Office. And the Legislative Council was this nonpartisan, non-biased entity that would do its level best to interpret what the senator was seeking and to write it into a law. I know that was a long time ago, and that's the state of California, and this is now, and this is the city of Santa Monica. But I've noticed a distinct non-partial approach to, at times, things that are requested or even directed of city staff, and then what happens as a consequence. So I'm not an enthusiast of this emergency legislation or ordinance. I am an enthusiast of Phil Brock and the fresh faces on the council, and I trust y'all will get this right, and we'll end up with a balanced action that reflects the true realities of what occurred on 5/31 and a balanced response to how the city ought to react. But I do think we need to stay on guard for how pernicious the influences of conservatism, of resisting change, of resisting the truth of 531. Those forces are very strong, and they need to be dealt with great care and intentionality. Good luck to y'all. Thank you.
Mr. Miller, I have a question.
Yes, ma'am. Who is that?
It is the mayor.
Well, hello, Mayor.
Hello. So I understand your issues with respect to May 31, but I've been at several gatherings in Santa Monica where more violent protesters came, for instance, to a Democratic Club meeting and to a Committee for Racial Justice meeting, prepared to do violence or make trouble. And I wonder how we can deal with both ends of protest.
Thoughtfully, with balance, and with clear intentions, and with really engaging the democratic process as hopefully a reflection of this community's values. So I don't think what Phil or anyone else was aiming to put into this emergency ordinance is necessarily wrong, and I don't turn a blind eye to the real threats that exist. I just want to match the real threats with real credible action that will make a real difference, and that's steeped in the reality and the correct learnings of what we all experienced on 5/31. And thanks for the question, Mayor.
But no, I'm asking something, so I'm sorry you aren't off the hook yet. I'm asking something a little more than that. So what I'm asking is what we will do if this verdict comes out, let's say, first-degree murder, and so a bunch of folks who are opposed to that verdict and think it's unfair to the police come here to protest and ready to pick a fight. Then what?
Well, yeah, I share your concern, Mayor, and I think the answer to the readiness is the same answer whether the verdict is acquittal or guilty, or whether the demonstrators come into our city or live in our city and come out of their homes. In response, I don't think it's a left or right matter, and I do think that arming our police officers and our police force with the resources, and hopefully counting on them to utilize the intelligence that's available to fashion an appropriate response and a constitutional response, whether it be on unlawful actors on the right or left. Of course, that needs to be a part of the solution, and it doesn't, entail unbridled police actions that don't reflect the actual circumstances on the ground or the values of the community that they're here to protect and serve.
So maybe I'm not. What you're saying, that our police should simply engage the groups that come regardless of intent, whether peaceful or not, and have no other tools?
Well, I think peaceful or not is a critical differentiation. I don't think pro or con on a particular verdict or is the relevant point. So I think, equal to all comers, our police department should be prepared to protect our business district, to protect our residents, and to protect our Constitution. And on May 31st, we failed wildly on all of those points, and I don't hold the current mayor responsible at all. But, we have to deal with this. And I don't think that an emergency ordinance on a particular tangent of the problem serves us well at this point. Although, I'm not in favor of lots of people carrying large sticks for any purpose either. It's just, we have a whole set of issues to deal with. They're pressing, and we should take a balanced approach, not a singular and somewhat tangential approach. And then we also come back to the issue of the 531 report isn't out, which I think is used too often as a reason for why there hasn't been more progress. But if we're going to go down that road, then maybe we should say, what does the ultimate report on 531 say, and what might we glean from that in relation to how useful or not useful the particulars of this ordinance might be?
Councilmember Brock?
Thank you, Mayor. Craig, I sense that you're somewhat ambivalent on this, and I'd like to know if a sunset clause would follow a sunset clause that was preceded by active engagement with the new Public Safety Commission about the need for a permanent solution is something that would make you and Santa Monicans for Democracy feel better, because I certainly feel that while our police department, I don't want them engaging in violence under any circumstances, but I do want them to save the residents and peaceful demonstrators in our city from harm. So tell me if a sunset clause on this ordinance and preceded by active community discussion with the Public Safety Commission would be something that you would support.
Well, thanks, Councilman. And the ambivalence that you sense is that I know your good intentions, and I don't have particular issue with these, specifics that are being called out for in this ordinance. So that's the ambivalence. What I'm not ambivalent about, though, is that the first concrete legislative step, ordinance, specific ordinance step taken by this council, and whether it's sunsetted or not, should be balanced and should address more than one issue perceived as being urgent. And I would put front and center on the list of that more than one issue being urgent. I would put high on the list the issue of a nonviolent, noisy crowd having rubber bullets and tear gas fired into it. That and a repeat of that seems like a much more clear and present and imminent threat than the issues pertaining to stick sizes and density of cardboard and contents of bottles. But I'm not dismissive of those points, Phil. I just think it should all move together.
So I guess a follow-up to that would be my sense from if I was in the police chief's mind right now, my sense would be that our police chief would say that if some of these weapons that we saw used on January 6th at the U.S. Capitol, that we've seen in other places, if there was a way to preemptively prohibit some of those, at least in theory, that there would have been no need for the absolutely abhorrent events of last May 31st on Ocean Avenue in Santa Monica. Would you agree with that? In other words, that there would be less way to provoke a police force, not necessarily ours, but any police force?
I think that would fall into the category of assuming facts not in evidence. So I don't know what would happen if police departments or our police department became somewhat less fearful of, say, bear spray than they might be without this ordinance. So, I mean, I don't dismiss it as an issue of significance, but I think it pales in comparison to the issue of what can we say to our residents to assure them that if there's a verdict or if there's another issue that they feel strongly about, they can leave their home, as I and my godson did on May 31st. They can walk some blocks like I did from 4th Street to Ocean Avenue. They can carry signs. They could bang a pot with a wooden spoon, and they're not going to have projectiles fired at them. So I'm for addressing all of those things, Phil, but at least with equal timing and balance, if not perhaps favoring more toward the constitutional questions that were so clearly raised by the misdeeds of 531.
And Craig, one last quick question. When was your understanding that the independent report would be issued?
Well, I heard the former mayor give a couple different dates on that last year, and I don't know that I have a reliable date currently. Do you?
I don't, and I share your concern, but I'm supposed to only be asking questions, so I'll stop. Thank you so much, Mr. Miller.
Thank you, council members and mayor.
Thank you.
So just, I'm letting Denise and Corey know that I've received a couple of texts saying that the queue has been closed.
That's correct. We closed the queue after the fifth caller, or I'm sorry, the fifth presenter.
How many maybe I'm missing something.
I believe we've had 3. So I'm sorry, Sue. I'm sorry, Mayor. We usually close after the 3rd. I'm sorry.
But the notice says the 5th, Denise. I think you really need to reopen.
Okay, we will.
Thank you.
Okay, next caller.
Transferring Denise Barton.
Denise Barton, you're in the meeting and your time starts now.
Good evening. I'm confused about what the actual intent of item 7C is. Is the city trying to say if this emergency ordinance was in place, the rioting and looting on May 31st, 2020 wouldn't have happened? Or is the city trying to make itself look like the victim, which is truly reprehensible? So if you prohibit all these items at public assemblies and community events, how do you plan to enforce this? Are you going to make everyone go through a queue, pat them down, and check their bags and backpacks? Because that seems a little unrealistic. Or would this action be giving the police more cover to go after the aggressors instead of catching the real criminals rioting and looting throughout the city, just like they did on May 31st, 2020, by going after the peaceful protesters instead of the criminals? Here, let's look at the numbers. Out of 400 people arrested May 31st, 2020, only 8 of them were arrested for rioting and looting. Then as of November 17th, 2020, only 40 of the thousands of people rioting and looting had been arrested or charged, which doesn't make it look like a safe city is one of your priorities. So if your intent is not to arrest the criminals, that really makes this action look like nothing more than an untrue action by you for the unreal image of the city. Because if you are unwilling to allow the police to arrest the criminals, then how can you charge them with the additional misdemeanors? And what if the items are not brought to the public assembly but are just left in the cars easily accessible from the public assembly? That was something I thought I noticed May 31st, 2020. In ending, isn't it already against the law to assault police officers in any way? So I hope you can see my doubts of your true intentions for this item. Thank you.
Thank you.
Transferring John Katz.
John Katz, you're in the meeting and your time starts now.
Mayor Himmelrich, Mayor Pro Tem McCollum, and Council, I'm calling tonight in my capacity as a California Democratic Party delegate. When I tell other delegates in the state I'm a Santa Monica Democrat, that carries quite a bit of weight. We're known far and wide for leading the way on progressive issues, and many of you on the council have been the ones taking those bold votes that have given us that reputation. Tonight, we have the opportunity to take another bold step, this time on the subject of systemic racism and policing and rejecting the harmful narrative that's being presented tonight by staff. Just yesterday, we learned of another police shooting against an innocent, unarmed black man at a routine traffic stop. This proposed ordinance would create more opportunities for horrific incidents like this and those we've seen around the country to occur here in Santa Monica. It establishes more opportunities for interaction between police officers and peaceful protesters, and it limits the rights of residents to peacefully protest. The city attorney framed this as a response to alt-right protests in Charlottesville, but when the alt-right actually did show up at our Democratic meetings and our Committee for Racial Justice meetings, as Mayor Himmelrich just alluded to, the Santa Monica police stood down. They did nothing to help as our guests were assaulted by racists who were later found to be associated with the Capitol insurrection. The police already have all the means necessary to quiet peaceful protest. This ordinance is an attempt to rewrite the history of May 31st, that if only the protesters had slightly thinner sticks of wood, we could have prevented all that damage. In a few weeks, the verdict in the Derek Chauvin motor case will be delivered, and the Santa Monica police are afraid of a negative outcome leading to a repeat of the events of May 31st. But nothing in this ordinance will help SMPD in stopping the next May 31st. Nothing in this ordinance mentions fleets of cars driving into the city as part of a coordinated campaign of attacks. Nothing in this ordinance would protect businesses from being ransacked or property from being destroyed. All this ordinance does is further. Thank you very much.
Will you finish your thought, please, Mr. Katz?
Yes, thank you. When you vote tonight, I would like you to think of Dante Wright and then vote no on this ordinance or any of the proposed alternatives. Think about George Floyd, Breonna Taylor, Trayvon Martin, Eric Gardner, Ahmaud Arbery, and all the rest. Let's not create the opportunity to add another name, a Santa Monican, to that list.
Thank you, Mr. Katz.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Transferring Thomas Modrano.
Thomas Modrano, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
Good evening, council members. My name is Thomas Medrano, and I am a native of Los Angeles County, and I also worked in Santa Monica at the Santa Monica Place for many years. I am aware of the activities of Santa Monicans for Democracy, and they have my full backing. I appreciate this improved second version of the ordinance to amend the municipal code to promote public safety and welfare. The intended result of this ordinance is and should be to make Santa Monica safe for everyone while preserving our right to peaceably assemble. While I understand that the size of sticks and types of liquids that are allowed at a peaceful assembly are important, it's disappointing that the City Council is choosing to target demonstrators when it's been shown repeatedly that violence at protests tends to come at the hands of the police. The last police policy change was small. It did not ban the use of tear gas or rubber bullets, which caused so much damage physically and emotionally to Santa Monicans that gathered on Ocean Avenue on 531. It's time for meaningful action to stop police brutality, not time to go after Santa Monicans' right to assembly.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Transferring Mark Shaw.
Mark Shaw, you're in the meeting and your time starts now.
Okay. Hello.
Hello, you're in the meeting. Your time starts now. Go ahead.
All right. I have a couple of random comments beyond the flat-out unconstitutionality of the proposed ordinance. It violates the right to peaceably assemble and the right to bear arms. There's no exception to those rights, and until people are violent, their rights are protected. A couple of random comments responding to the background presented by the city attorney. The examples
from other cities are irrelevant. Nothing like that has ever happened in Santa Monica. The only thing that's happened in Santa Monica that is relevant is what happened on May 31st. And none of the protesters, none of the violent people on May 31st bore any relationship to any of the examples that you presented from those other cities. That was a failure of police against criminals. And this ordinance is not directed at criminals, it's directed at peaceful people who are carrying signs and banners and protective devices like pepper spray, which is a right and can't be infringed. Couple other comments. I question the origin of this in the police department. The city council is not there to serve the police. It's there to serve the people of the city. And the police are there to protect the people of the city, the law-abiding people of the city, the peaceable people of the city. And the police are there to arrest criminals. And they know who they are because when they commit crimes, they're criminals. There's no question. You don't have to say, is he gonna use that stick to hurt somebody, or is he gonna use that stick to defend himself? Regarding the deference and talk of compelling government interest, that's absurd. The interest of the government, the city council, is the interest of the people of the city. It's not the interest of the police department. It's not the interest of outsiders who come here to cause mayhem. All right?
Thank you. Time is now.
Thank you, Mr. Shaw.
I have a lot more to say, but that's fine. It's unconstitutional. The law will be overturned if it is passed, and the city will pay. I don't want to be part of that payment. Thank you.
Thank you.
Transferring Phil Raku.
What?
Phil Raku, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
Hi, yes, thank you. Good evening, Council. My name is Philip Racco, and I am a supporter of Santa Monicans for Democracy. And I was calling in regards to the emergency ordinance. Thank you for making the second draft much less offensive and less imbalanced than the first. We also not forget the stand on Santa Monica from vandalism and harsh police action against nonviolent demonstrators on May 31st, 2020. It's also important to note the difference between vandals who ravaged the business district that day and the term counter-protesters. So it's a dangerous line to walk with offensive wording being used in that statement or statements to punish individuals practicing free speech who are nonviolent demonstrators that day compared to organized criminals' actions on May 31st is unjust. That being said, this ordinance should be pulled tonight. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
And this is our final caller on this.
Thank you.
Transferring Angeli Kronheimkeit.
Angeli Kromenkite, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
Hey, this is Angeli Kronheim-Katz. Good evening, Mayor Himmelrich and Pro Tem McCowan and council members. I'll be really fast. I very much oppose item 7C, and I hope that this does not pass, and I don't think any amendments or sunset clauses will shift it. I think it's not necessary for the city right now.
Thank you, Ms. Kronheim-Katz.
Thank you. And that was our Mayor Pro Tem, did you have a question for Ms. Kronheim-Katz? No? Okay. No. Okay, thank you. And that was
Mayor
our
Pro
final
Tem
call.
McCowan. Thank you, Corey. Mayor Pro Tem McCowan.
Okay, so we're on questions, right?
We're on questions.
Okay. So just one clarifying question before I go into my other questions. This ordinance would, if someone were found to have any of these items, they would get a misdemeanor. Is that correct? Is that what I'm... Proposed ordinance provides that a violation is a misdemeanor?
It's $500.
Yes, draft provides that the possession or carrying of these items at a community event or public assembly would be a misdemeanor.
Okay. So I have about 6 questions. I'm going to try to do them as quickly as possible. Chief Seabrooks, it's my understanding this ordinance comes at your department's recommendation, I believe. And so do you believe that your department currently does not have the tools it needs to safely protect residents during a protest?
I believe that this ordinance will provide additional support because this allows us to operate proactively on circumstances that we would not have the ability to act on in the absence of this ordinance. For example, were a person to have a bag of marbles and a slingshot, ordinarily we would have no issue with that. However, were that to be the situation in a protest circumstance, and we could potentially take the slingshot and we could also take the marbles and issue a citation, that would likely prevent some other activity. Now, certainly, what happens with that citation in the aftermath, that's a discussion for the city attorney from a legal standpoint, but it allows us to have additional tools to proactively engage individuals and engage them before something occurs that could potentially be tragic for us all.
Okay, so just to confirm, currently, as the law is written, if someone comes to a protest, they happen to have an interaction with a police officer who finds that they have a slingshot or, say, a billy club or something else, there's nothing the police can do to apprehend a potential weapon.
Well, it depends on the weapon, because you said billy club. Now, that's addressed in a different layer of the penal code. However, there are a number of other items that a person could possess, notwithstanding the billy club or a taser that they might lawfully have under certain circumstances, more accurately a stun gun. This gives us just a bit more ability to proactively engage in crime prevention, and that's important as a part of enabling First Amendment activity.
Got it. Do you believe that you do not currently have the tools to defend against a repeat of the May 31st criminal looting or the protests that turned into an altercation with police?
Well, the criminal looting component is one circumstance, and then the protest is another. So I'll address the criminal looting. It was an organized circumstance that I don't think any of the cities that experienced that was prepared for the size and scope. So are we prepared this time? We will be better prepared in the event that there's a repeat of that than we were last time. But depending on there's some things that we would do very differently, admittedly, with respect to the organized criminal looting. Will that ensure that there will be no looting anywhere at any time? I couldn't make a guarantee of that. But I could say that there are some things that we could do that would have minimized that apparently were not done at that time.
Okay.
And then as to the second part of your question as it relates to the protest, I want to be clear that while there was peaceful protest, there also was aspects of the protest that were not peaceful, and I think that has had a tendency to get lost in the conversation. The media that was out documented instances of bricks and other items being thrown at the police as they stood aligned at the 163 and Ocean Avenue adjacent to Colorado. I can't speak 100% to what was happening elsewhere in the city because the cameras weren't there. But from what I have been informed of and what I saw, on the television, I'm very clear that there were aspects of that protest that were not peaceful. And through a more strategic deployment of resources, more resources readily available, should there be a recurrence of that, the response of the police department would be different.
Well, and I'm glad you raised, bricks and other items that potentially led to, that were able to show that some people were not peaceful, right? And I'm assuming that evidence and the video footage of that is what led to some of the follow-up arrests. And so my next question is, given our current ordinances and what you're able to do, if video footage after the fact were to show a protest agitator threw a projectile that falls into any of these categories, the categories as described in this ordinance, what would the consequence for that person be? How would it be different if this current ordinance is in place than it was on May 31st? Because presumably a lot of the arrests that were made post 31st based on video footage were because you actually saw someone do something and then were able to arrest them because you saw them take that more aggressive action. And so how, yeah.
I'm sorry. Go ahead. I didn't mean to interrupt.
Go for it.
Well, in a lot of those cases, the follow-up was facilitated by the presence of video that gave license plate information that clearly showed individuals, that enabled us to utilize our investigative resources to do the appropriate follow-up, to secure warrants and things like that, and pursue prosecutorial action. In cases such as what we're talking about, if we had that same situation, pardon me, we would do the same thing. So if someone showed up at a protest, for example, and was able to spray some of our parking enforcement staff or whatever the situation was with bear spray, and we were able to get the description of that, then what we would do is we would conduct the appropriate investigative follow-up, do all of the things that we need to do, secure the warrants that we would need to secure, and follow up with the appropriate charges. And that would either be with the district attorney's office or with the municipal prosecutor's office.
Okay, and back to the mention of bricks and other items. So I'm curious, and a caller raised this. I'm really curious because I don't see it in the staff report, but how enforcement of this ordinance as a preventative measure would take place, because I'll just give a little. So I was able to take my kids to a Dodger game this weekend, and under the new protocols, I mean nothing. You can't even bring in a purse. Fine. But they have the ability to do that because it's a contained environment and you go through security to get there. And I worry about sort of our potential liability with regard to potentially accusations of profiling if we were to just sort of question people with backpacks or other things. And I don't know that we have the ability to say you can't have a backpack when you come to, right. So I'm just curious how you intend to enforce an ordinance like this.
Well, it would be situation and fact dependent, but let's just say for the sake of discussion as an example. Someone's walking down the street, we get a service call by someone calls the OEM communications and reports there's 3 or 4 people and they're putting on masks, they're carrying backpacks, and it looks like the backpacks are weighted down in some way. An officer would encounter them and there'd be an investigative stop, and then as part of that stop, there's masks, they're within the identified area where a protest is happening, and they have these items, we could then issue a citation. It can be, there has to be the probable cause for the stop in the first place. We can't just, as you point out so aptly, we can't just walk up to people and go, oh, you look like you're getting ready to go and do that, so show us your bag. I mean, we have to have that lawful cause for the encounter, and that can come through information received by way of OEM communications, aka dispatch, that can come from a series of activities that the officer would observe as he or she would any other misdemeanor and utilize their investigative skills to make an assessment about what's going on. But all of that has to start with legal cause. It's not just, hi, we're going to randomly pick people from the street. We don't do that now for any of the other misdemeanors that we enforce against.
Right, and so currently, though, if dispatch got a call that 4 people were putting on masks and carrying backpacks and police arrived on scene, they have no recourse currently?
We can talk to them, and we would talk to them. So if we get a call like that, the first inclination, notwithstanding a protest occurring, the first inclination is going to be to assume people wearing masks carrying things are probably going to do a more substantial crime than, I would presume, okay, so you've got people putting on masks, they've been seen in the street, they're carrying items, what's in those bags, and are they going to conduct a robbery, and are those guns in the bag? So we're going to conduct an investigative stop for the purposes of determining what's going on. And then if at a minimum they're within a zone that is declared as a protest zone or something like that, then we have the ability to look at that as a possible violation. And I do have to say, not every set of circumstances will automatically be a de facto arrest, any more than any set of circumstances that we currently encounter is an automatic arrest, just in the normal course of business, notwithstanding protest activity.
Okay, and then this line on page 8 of the staff report, as the Charlottesville After Action Report suggests, the goal of the ordinance, as with similar ordinances adopted by a number of other cities, is to avoid the presence at peaceful protests of weapons that have no place in peaceful protests, as a means of decreasing both the likelihood that any assaults will occur in the first place and the harm from any assaults that may occur, since they will occur without weapons. I guess my question again, and I'll just end with this, and maybe you don't even have to answer, but you can just think about it and it can be a discussion point later, is how does I think we're talking about potentially people at protests with backpacks that may or may not have something in their backpack, that may or may not have something on their person that later can be weaponized. And I just see a lot of risk in, something like this. And I'm just curious, do we really believe that putting out this information saying Santa Monica now bans all of these things, so don't show up to our protests with these things, is somehow going to reduce our risk and decrease the likelihood that any assault will occur?
I can't say that it will reduce the risk of any assault occurring. I can say that it will reduce the risk of potential assault. How many? We don't know. But even if it's one, I'd hate to think that if somebody was carrying a slingshot and marbles, if that saves one person, whether it's another person who's peacefully protesting, whether it's a police officer, whether it's an innocent bystander who has nothing to do with the circumstances, whether it prevents that, that's the end goal at the end of the day. There are items that people can have ordinarily in the course and scope of their lives that are fine to have, but within the context of showing up at a protest, you have to ask, how is that contributing to the expressive conduct? And if we want to promote peaceful protest and we want to encourage constitutional activity, which is the goal, that is a long-time goal of this organization to facilitate that. The circumstances have evolved such, though, that there are people who will come with the intent of creating the chaos, creating the fear of injury, looking to escalate the circumstances, and they'll use these kinds of things to do exactly that. And if we can interdict that appropriately, because we, the police, always have to abide by the rules, if we can legally take those items and preclude their use in some kind of criminality later, then it's a win for everyone involved.
Okay, and I guess that's the big question. Does this ordinance preclude any?
No law is an absolute. No law is an absolute, but we have to, I think that the officers deserve to have the best tools available to them, and I think that this is one of them.
Thanks, Chief.
Councilmember DeLatorre.
Yes, Chief Seabrooks, thank you for being here and providing the information for this discussion. I had a question in regards to prevention. How we prevent violence and at the same time protect peaceful assembly. And it seems to me that police at some point, if this ordinance passes as written, you're putting a lot of responsibility on law enforcement personnel to make a judgment in terms of, the width, the size of certain things. And that's a little concerning, because, when you engage, it's a demonstration, and law enforcement has to engage with someone. Do you feel that we can potentially escalate a situation if police engage, members of the public because of a perception? Let's say they have a backpack. We think there's something in there. We're not for sure. We have to search, the backpack. The protester says, I don't want to give you the right to search my backpack. Or you think a stick, because let's say they were carrying a sign, maybe the sign, after an hour or two, the sign fell, and they're just carrying the stick because they don't want to litter, because that also could be considered, a misdemeanor, and they have that stick, and now law enforcement has to engage with these individuals, either measure the stick or make a judgment call on if that stick is in violation, for example, of the ordinance. Do you feel that that's problematic for your staff? That can potentially escalate more tension in the crowd?
I believe that our officers are appropriately trained to de-escalate circumstances, to evaluate, as they do on a daily basis, evaluate circumstances and navigate the array of responses that are available. So, there can be a circumstance where someone has a stick. It had a sign on it. It's not a matter that we're going to rush in and go, oh my God, you got this stick, you're going to jail. Of course not. That level of zero-sum thinking is not welcome in this organization. I expect, and this organization has met that expectation consistently during the time that I've been here, I expect that the officers will know how to handle that situation in a way that reflects positively on the police service. Translation, that they would say, hey, that stick might be a problem. And if the person says, oh yeah, it was a sign, it fell off, okay, well, you might want to put that somewhere and not take it into this zone. And if the person is cooperative with that, okay, great. If they're not, then we have to balance, what is the end goal here? I mean, if the stick is, literally a piece of PVC, or it's just a small stick like what you find inside of a kite, no one's going to have a moment about that. And at a point, police officers, I understand the national conversation, but police officers have a lot of discretion across an array of very significant issues, and we trust through training, through education, through reinforcement, we trust that they will go out and do their jobs within the confines of organizational policy and expectation and community standard. And if they do not, that's when I go to work.
Yeah. Now the thing, this is a citation, correct? So nobody goes to jail, even if they're violating the policy. Do you take the stick away and then give them a citation? Is that the expectation? And then they're free to participate once again in the demonstration?
It depends on the scope of the issue that we're dealing with. Let's say that they're overall cooperative. They may not, it might just be that they decide to dispose of the stick on their own. I mean, our idea is to get cooperation in the enforcement of law all the time. And so now we're in a situation where we're seeking cooperation first. And then if the person says, oh, I didn't know, or I didn't realize, I don't even know that there's a citation involved in that. If it looks, though, as though maybe a citation is appropriate, it may be most appropriate to have the person go somewhere else, take the person somewhere else offline. Doesn't have to be 4 or 5 miles away. But let me be clear, it could be several miles away. We have mobile booking sites. It might have to be that. But then, our processes have evolved from last year on something like that, and we can give them a citation, and if they want to return, they can.
Okay, so it's basically it's going to be not just about the item that the person is in possession of, but also their attitude and their behavior, correct?
Well, I want to be careful about talking about attitude and behavior as though that's the measure of enforcement. At the end of the day, the issue is what is this item that they have, and what is the likelihood and propensity of this person to use it in a way that's antithetical to the peaceful carrying out of protest. So if there's no problem, no harm, no foul. Okay, great. If all of a sudden, though, the issue becomes volatile, the officers have to weigh that and decide, is that even worth it? Sometimes pulling back is a measure of valor as well. And we understand and recognize that. That's called de-escalation.
Yeah, de-escalation. That was I was going to ask you. Now, you in terms of prevention, right? You have a practice of working with, when you know there's a demonstration that's going to be organized. Usually there's a permit, process, or there's communication, right? It's not all the time. Sometimes it's very spontaneous. But when you find out that there's a protest being organized in our city, do you have a protocol where you start contacting the organizers of that demonstration?
Yes, we do, and that's a long-standing protocol. And we do that. We had something occurring, I believe, today in the 600 block of Goose Egg Park, and our folks go and monitor and talk to folks. We've had other circumstances where people have contacted us wanting to engage in civil disobedience that would result in arrests. And we've explained what the process is and worked through logistics. I've actually personally explained to folks, oh, well, here's the array of things that can happen, and the person didn't even know. They wanted to have a demonstration. They just happened to talk to me about it, and I said, here's the way that this works out. And sometimes, it's not about whether they have the permit per se. It's about them engaging so that everybody understands the rules.
Okay.
And our rules, and let me be clear. I don't mean to interrupt, but let me be clear. Our rules are, our policies and procedures. Our rules are the Constitution. Their rules are hopefully a respect for the values of the city of Santa Monica.
Yeah. With the events, of 531, there were a lot of arrests that were made after the fact. So not on site when the crimes were committed, but after the fact. What would you say was the most important tool that you utilized to make those arrests after the fact?
As I understand it, video was supremely important. Staff dedicated lots of hours to reviewing video that was obtained from various sources. And that enabled us to put together investigative packages on the involved individuals. And I was actually amazed when I learned, because keep in mind I was not here during that time, so my information has been coming to me since 10/26 of last year. I was amazed to know that there was a task force that was put together, and we participated, pardon me, we participated on that task force with the city of Los Angeles, and we made, I believe it was one less arrest than they did in total for all of the unrest that they had in their community versus all that we had here. And when you look at that in terms of proportion, that's pretty substantial for us as compared to LA.
How many arrests were made post-event on 531? About how many? About 400 plus, I heard? I don't know if that's correct.
Well, the citations are one issue. The issues associated with the looting, which is what I'm speaking of, there were 17.
Oh, 17. Okay. And then the last question I have is in terms of the use of drones or face recognition technology. Is that something that the department is planning to utilize for future demonstrations? To gather more video and so forth of demonstrators.
We don't use facial recognition. We do utilize unmanned aerial surveillance, but we use that in a variety of applications, whether it's the Los Angeles Marathon, whether it was the Twilight concert series. We utilize that because it allows us to more strategically deploy the resources that we have based on incoming real-time data in lieu of boots on the ground. So we use it as a supplement to the boots on the ground observations, and at other times we use it as a general assessment tool.
So it would be expected then for anybody protesting in our city that they will be filmed, and that if they are committing crimes as they're protesting, that that film can be utilized to either prosecute or give them some type of citation. Is that correct?
I wouldn't limit it to protests. I want to be clear about that. Anytime that you are in a public space, your reasonable expectation of privacy is diminished. Therefore, if you're committing crimes in those public spaces, you should expect that at some level, whether it's because of traffic cameras, surveillance cameras that businesses have, surveillance cameras that are attached to residences, the likelihood someone just videoing something, public video, you should be expected that you're not in a place where you're going to be able to claim privacy. And that makes it fair game for investigative follow-up, no matter the activity, criminal activity that you're engaging in.
Yeah, correct. I'm just thinking that, it could be a deterrent, right, for someone who is coming to a demonstration with, a intention to do harm or violence. So thank you. Thank you very much for your response.
You're welcome.
Councilmember Parr.
Sorry, I pressed the wrong button. Thank you so much, Chief Seabrooks, for this conversation tonight. Obviously, it's a very important one that we're having. I wanted to share that this last week I had an opportunity to speak to a couple Santa Monica police officers just so that I can get their perspective and really try to understand this emergency ordinance a little bit more. And one of the things that they spoke about and brought to my attention, which is something that I didn't really think about, was posture. They talked about police posture. And so for example, if we know that there is going to be a protest and they arrive to a protest, just to ensure that it's peaceful and to make sure that those protesters are protected, when they arrive on scene and they don't see or note any quote unquote perceived weapons, then they are going to be in their normal uniforms, walking alongside, allowing them, the protesters to peacefully protest without, any incident. But if they arrive on scene and see, what could be deemed perceived weapons, poles, what have you, things hanging out of people's, backpacks, then they have to take a more tactical or a more, like a more protective approach, which in and of itself could be perceived and it could actually, elevate tensions. And so, and that was something that I never had really thought about, in terms of the intent or potential intent of this ordinance. So could you speak to us a little bit more about what that looks like? Arriving on scene and seeing a protest and not seeing any weapons, and what, an officer's initial response would be to that and participation in that, versus arriving on scene and seeing perceived weapons, and what would an officer at that point, what is that those tactics or that coordination at that point is going to look like? Because that could raise the tensions and it could, give a different perception, of the peaceful protesters on the police's authority or what they're doing there. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does. Certainly, our presence, our command presence, is a major part of our ability to carry out our work. So we look to what the facts are. What is the situation that we're engaging on? Is it neutral, meaning there's no violence, there's no show, and we say there's no violence showing. There's nothing. It's just a group of people who are voicing a perspective about a particular issue. The officer's demeanor is going to be relaxed. There will be a conversation with the leaders. And it may even be that the people who are making that contact aren't even in uniform, because we are very clearly sensitive about those issues and have been for a number of years. This isn't, the police department's now brand new sensitive because of 531. We have been sensitive to these issues for years. I came in here in 1982, and people were coming to this community to protest from PETA, from all of these different groups, and we'd have, I'd be part of contingents on the promenade or, on Ocean Avenue, and we were doing different things. The responses varied. When the situation was what we call low-key, our response was equally measured. As circumstances changed, for example, when we had a group come to town and they were a bit more aggressive, not violent, just aggressive, loud in their approach, challenging to the police, screaming obscenities, literally, a foot from, the end of our nose, those kinds of things. While that's aggressive, that's not violent. And our approach was a bit more regimented than one would ordinarily see us be. We assumed a posture of preparedness, of readiness, but not one of aggression. When we had circumstances in 1992, it was a little different because we did have unrest in the community. So the response to that was different. So we look to the situation as it presents, and that is the measure of our response. But that's the way it is all the time. If you see me standing on a street corner and we're looking across the street, we have a loose and informal dialogue. If I'm stopping you as a traffic violator, it's a bit more formal. If I'm stopping you because it's a high-risk stop, then that's going to, be another response. So to your point, how we perceive the situation will drive our action. As I mentioned when I was speaking with Mayor Pro Tem McCowan, what was happening when people were throwing rocks and bottles at the 163 and Ocean Avenue, that prompts a different response. Officers will have on helmets. They will be doing some different things. We now approach that situation more strategically with mobile field force, but it's a different approach than standing there in a straight line with helmets and shields and all of that. That does tend to escalate a situation if not done appropriately. And there is a strategy to all of these types of deployments.
So having an ordinance in place, would essentially defer those types of protests, hopefully, so that we could have a more subdued protest and it would hopefully not be as violent as what I'm understanding.
Well, it certainly gives us additional recourse for addressing those who would seek to disrupt peaceful protests by bringing certain pieces and items. I was going to say artifacts, that's probably the wrong word, that bringing certain items to bear, and you have to ask, okay, what is the purpose? If the goal is peaceful protest, which we all want to facilitate, then why are we bringing clubs? Why are we bringing chains? Why are we bringing shields and things like that, and putting masks on and tearing up buildings to create fortification and then throwing bricks at the police? That's not a peaceful protest. And it will evoke a response that is not just, hi, how are you, as we would, which is that low-key, more engaging approach that we would use if it were completely peaceful.
Thank you so much.
You're more than welcome.
Any other questions? So does anyone want, Councilmember Brock?
Sorry for that late hand raise. Chief, and I'll preface this by saying when this first came up as part of a small little adjustment to the noise ordinance, I was somewhat appalled by the breadth and depth of the ordinance and how it was being perceived by the community. Subsequent to that, as this ordinance has come back, I've talked to both residents in the city, police officers in the city, and tried to understand the ramifications and the potential harm that can come to our public safety officers, as well as residents, as well as people who have a legitimate right to protest. And I protested, I walked peacefully in the protest on May 31st from Montana Avenue to Santa Monica Pier. And I was in shorts and a polo shirt and a hat. So I had no weapons with me, and we stood and we bowed our heads and we paid reverence to the horrible tragedy that happened. And one of the callers mentioned all of the African Americans of this country who have been severely damaged and profiled and beaten in the country. But I also look at U.S. Capitol Policeman Billy Evans, who died on January 6th. So I've come to realize that there are more than one way to look at this. And for your officers, for our police force, which is severely strapped as it is this something, I know you've been asked this before, but is this something that will help in case of an emergency to help keep protesters safe on all sides, as well as our public safety officers and our buildings and our people in their neighborhoods? Is this something that can be a tool that will help them?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Councilmember Brock?
I'd like to make a motion. Are we there yet? Or should we wait for more
I don't
questions?
see any more questions. Do we have any more questions?
I have one more, just one clarifying question.
Councilmember Latorre.
Yeah. So the ordinance as written, if we pass it as is, someone carrying a sign with a stick that is in violation of the ordinance because of size, width, and so forth can be cited, correct? Can receive a citation.
Yes, that's correct, as drafted. As drafted, provision B1, if they are carrying a sign that has affixed to it a stick that is more than 2 by 2, so it's more than a 2 by 2, yes, they could be cited. That size is drastically larger than the similar LA ordinance, which is 1/4 inch by 2 inch, so it's a much thinner stick, and that was a deliberate choice in response to comments suggesting that that was too small and that it was too hard to distinguish. A 2 by 2 is a very large piece of wood, actually.
And so the same sign with a pole, with a plastic pole, that would be legal or illegal?
Plastic poles and wood are treated the same. So if you've got a plastic pole that's less than 3 inches in dimension, which again is a fairly thick dimension for a plastic pole, that would be okay. It's only if it's over 3 inches at its thickest dimension.
Okay, thank you.
So now, I actually have, I'm sorry, Phil, but I haven't had a turn, and I do have a question. So, Chief, what I'm trying to understand is you have a crowd of 200 protesters, and you have, let's say, even 40 police officers there. And you have people who are carrying signs that, let's say, are within the constraints of the dimensions in the ordinance, but in their backpacks, some of them have bear spray, I don't know, bottles filled with gasoline, whatever. How would you ever, in this group, how would this ordinance help you discover those things or take them away? I mean, I don't see any probable cause to, I just don't get it.
Okay. Well, keep in mind that where you're talking about, we are now actively, we're actively in the demonstration. We have the ability to surgically insert a small crew of people who can then encircle someone and move them to a different point so that we can talk to them, provided we have the probable cause that you spoke of. If the signage is well disproportionate with the regulations, that gives us the ability, if it's appropriate, to go in and engage. If the person is there, though, let's just say, the person is there, and there's not, it's relatively peaceful, it's benign. We're not, okay, one person has a sign that's this big. Discretion, the better part of valor, would not necessarily require that we go in and deal with that. So but we have the tool to do so if we need to. And the idea is to use this ordinance preemptively. If we see people that are coming and we see that they have something, it gives us the ability to engage early on the subject, proactively, as opposed to waiting and reacting once someone has been injured, once something is well underway. And if this circumstance is well underway but it's not violent, the question then becomes, do we need to engage? And the facts will tell us that. Based on what you've described, the person just has a sign, they have a backpack, we don't know what's in the backpack, the sign is only minimally larger than that which would be required. Professional discretion would not necessarily say go in and deal with that.
And Mayor, if I could add to that, so let's take, for example, someone who comes and has a slingshot in their backpack with a bunch of BBs in their backpack, but we don't have any reason, we don't know that. Can't do anything as long as it stays in the backpack. But if this ordinance is in place, once they take that out of their backpack and a police officer sees it, under this ordinance, they would have the ability to do something at that time. They don't have to wait until that's actually used to commit an assault. And that's the difference. And the chief can clarify that, but I think that's the difference here.
Would you want to clarify that, Chief?
That's the point. It gives us the ability to not wait until someone's a victim, but to engage earlier on something that ordinarily, under everyday other circumstances at a different place in a different time, it would be legal to have that. It's not a crime to have a slingshot. It's not a crime to have a slingshot in your backpack at a protest, but it's it's illegal. If this ordinance passes in this city, it would be illegal to pull it out and then be loading it with ball bearings or whatever you're going to use, because and so if we see that, now we can engage on that particular circumstance.
Thank you. So I have Councilmember Davis, and then I have Councilmember Mayor Pro Tem McCallum.
So that prompted a question from me, and I don't know if the chief or the interim city attorney should be the one to answer, but hypothetically, and I know hypotheticals are always dangerous, but if there is a protest happening in Santa Monica and police are there and they see someone, as you say, loading up a slingshot with ball bearings. They haven't released it yet, but they're just loading it up with ball bearings. Am I hearing you correctly that there's nothing we could do? We would have to wait till they actually let loose? I mean, I guess I'm sort of stunned to hear that. Yeah. That if we didn't see someone doing something that was prospectively an assault and could seriously injure someone. I mean, similarly, the ordinance bans swords. If we saw someone wade into a protest with a sword, even if they hadn't cut anyone yet, I'm assuming our police would go up to that person and say, whoa, you got a sword. I mean, I'm sort of stunned to hear that we don't think we could do anything absent this ordinance.
Well, the question then becomes, is this item something that ordinarily is illegal to possess? There is an array of items that, pursuant to 12020 of the California Penal Code, is illegal to possess. But there are a whole array of other things that are not. And those things under a certain set of facts and in a certain set of circumstances can be dangerous in the context of a protest. So to your point about the slingshot, someone having it in the bag, as was pointed out by Mr. Cardona earlier in an example, having it in the backpack along with the ball bearings, if we don't know, we don't know. You pull it out, it's not illegal to have it in your hands without this ordinance. And this is why we want to have this. It's to be able to identify those activities, to identify those items, to be able to address those before we get to the point of an assault, because the assault is an affirmative act coupled with present ability to do some harm, which is to commit a battery. So we have to, it's a legal standard, but someone standing on a street corner in the midst of all of the circumstance with a slingshot and some ball bearings, ordinarily it's not a crime. Despite the fact that, we will intuit that they're likely to do something criminal with it or improper.
Well, and I'm certainly not an expert on police procedure, but there seems to me there's a difference. If I see someone standing at the corner of 12th and Alta and they've got a slingshot, okay, I might go, why do they have a slingshot? But if they're in the middle of a protest and I see them pull out a slingshot and I see them have ball bearings in their hand, are you telling me a police officer couldn't approach them and say, excuse me, what are you doing? Unless we have this ordinance which makes it illegal to possess those two things?
Well, now we have an encounter, but what's the crime that we're detaining them for?
I'm not suggesting we detain them. I don't want to handcuff them, but it seems to me that if an officer is standing there, it's unlikely, I could be wrong, maybe I don't have the right mentality here, that if an officer approaches and I have a slingshot and ball bearings, I'm not going to go, hi officer, load the slingshot with the ball bearings and then let go. Because now I will have a witness, a police officer, who has now witnessed my crime, and I would assume the police officer, if they saw a crime in progress, namely launching ball bearings at people, would try and stop it. I'm following up on Mayor Himmelrich's question, which is where do we draw the line? I sense that we allow someone forward. And we don't need to make the sword illegal to stop them from hitting someone with it. But maybe I don't understand police procedures, so I'm willing to be educated. But
sure, I understand.
If we saw someone in a peaceful protest carrying something that is maybe not common but legal, like a slingshot. I can't remember the last time I saw one. Having the slingshot in and of itself isn't it. It's what you put in the slingshot. But if we saw someone slingshot ball bearings, under this ordinance we can go, oh no, slingshot and ball bearings are illegal. But I just can't believe that if we saw someone putting ball bearings in the slingshot to use them, we still wouldn't be able to intervene. But if I'm wrong, please tell me that.
Well, intervening when they're doing the affirmative act is one thing. Intervening when you see that they have it before they get to that stage is something else. And our ability, if we happen to be standing next to you and you have it, our abilities to do much more than that we can't take it from you. It's legal for you to have it in the absence of the ordinance in this time, in this place, and in this manner. So now what we're saying is if you accept this ordinance, you don't get to have this in this time and in this place to use in any manner. And that's a difference than, okay, I'm standing here and I can talk to you about it, but then what do I do? And you tell me to pound sand, which unfortunately is something that we hear from time to time.
Okay. Well, I think you've answered my question. Thanks.
Councilman, Mayor Pro Tem McCowan.
So, just one last clarifying question, and I had it written here, and I'm sorry I didn't bring it up earlier. So, obviously, this ordinance is like very, very, specific. Really lays out everything. A lot of it, what you can and can't do, but there's no mention of flags, unless I missed it. And so I'm just curious if you can clarify where a flag would fall into this category and I ask simply because most flags that I've ever walked with in a, 4th of July thing or at a protest or whatever, they're affixed to a wooden pole or to a plastic pole. Because typically the only ones that aren't affixed to something are the ones that you receive like as a commemorative, Anyway, so I'm just curious. They're not a sign, poster, banner, placard, notice, puppet, or other expressive display. Well, I guess are they or other expressive display? George is nodding.
We would consider a flag as another expressive display, and if that were held on a length of wood or plastic pipe that didn't exceed these size limits, that would be okay.
Because, the reason I ask is because these were used as weapons in the Capitol.
Yes.
So,
and that's why we've added the thing we've added here is which is consistent with the LA ordinance, is the third provision, not sharpened on either end, and doesn't have affixed to either end any sharpened item of any material, which limits the ability to be used as a weapon.
I suppose. Okay. All right. Thanks for the clarification.
Councilmember Brock.
So, Chief, what I'm hearing from you is Dennis the Menace can carry a slingshot in a neighborhood, and that's fine. If Dennis the Menace was grown up and in the middle of a protest yelling, screaming, and pulls out a slingshot with rocks in it and starts to fire at police, that's a different story.
Yes.
Okay, I know that was sort of facetious, but I'm trying to make that point also that from what I've been hearing from you and George and other council members is this is not meant to be punitive. Nobody's going to be going through every backpack. You're going to see something that appears to be very dangerous to bystanders, to protesters, no matter what side of an issue they're on, and to your public safety officers that are trying to do what they have pledged to do when they became policemen, keep the peace. Correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Thank you very much, Chief.
And when they pledged, they took their oath as police officers, because not everybody's a policeman.
Or woman. Sorry, did I say policeman? I apologize.
Peace officers.
Peace officers. I kept saying public safety officers earlier, so I apologize.
That's okay. We do that.
Okay. But thank you for the correction.
Are you making the motion, Phil?
I can make the motion.
Good, fine. Councilmember Parr, I thought Councilmember Brock was poised to do it, but happy to hear from you, Christine. Councilmember Parra?
Oh, sorry. I'm making the motion.
You're moving 7C?
Yes. Thank you.
Do I hear a second?
I'll second.
Moved by Parra, seconded by Brock. Is there any more discussion? Councilmember De La Torre and then Councilmember Brock.
Yeah, I'd like to make a friendly amendment to make it legal for a stick or a plastic pole of any size as long as it is holding up an expressive banner or sign. So by itself, illegal, but holding up a puppet, a sign, something that is used for expression to be legal.
I think that's in the ordinance, Oscar. Where do you think that differs from the ordinance? I'm just curious.
Yeah, when I asked interim city attorney Cardona responded by saying that it would be illegal if a plastic pole was more than 3 inches in diameter, more than 3 inches, and then he said something else about the stick.
Yeah, 2 by 2. So is what you're saying that regardless of the size of the pole or the stick, as long as there's something expressive attached to it, it would be legal?
Correct. Yes.
And wouldn't be citable? Okay.
Yes, correct.
Councilmember Parr, do you understand that? Is that a friendly amendment?
That is a friendly amendment. Thank you.
And is it friendly to the seconder, Councilmember Brock?
Seconder approves.
Can I ask a question? Councilmember De La Torre, did you also want to eliminate the requirement that the stick not be sharpened on either end or have a fixed, a sharpened item of material, or did you want to put that in?
Yeah, no, sharpened materials are not appropriate. So we can keep that in there. I just want to make sure that if you're holding up something, a puppet, a sign, a banner, that should be okay. If obviously if it has some type of sharp object on it, then, we would have to let the person know, look, that's an illegal thing. You can fix that by getting rid of the sharp edges, or we can inform people that would be illegal. So then, people would come with items that are legal.
Okay. Thank you. I'll mark the change so that everybody can see it.
Councilmember Brock.
I'd like to propose a friendly amendment. I'd like this to have a sunset.
Sorry, that wasn't your motion. Go ahead. I was going to say to your own motion, but then I realized it was Councilmember Parr's motion.
Friendly amendment. I'd like to have this sunset on September 30th. And in the interim, once the Public Safety Commission is appointed, that the Public Safety Commission have a chance to review the past motion and come back and discuss with the chief what the necessity is of this motion going forward. So it would sunset September 30th with a robust discussion with the Public Safety Commission. Thank you. That's up to them.
To Councilmember Parra, who made the motion.
That's friendly.
So, Mr. Cardona, you have that friendly amendment?
Yes, just give me 1 second to modify.
Yeah. I know. Take your time. So, are there any more comments on this or discussion? Councilmember De La Torre.
Yeah, real quick. I think with those amendments and those changes, this ordinance will protect residents who are demonstrating peacefully, and also support the First Amendment, and give our law enforcement staff the tools to deal with individuals that are coming to a demonstration with other intentions. And so that's why I think it's good. It's better policy now with those changes. Thank you.
So let's have a roll call vote.
Can I show you what the language is?
George.
Sorry.
That's okay. Take your time. If I were doing this, it would take an hour, George. So.
All right. Can I share my screen to show the language?
Please. Do you need help doing it? You can do it. Yeah. If you're having trouble sharing, it's not coming up, George.
Okay, hopefully it's now up.
Here we go. Thank you.
Expand it so it's bigger.
Thank you.
So first, would specify that you can't possess any of the following items or articles, which would be if affixed to and being used to support a sign, any length of lumber, wood, leather, plastic pipe, whether hollow or solid, if that object is sharpened on either end or has affixed either end any sharpened item of any material. So after that, it wouldn't be illegal. Second change is what I discussed in the staff report, which is the correction to the cross-reference in section E to refer back to subsection B as opposed to the whole section, so that law enforcement personnel and others are exempt only from subsection B and not from the entire section, and in particular they would remain subject to subsection D, which requires, excluding exigent circumstances, a warning before enforcement. Then the final provision would be, and I believe this is what I heard, which is this ordinance shall sunset and shall have no force and effect after September 30th, 2021. Does that cover all the friendly amendments?
The second part of that friendly amendment was that our SMPD and the Public Safety Commission would have a robust discussion about whether to have the measure extended and possibly changed before September 30th.
And ordinarily, that would be in the form of just council direction in addition to the ordinance, as opposed to putting that in the ordinance. And I think Chief Seabrooks has heard that direction, and
that's fine. Then
simply council direction in addition to the ordinance.
Thank you, George.
Okay, so now are we ready for a roll call vote? Seeing no more discussion.
Councilmember De La Torre.
Yes.
Councilmember Brock.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McCowan.
No.
Councilmember McCune. I
No.
don't see. Okay. Councilmember Davis.
No.
Councilmember Para.
Yes.
And Mayor Himmelrich.
No. So that motion fails 3-4. Motion by Para, seconded by Brock.
Want to try again?
Let's try again. Is that what you said?
They're a different motion.
Councilmember Brock?
Let Councilman De La Torre go first. I'm still trying to think this through.
I mean, I would like to have the last section. I think it was the last sentence. That we allow the police oversight, reform and oversight commission to review this policy in its entirety and make a recommendation to the council.
Are you making that as a motion?
Yes.
And I'll second that motion.
Can I point of privilege? I don't think that
Glenn, you're breaking up. I'm sorry, I don't want to interrupt, but you're breaking up badly, and we can only hear about every fifth word.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That was good. If you lean forward, it works better.
I'll lean forward. I don't think the motion, with all due respect, that Councilmember De La Torre made is on the agenda. I think we have a Brown Act issue just coming up with alternative motions. What was on the agenda lost. We can certainly give direction, but I think, this isn't let's make a deal. Well, that didn't work. Let's try something else. I think whatever we're going to do tonight has to have been duly noticed on the agenda, and Councilmember De La Torre's motion was not in any way, shape, or form on the agenda. So maybe I'm channeling our interim city attorney here, but maybe.
I see him leaning forward. I think
ask if that motion was in conjunction with a revised version of the ordinance, because as Councilmember Davis does point out, what's on the agenda is the introduction and adoption of the emergency ordinance. So if someone has additional language that you would propose as a further amendment in an effort to pass the ordinance, that could be proposed as part of this agenda item. But a more general request relating to the Public Safety Commission, I do think would likely be outside the agenda, unless that's in conjunction with direction and in connection with the emergency ordinance.
Thank you.
Well, what isn't it connected to the emergency ordinance?
Yeah, I understood your motion to just be a direction to consult. Was it coupled with something else in terms of the ordinance, or was it just a direction to engage in consultation in the future?
Well, it's to review the ordinance as proposed tonight, and to give guidance and a recommendation to the city council.
So if that were it, I think it would be basically just that you're moving not to adopt the ordinance and instead to simply direct the Public Safety Commission to consult with the police chief and potentially return at a future date.
Yes, correct.
So
I don't know if we need to make a motion for that, or is that can we just make the motion and give the direction to the Public Safety Commission and the Chief of Police to come back?
I think Ms. Gold wants to say something. I'm sorry, City Manager?
What I understood the city clerk to be asking was whether any of the 4 members who voted against the ordinance wanted to make a motion for one of the alternatives, or whether we should be moving on. That's correct. The person to be asking.
Thank you.
I'm not seeing any more motions, so I think that that if there's no direction other than Councilmember Delatorre's direction, then we should move on. I think that's correct. Does anyone want to make an alternative motion? Councilmember Brock?
No, I have a question because now I'm being new on the council. Now I'm thoroughly confused. So we lost our vote, so we cannot make a new motion. The people who voted no against the motion would be the ones to make an alternative. Am I correct in that?
You could make another motion, I think, but I don't know what it would be.
It sounds like the only thing possible would be to provide, to give this to the Police Reform and Oversight Commission with guidance to review what was proposed today and to give a recommendation and advise the council, if in consultation with the chief of police, if this type of policy is something that they would recommend, for the council to adopt.
And that alone, that direction is not on the agenda, and so the council could not vote on that direction alone tonight. Right. I think you've expressed your desire to have that, and that's obviously something that the chief and the city manager, when they're working with the Public Safety Commission, can raise. But I don't think it's appropriate to give direction on that. That's not on the agenda, separate and apart from the emergency ordinance.
Thank you, Councilmember McEwen.
I just want to point out that later tonight, item 13B, we are appointing members to that commission. I actually have no problem with that commission looking at whether our current ordinances are sufficient to protect public safety. I would ask the city attorney, could not a direction to that commission be made at the time of appointment, since that is agendized?
The only thing that's agendized tonight is the appointment and not any specific direction. So again, the members of the commission can look at the meeting and the individual comments of council members, but I don't think we're in a position to take official action by the council to provide that direction.
Then what I'm going to say to you all is we've talked about this enough. We've said it over and over. I think by now all persons involved know that we hope the discussion will be had, and we don't need to probably break our backs trying to figure out a way to make a formal direction tonight.
So, Councilmember Brock.
I just want to make a statement because it's obvious the motion has failed and we're moving on. But as one of the losing voters on this, I think I'm allowed to make a statement. No, I'm not, Clean?
No.
It was
only
your
you
motion.
vote no on a motion that passes.
Okay.
Yes.
I apologize. Thank you
No
for
problem. So on to 7D.
Okay. Item 7D. Introduction and first reading of an ordinance to making minor changes, corrections, and clarifications to Santa Monica Municipal Code Section 9.61.120, 9.61.150, and 9.61200, related to administrative approval, exempt signs, and signs for establishments with frontage along the 3rd Street Promenade. And we have at least one caller on this item.
So may we have the staff report, please?
Sure. Good evening again, Mayor and council members. Tony Kim, City Planning Division. Before you tonight, staff is introducing for first reading an ordinance making minor changes to the sign code related to administrative approval, exempt signs, and signs for establishments with frontage along the 3rd Street Promenade. In October of last year, Council adopted ordinance number 2652, which increased administrative approval authority for certain signs, authorized special sign standards for the 3rd Street Promenade, and removed the prohibition of digital information kiosks. Staff has subsequently identified 3 issues that require clarifications and corrections in the sign code. The first is related to applicability of certain signage standards within the Bayside Conservation District. Another is the size and number of information signs exempt from sign permit review. And lastly is a correction for an incorrect municipal code section reference. So the first correction or amendment in the ordinance relates to portable signs and upper level signs where the discussion was intended for the promenade only within the Bayside Conservation District. The intent of those standards from the beginning was always for them to apply to establishments with frontage on the 3rd Street Promenade. However, this unfortunately was not distinguished in the written ordinance itself, so the correction would be to make that clarification that those sign standards for portable signs and upper level signs applied strictly to establishments with frontage on the 3rd Street Promenade. The second clarification would be to clarify the information signs that are exempt from sign permit review. The clarifying language would just make it a little more clear what the maximum size dimensions are for these signs and that they apply within the Bayside Conservation District only. So this is just really clarifying language. And finally, a correction would be made to a reference to a code section in 9.61.120 of the sign code. So with that, staff is recommending introduction for first reading of the ordinance before you tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Kim. You say we have a caller. Can we hear the caller before we have discussion, please? See no objection.
The caller was actually for 8A, so they'll call back.
I'm so surprised. So is there any discussion of this item? Is there moved by McEwen, seconded by Davis? May we have a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Parra?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Councilmember McKeown?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McCowan?
Yes.
Councilmember Brock? No Councilmember Brock? Councilmember De La Torre?
Yes.
And Mayor Himmelrich?
Yes. So that passes 6-0 on a motion made by McEwen, seconded by Davis. With Councilmember Brock disappeared, let's move on to 8A.
Item 8A is American Rescue Plan allocation recommendations, grant relief programs, and proposed community funding project submissions. And we have about 17 audio callers, and I don't know how many, video callers. And we have phone callers as well.
Does anyone want to have discussion of this or questions before we hear? Let's have the staff report. Sorry.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, and members of the City Council. We are here once again to talk with you about matters related to the city budget, but very happily this time in the early stages of our recovery, we are here to talk about federal funds coming in rather than new deficits. As you all know well, the United States government is currently infusing the American economy with unprecedented stimulus funding. We welcome this funding, which begins with the $1.9 trillion American Rescue Plan. I want to be sure everyone understands at the outset of our discussion that the ARP is not a bill in which the federal government sends funds to state and local governments and tells them, go take care of our recovery. Happily, we are out of that stage. Rather, the ARP is a carefully designed, concerted federal effort to ensure a broad national economic recovery by sending funding directly to a broad array of private actors and government actors for American growth and rebirth, including funding directly to households, small businesses, restaurants, arts venues, the tourism industry, nonprofits, and schools and universities. The ARP also includes a $350 billion coronavirus state and local fiscal local recovery fund. Of this portion of the ARP, the City of Santa Monica is set to receive an estimated $29.3 million over 2 years. In advancing this local government portion of the ARP, as opposed to the other portions of the Act. The Department of Treasury has expressly recognized that during the pandemic, local communities have faced untenable choices between laying off educators, firefighters, and other frontline workers, or failing to provide services that communities rely on. ARP funding to local governments is designed to remedy this mismatch between rising costs and falling revenues by providing needed relief to enable local governments to continue to support public health response and lay the foundation for a strong and equitable economic recovery, addressing revenue losses experienced as a result of the crisis, helping to cover costs incurred responding to the public health emergency, and providing support for recovery, including through assistance to households, small businesses and nonprofits, aid to impacted industries, and support for essential workers, as well as through investment in infrastructure, including water, sewer, and broadband. Council, how the city government should use its ARP funds is not an easy question. None of these questions have been easy. Many cities will use their funds entirely to fill revenue shortfalls. As the Brookings Institute pointed out in some of its examples, Lorain, Ohio experienced a $29 million shortfall this fiscal year, which it can fill with its $31 million in estimated ARP funds. Birmingham, Alabama expects $63 million shortfall for this fiscal year and will receive $149 million in ARP funds. They can therefore fill their operating deficits and then allocate a remaining $86 million for recovery. In Santa Monica, we know we are a very unique city. We are a village of 90,000, historically blessed with enhanced city services funded in part by a thriving economy and tourism sector. But we're also a city in LA County with unbelievable access to the Pacific, and we must account in our daily city services for the hundreds of thousands of visitors who share our beloved outdoor spaces. Council, had we not made severe budget reductions in 2020, our shortfall for the current fiscal year would have been $102 million, a number that far exceeds the $29.3 million in ARP funds we're set to receive. We are not currently in a fiscal crisis because we took strong and swift action to stabilize the city government. For this fiscal year, the city's operating budget was cut by 20%, about $60 million, and our annual capital budget was cut by more than half. Today, our staff and our services are significantly reduced from where they were before the pandemic. Some of this is already evident, as many of our city programs have been cut entirely, but some of it is still veiled by public health orders that have kept facilities and services closed. So why do I share this to you tonight as you provide direction regarding these ARP funds? Because, Council, I believe it's incredibly important to remember a few things. These $29.3 million are not the only ARP funds that will flow to our Santa Monica community. Far from it. Over the coming months, the ARP will provide funding directly to our households, restaurants, small businesses, artistic venues, and nonprofits, all of which we celebrate. But this $29.3 million may be the only allocation that will support and lift up city services on which our community relies. There is often a temptation to speak of a city government as a distant entity, the city. But our local government is all of us, elected officials and city staff together, working to provide clean and safe drinking water, public safety, public transit, child care, library services, recreation, arts and cultural programming, economic recovery and community planning, and the clean, safe, and enjoyable open spaces that have been among our greatest joys in the pandemic. Each staff member can only do so much, and I and the individual who succeeds me will be put in the position of continually reminding you that the city government cannot absorb a 20% cut and provide the services our community came to expect in 2019. Council, our work together is always to serve our community. These ARP funds are public money, and our goal is to work with you to use them strategically to maximize community value. Some of our staff proposals relate to direct funding of city services or rent relief for city tenants. Others do not, but they are all intended to maximize community value strategically with limited funds. And happily, this is only an early meeting where we are seeking initial direction, and the conversation will renew and continue in earnest as we move into budget meetings in May and June. And with that, I'd like to turn to your Chief Financial Officer, DG Decavallis Hughes, who will walk you through the staff presentation and proposal.
Thank you, and good evening, City Council. We're going to get a PowerPoint up. Next slide, please. So tonight, Council, we're asking for your direction on 3 items. First, we'd like your direction on the allocation of the American Rescue Plan funds. As you directed at your March 23rd meeting, 20% of the rescue plan allocation that we're proposing today it would be dedicated to economic recovery, including rent relief measures for the city's tenants that have been impacted the most by the pandemic. So the second area where we would like direction tonight is whether you will authorize an initial set of measures using a small amount of the allocation, again, initially, that to include rent relief for our most impacted and vulnerable tenants. And finally, we'd like your direction on the projects that we're proposing to submit to Congressman Liu for consideration as part of the community project funding appropriation process. The funding sources and programs that we're talking about this evening and the appropriations we're asking you to approve are a very important step in addressing critical needs and beginning to rebuild. So on March 11th, President Biden signed the $1.9 billion American Rescue Plan Act of 2021. The sweeping stimulus package, as Interim City Manager Dilg mentioned, is bringing funds into our national economy at all levels. Its goal is to lift up the entire economy by targeting the people, the business, the organizations, and government agencies that have been impacted the most by this pandemic. Aid includes stimulus checks, tax credits, and extended unemployment benefits for individuals, increased SNAP benefits, funds for schools and to bolster COVID testing and vaccination, but also funds that will help many of our own local businesses through a $28.6 billion Restaurant Revitalization Fund grant program for impacted restaurants and bars, $1.25 billion in grants to support shuttered venues, those live entertainment and amusement spaces that were forced to close during the pandemic. And the Act has expanded eligibility in its new funding round of the Paycheck Protection Program. In addition, $135 million apiece is going to the National Endowment for the Arts and the National Endowment for the Humanities for grants to the arts and humanities communities. The city is fortunate to have received an allocation of $29.3 million in direct aid from the $350 billion set aside in the Act for state and local governments. Among the allowed uses of the funds are responding to the pandemic's health and economic impacts on a broad level and to allow the city to provide needed services despite lost revenue. Unlike the previous allocation of approximately $1 million in federal stimulus funds, which had initially a 6-month spending time frame, the American Rescue Plan allows for a longer spending period through December of 2024. This allows government agencies to allocate some of their one-time funding over a period of about 3.5 years while their revenues recover to a point where they can carry the services that were the services that are currently supported with rescue plan funds, where they will be able to be carried by our own revenues. We anticipate receiving the first half of the funds by May 10th of this year, with the second half coming a year later. And we'll appropriate a portion of the funds that we'll receive next year as part of the fiscal year 21-22 budget this May and June. So this is the only substantial funding the city has received to assist with the projected $224 million revenue loss in the general fund over 3 fiscal years, from fiscal year 1920, when the pandemic began, through the end of next fiscal year, so through June of 2022. For some quick background, our current budget reflects closed libraries and facilities and a lower level of staffing supporting the reduced activity that we did anticipate during the pandemic. Citywide, we eliminated over 420 full-time and as-needed positions when we adopted the fiscal year 2021 budget last year. Within the general fund, we reduced our operating costs by 20% and our annual capital budget by 50%. With these reductions and the use of one-time funds, we achieved financial stability in a very chaotic time. Over the past 10 months, we've done our best to address critical gaps in service by using the nominal amount of stimulus funds we got and by reallocating funds, but many of these adjustments were done with one-time funding. Now we're entering a phase that will bring increased activity and expectations, but our staff levels continue to be greatly reduced from pre-pandemic levels. At the same time, members of our community who have struggled economically throughout the pandemic will not recover immediately and will continue to need our assistance. While service expansion will be needed and expected, we know that our revenue growth, which is strongly linked to the return of the hospitality industry, will be slow and that we will not see a return to pre-pandemic revenue levels until fiscal year 24-25. The funds from the rescue plan and potentially from the community project funding program are sorely needed to jumpstart our recovery and to strengthen the areas Council adopted as community priorities. On March 13th, Council adopted 3 community priorities: to address homelessness by doing all we can to keep our residents housed, meeting our most vulnerable residents' behavioral health needs, working with regional agencies, and ensuring that our open spaces continue to be safe and healthy. Also to have clean and safe spaces in neighborhoods. And to facilitate an equitable and inclusive economic opportunity and recovery for all members of our community. With very limited resources available to meet the needs of reopening our facilities, while our revenue recovery continues to lag, these priorities will help us to make difficult decisions and trade-offs. The proposed allocation of rescue plan funds addresses our community needs that we just talked about. The need to focus on economic recovery, on increasing our capacity to house our residents, ensuring fiscal stability, and allowing limited service expansion in key areas that touch on each of the community priorities. The chart you see here is how we propose to make allocations for this current year and the next year. So if you start on the right-hand side, 5.86 or 20% would go towards economic recovery. 6.6 million would go towards homeless and housing. We have 5 million, and these are one-time funds. 5 million would go towards contingency. We have a small amount going towards one-time needs. And then finally, to the left-hand side, $3 million we are setting aside as ongoing needs. That $3 million over the length of the time, the spending period that we have through 2024 would be separate installments of about $3 million a year for 3.5 years, which is about $11 million. So I'm going to go through each of these allocations a little bit more in detail. So the first allocation area is economic recovery. On March 23rd, you directed staff to allocate 20% of the rescue plan funds to help members of our community recover from the economic losses caused by the pandemic. You approved a 1-year rent freeze for city tenants who were part of the rent deferment program and asked staff to return with a rent abatement program that would help support our most impacted tenants on the pier and at the beach, and our cultural arts nonprofit tenants at Bergamot Station Arts Center and at the airport, groups that have been heavily impacted by COVID due to required closures. Staff has provided a proposal for an immediate 3-month rent abatement as part of tonight's item. While the rent freeze and rent abatement are at Bergamot Station and the airport will be absorbed by the Big Blue Bus and Airport Enterprise Funds, the beach and pier are not able to absorb this additional revenue loss and will rely on rescue plan funds to cover it. So what you see on this slide is the beach and pier piece at $580,000. I will go through a separate slide later that shows all of the areas that are going to be receiving assistance. We're also proposing with rescue plan funds to immediately fund, and we're asking the council immediately fund ambassadors at the pier who will help manage our visitor attendance through the summer so that we can avoid any additional closures that are so impactful to our pier businesses. And also to enhance the cleaning of the pier during these busy months to ensure a safe, clean, and welcoming experience for all of our visitors and patrons. Altogether, the rent abatement, rent freeze, and additional support to keep visitors coming to our beach and pier businesses totals $1.14 million of rescue plan funds. But there is an additional large piece of rescue plan funds that we want to talk about going towards economic recovery. We proposed a program $4.72 million to initiatives that will benefit the broader community and assist in their recovery. So in the short term, we're asking you to approve $200,000 in additional funding for the Small Business Recovery Grants program that we're running in partnership with the Santa Monica Chamber. Also, $20,000 for grant support for our business improvement districts looking to produce events once the county allows, and $35,000 to provide businesses with assistance beyond what's available through the Small Business Development Center. Assistance in wading through the business relief programs that are now available. So that all totals $255,000 that you see there. We're asking you to appropriate as part of this current budget, this year's budget. Looking ahead, we'll return to council in May with a proposed budget, and then later on in the summer to request appropriation of an additional $2.57 million in rescue plan funds for additional aid, including funding for the Santa Monica Small Business Recovery Fund, a citywide grants program. And we will ask you to consider additional rent relief for city tenants and in the rent deferment program. Once we have a better idea of what our tenants are able to successfully access in direct financial support from the various federal, state, and county programs. Other proposed economic recovery aid measures that we plan to ask you to program are fee discounts for our businesses, for example, potentially outdoor dining license fees, fee discounts, grants to nonprofits to produce so that they can produce citywide events, the formation of a peer business improvement district that can create a sustainable revenue source for enhancement services to the peer. And we're also eager to undertake efforts internally to streamline our time-consuming leasing, permitting, and events processes and make them more user-friendly for members of our community. Finally, we're requesting to restore a small portion of the positions in our city permitting function that were eliminated during restructuring. It's a small portion of the positions that were eliminated, and to upgrade systems so that we can stop the backlog of applications and delays in permit processing that is detrimental to our small businesses seeking to complete renovations and reopen. This is part of the economic recovery piece, but as you can see, it would also require some ongoing allocations over the 4 years or 3.5 years. So the total amount would be closer to $1.89 million. The next large allocation of funding will go towards addressing homelessness. This will take the form of seed money to begin understanding the feasibility, design, and cost impacts of non-congregate housing or a behavioral health triage center. Also furthering our ability to address homelessness is using rescue plan funds for general fund services. If we use the rescue plan funds for general fund services, we will be able to free up the general fund funds that to make the annual payment of a quarter of the transaction and use tax, what we call the measured GSH tax revenue, to the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. So we would be able to move the $6.35 million that we expect to get next year as part of measured GSH into our Affordable Housing Trust Fund, rather than needing to keep it in the general fund to be able to provide the services that we're already providing now. Staff is also proposing to allocate $5 million as contingency funding to stabilize the beach and pier funds in fiscal year 2021. This is related to the decrease in visitors and the closures that these funds have felt throughout the pandemic. And while our general fund forecast had anticipated that shutdown reserves would be used to cover some of these shortfalls in these other funds, the continued closures are creating an additional need for gap funding. In addition to this, the contingency funds would be available to cover, if necessary, some new unfunded mandates at the state and federal levels regarding paid sick leave and providing health care to staff that was terminated last year. This brings us to the last allocation, funding for one-time and ongoing costs that will help us expand a very limited number of services necessary to address Council's three priorities and to ensure that our operations remain secure and efficient. Adding $3 million to the general fund budget next year and supporting that with continuing allocations until the spending deadline of December 2024 will allow certain needed services to be strengthened now when they're most needed, rather than waiting until our revenues have recovered in fiscal year 24-25. Alongside these ongoing costs, we've identified some additional one-time needs, including short-term funding for advocacy efforts in Washington as key funding measures are passed. They can help our city. Also to support training for new firefighter recruits. For a limited-term park planner, they can pick up the work we were forced to stall on the Parks and Recreation Master Plan, and including work on the Airport to Park Conversion Project, and to ensure that the city is up to date on its cybersecurity tools. We're also seeking direction from you on projects we would submit as community project funding proposals. These appropriations at the federal level allow members of Congress to address the needs of their districts directly. Congressman Liu will be able to submit up to 10 community-supported proposals from local governments and nonprofits in his district for project funding to be spent within 1 to 2 years. We've identified 6 potential projects that are shown in attachment A of the staff report, but we believe the 3 that are highlighted here best meet the criteria. The first is a $6.3 million proposal to begin the construction of the expanded airport park project. The overall project will provide additional sports fields, community gardens, and active and passive open space to the surrounding community. This proposal would fund a limited-term park planner and construction of the West Sports Field and relocation of Donald Douglas Loop South, with matching funds from the city. If this request is approved, it would free up American Rescue Plan funds that we're considering setting aside for the park planner. Another project is an expansion of the seed funding project addressing homelessness. In addition to the $250,000 in matching funds that would be funded with rescue plan funds to address the feasibility of providing the non-congregate housing or behavioral health triage center, or both, the city would request $1.5 million for design and implementation of such a facility. Finally, the $2.95 million street lighting modernization program project will update our lighting infrastructure to be more energy saving, easier to maintain, and more reliable. It would also allow us to switch away from a system that will soon be obsolete and not supported by our electric utility. and staff has identified local return funds as matching funds for this project. So I've presented many things tonight, so it might be helpful to be specific about the direction we're seeking. First, we would like your feedback on the allocation plan we've presented for the rescue plan funds, shown here. This is a combination of one-time and ongoing funds that address many of the cities and our communities' immediate and ongoing needs until our revenues and our economy recover. If you agree with the rescue plan allocations, we're asking you to make a number of appropriations tonight as part of the fiscal year 2021 budget in order that we can begin work on these projects immediately. These are the items that I've already described in the previous slides, but here they are listed in terms of what we're asking you to look at tonight. Other appropriations for efforts to begin in fiscal year 21-22 will be included as part of the proposed budget, which will be published on May 10th and will be coming to you for discussion on May 25th. One thing I'd like to highlight is that we're asking you to approve the 3 permitting function positions tonight so that we may start our recruitment process. But we will add the budget for the positions as part of the proposed biennial budget. It does take us at least 2 months to go out and recruit for these positions as part of our civil service process. Second, we're asking your direction on the rent relief measures that we presented. And here I'm talking a little bit more broadly about the entire program. We're asking that you authorize staff to implement a 3-month rent abatement program for those city tenants at the pier and beach who are part of the rent deferment program, and for cultural, art, and medical services nonprofits at Bergamot Station and the airport, as long as these tenants meet the stated criteria, which are shown in the slide. As follow-up to your direction provided to staff on March 23rd, we also ask that you authorize the rescue plan funds to include the approved 12-month rent freeze in fiscal year 21-22 for city tenants that are part of the rent deferment program. And also, this includes the airport fund tenants that are part of the rent deferment program and also the Bergamot Station tenants. And as we mentioned earlier, those would not be rescue plan funds. Those are coming from the enterprises. And the appropriations would be made tonight for the rent abatement and as part of the proposed budget for the rent freeze, since that's next year. And finally, we're asking for your direction on whether these should be the 3 projects that should be submitted for consideration in the community project funding appropriation process. The Santa Monica Airport Park Expansion Initiative, the seed funds for addressing homelessness, and the streetlight modernization. If you agree with the rescue plan allocation we've proposed, apart from the appropriation of rescue plan funds we're asking you to approve tonight, there will be more opportunities to appropriate these funds over the next year. We'll return to Council on May 25th to present and have a study session on the proposed biennial budget. Within that budget, pending your confirmation tonight, we would program the rescue plan funds to enable the transfer of measured GSH funds to the Affordable Housing Trust Fund, to allow for limited service expansion with $3 million in ongoing allocations, to fund the permitting staff enhancements we're asking you to approve tonight, and to appropriate additional one-time funds necessary for our operations and for economic recovery measures. This summer, the Economic Development Team will return to you with a report on how our businesses are faring and what additional rent relief measures might be necessary to ensure their recovery, as we know more about what available aid is out there and how our city's businesses are able to access that aid. And finally, once we've fully closed this fiscal year and have a full audited accounting of our performance, we'll return to you next January to let you know whether we have any contingency funds, any of that $5 million that we're setting aside as contingency that are remaining that can be reprogrammed. This concludes my report. We have staff from many departments here to answer any questions that you might have. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that report. So, Council, would you rather go directly to community input, or would you like to ask questions now? I'm seeing community input. I think no one is. Yes. So let's hear from our speakers, please.
Okay. Ed Horowitz, you're in the meeting and your time starts now.
Thank you. Good evening, City Council members and staff. I lived in Santa Monica for over 30 years. I have served 10 years as an arts commissioner. I was a member of the ad hoc committee on Bergamot Station and a member of the Arts Foundation. I'm here to implore you to reject the idea that 3 months of rent abatement is sufficient relief for the Bergamot Station and airport's arts organizations in this city. Investing in the arts is good fiscal and civic business. It generates revenue, creates jobs, and develops a community. In Creative Capital, it states Santa Monica's residents share a vision for their community that interweaves the arts, cultural activities, entertainment, and education throughout their lives. They view culture as an inseparable component of what makes Santa Monica exceptional, desirable, and economically competitive. But since 2000, space for the arts has steadily declined. According to Creative Capital, the loss of these units, coupled with rising rents, threaten to force increasing numbers of Santa Monica arts and arts organizations out of the city. A 3-month rent abatement does just that. It leaves these organizations owing the city almost a year of back rent to be paid over the next 12 months or so. For all intents and purposes, this doubles their rent at a time when they are facing the burden of costly new health safety demands and the challenges of rebuilding a lost consumer base. If Santa Monica wants to remain a creative community, the City Council needs to honor its commitment to policies and ordinances that facilitate affordable art space. If not, the arts in the city won't survive, and when the arts go away, they don't always come back. Reject this meager 3-month rent abatement and abbreviated repayment schedule. Work with the nonprofits and arts organizations to find a more equitable road to recovery. Because as the opening proclamation asked, who are we, Santa Monica? If we don't act now, our unique and thriving arts community may not be here when the tourists come back. Thank you.
Councilmember Brock.
Ed, I know you served on the ad hoc committee at Bergamot along with me for a couple of years. So my question is, the 3 months you're saying is not adequate. What is your sense of what is adequate?
I am not a money guy, as you know, but from people I've talked to, at least 6 months, if not 9. I mean, these organizations run at a loss, and they've had no revenue. Theaters have been closed and made no money at all. When they come back, they've got to implement all kinds of new things with filtration systems and whatnot, and they have to pay the rent back, I believe, within a year from October. That's essentially doubling their rent. It gives them 1 year to pay back what they haven't paid now. That doesn't seem fair or equitable.
So my follow-up, so building bridges and City Garage. City Garage is a long-time Santa Monica theater. Do you believe that they can survive without more help, because they have been closed now for 13 months nonstop and can't open each June?
I don't know about building bridges, but I don't think the City Garage can. I think they and the Ruskin are in the same boat.
Okay.
And if I can say just one other thing, I lived in the city for a long time, and I remember when there were music venues everywhere, and they've gone away, and we only have 2 left. If we lose these theaters because they can't afford the rent, it's going to be a long time before a small theater can find the funding and resources to open again, and we risk losing some of the most important communal events. And I also want to add, we risk losing one of the best arts advocates we have in this city, which is Mike Myers.
Thank you very much.
Thanks,
Good
Bill.
to talk to you, Ed.
Yeah, always.
John Ruskin, you're in the meeting and your time starts now.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Yeah, go ahead.
My name's Sean Ruskin. I run the Ruskin Group Theater along with Mike Myers. And it's been one of the most rewarding and most difficult jobs of my life. Our theater was inspired by the historic group theater, which ran from 1931 to 41. We were always impressed that they were able to keep their theater alive for 10 years, and we dreamed that we could do the same. Now, having been running our theater and performing outreach for 20 years in Santa Monica, I left the city council meeting a few weeks ago hopeful and based on the beautiful statements of support that so many of you made. And I felt awful and betrayed when I found out that not only would we be asked to return so soon after agreeing that you would wait until June to study the proposals and find out what kind of financial support would be available before making any decisions. To find out a few days ago that wasn't true and the support now being offered was not sustainable was devastating to us. I was also offended when I saw the report saying that if we wanted a chance to pay back double rent for the next year, I would be forced to take a 3-hour course at El Camino College. Unless they have a course on running a nonprofit theater whose doors were closed by law during a world pandemic, I can't imagine why I would be required to do that after keeping a small nonprofit theater open and thriving for 2 decades. I love Santa Monica, and I always have. I've loved running a theater and an extensive outreach program, including working in local hospitals in and around Santa Monica while working here with great artists of all sorts. We need your help. I know you understand that it's not feasible to be forced to pay double rent after the most difficult year of our existence. Please consider setting aside 20% of the American Rescue Funds that you spoke of during the last meeting to work on the parameters for distribution at a later date, but not a 3-month abatement. I understand you have difficult choices to make after this devastating year, and for decades ahead, please think about what you want to survive and be remembered for after this and how we will look upon how we handled this historic time. I'm certain that you won't say we should have put the money elsewhere, allowed the art institutions to close, and not offered all the help we could. I know that you won't be sorry that you supported the artistic communities that enrich and enlighten Santa Monica.
Thank you.
We need your help. We thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ruskin. Councilmember Brock.
Mr. Ruskin?
Yes, sir.
Do you feel that, is your sense after being here for 2 decades that Santa Monica is a city that really appreciates culture and the arts?
Beyond. We've been blown away. We didn't know if we would make a year when we first started. We have 10,000, 12,000 people that come to our theater now. We have plays that have traveled the world, that have gone to the West End of London at the first theater that was ever alive in London. We have plays that have moved down to the South Coast Repertory for $1.2 million productions from where we started at 30,000. We have plays in New York. We have plays all over. We have artists in all groups that we have been proud to have sponsored.
So here's the $1 million question, of which if you had $1 million, you wouldn't be on the microphone right now.
Yeah,
but
well said.
my real question is this. If we go forward with the 90 days rent abatement and no rent increase for 2021 to 22, will the Ruskin Theater still be open and entertain audiences in 2023?
I can't answer that.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Transferring Greg Morena.
Greg Moreno, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
Hey, thanks, Corey. Good evening, council members, mayor and mayor pro tem, and thank you for your service, as always. Over the last 13 months, the pier was completely closed for 6 months, and access to date continues to be limited. We've lost the full use of our property, so while we still don't have complete use and access, sales remain depressed. Yet you're asking us to pay an increase in rent by back paying past year's rent. Our cash flow simply isn't there. Restaurants run at single-digit profit margins, and our cash flow does not permit the increased outflow. We need more time to pay rent that wasn't forgiven. More so, asking us to pay back faster than you yourself are scheduling the economy to return is simply not fair. 3 months rent abatement is not enough. We need at least 6 months of abatement, 6 months of discounted rent, and 5 years to pay back the discounted rent. As a council member, I was a proponent of permit streamlining and still am. However, that was pre-COVID, and we weren't measuring limited one-time dollars. ARPA's different. Please do a cost-benefit analysis and invest into our revenue centers to increase revenue. We as tenants are a part of your revenue stream. We're a good investment. Let's find the best ways to make money before you invest in FTEs in the planning process or invest in long-range CapEx like streetlights. Protect our small business culture by allocating money tonight to preserve your tenants. Please allocate and earmark no less than 20% or $5.3 million to support rent relief for your tenants. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Greg.
Transferring Denise Barton, and she's requesting to speak 1 minute only.
Denise Barton, you're in the meeting and your time starts now.
Good evening. If the city is so concerned about the economic recovery of the city, how do these financial actions reflect that, with no help for the residents? Taking money meant to help the community and using it to pay off the city's loan to itself from the GHS funds, so the funds may not be used to cover lost revenue due to tax cuts or to cover pension liability. Should this money be used to cover the city's action of misallocating tax funds? But then, of course, you're hiring 3 new people for the planning department at a cost of $2 million for 3 years. Again, these are so much more needed than a qualified ADA person for affordable housing. And wouldn't be hiring more police officers for real public safety be better? And finally, you continue throwing funding at the people concerned, despite the public testimony regarding their actual services or abandonment of services, if you speak out questioning anything the people concerned have done to them or others in their care. Just like the woman with night terrors that kept being put out on the patio at night. But obviously you don't care about the treatment of the homeless by continuing to throw funding at the people concerned. Thank you.
Thank you. Amy Ruskin, you're in the meeting and your time starts now.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Wonderful. Hello, my name is Amy Ruskin, and I teach the Young Actors Program at the Ruskin School, and I've been doing outreach work with the Ruskin Group Theater for 15 years. At the last City Council meeting, we heard so many beautiful and passionate pleas on our behalf. And after listening to the responses of the council, we were so moved and hopeful. And unfortunately for us, the Ruskin Group Theater, this staff report does not really offer much help or hope. The Ruskin Group Theater has been closed for a year, and we are still closed, and it doesn't look like it will be safe for us to reopen for several more months. To give you an idea, the Amundsen's opening date is slated for November 21. According to this proposal, we will still have to start paying essentially double rent before we have even returned to our space. So to keep it short, we ask that you resume rent 30 days after we fully reopen our business, allocate 20% of the rescue funds to directly help your tenants abate and or create a realistic repayment term that will allow us the chance to get our doors open and determine what, if any, additional aid grants funding will actually come to us. Tonight's art proclamation at the beginning of this meeting was such an incredible reminder of what the city is and why we love it. Please honor that powerful proclamation and help your tenants and the arts to continue to thrive in Santa Monica as you have done so beautifully in the past. We thank you for your time, your hard work, and your consideration.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ruskin.
Dylan McDermott, you're in the meeting and your time starts now.
Yes, good evening, Council. I'm here in New York. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Right. I'm here in New York. I stayed up late because I believe so passionately in the arts and in the Ruskin Group Theater. I've been a long-standing board member of the Ruskin Group Theater for 20 years now. I've always believed in what they represent in the world of arts and culture. In my opinion, they are an essential part of Santa Monica. I am here to support this wonderful nonprofit theater. Mind you that their doors have been shut for a year now. Please, please, please help them with an abatement so they can continue to create art which Santa Monica so desperately needs. moving forward. Appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McDermott.
Thank you.
Transferring Dominic Gomez.
Dominic Gomez, you're in the meeting and your time starts now.
Now?
Dominic Gomez, yeah,
Yep.
you're in the meeting. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, council members. I have two comments regarding the budget. One, at the macro level, I encourage the council to utilize ARP funding in a strategic manner with particular emphasis on fundamental core services that benefit current residents and local businesses. Secondly, and illustrative to this approach, should be the restoration of funding for critically important organizations such as the fire department to pre-COVID levels. Said differently, we cannot compromise areas such as public safety, particularly associated with an organization such as fire, who voluntarily took a salary cut to maintain headcount in an effort to keep us safe. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gomez.
Transferring Yossi Govrin.
Wilson Govrin, you're in the meeting and your time starts now.
Oh, okay.
Hi, go ahead,
Hello.
you're in the meeting. Hello.
Dear Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council, this is Yossi Govrin. And I've been studying for many years sociology, and my learning specialized about Max Weber. And one relevant thing came to mind. Hello?
We can hear you. If you talk louder, it might help.
And turn down the meeting in the background.
Sure. And I believe that according to those studies, there's a direct correlation and interdependency between government officials and the relevant community itself. Staff reports present that it will take the city 4 to 5 years to recover fully. One can see that it will take the same time frame for artists, for galleries, for Raskin Theater, for Judy Bowker, especially for artists and the businesses on the pier, will take them the same time frame, 4 to 5 years, to recover. Please extend rent deferment. Please allow some rent forgiveness if possible. And just to say, pumping more money into non-profit art organization, missing the point because it ends up in the bank account, doesn't trickle down to the artists or to the galleries. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks.
Craig Gallery, you're in the meeting and your time starts now.
Thank you. Thank you, Council. I'm Craig Crow, gallery owner at Bergamot Station since opening day. The town is special and distinctive because of the cultural attributes that are unique to that place. And there is no doubt that Bergamot Station remains one of the most important art assets and resources that Santa Monica has ever known. Personally, at Bergamot, I represented legendary Santa Monica light and space artist Peter Alexander for 27 years and still work with Santa Monica resident Don Bacardi, now 86 and one of the greatest American portrait artists. In fact, Bacardi shared a home in Santa Monica Canyon with author Christopher Isherwood that was recently named an historic landmark. These are the kinds of long-term Santa Monica arts relationships that we are talking about preserving at Bergamot. My message tonight is simple. We kindly and humbly ask that you forgive our first 4 months' rent during the pandemic when we were forced to be closed, and that accept half rents that we offered to start paying back in August as rent in full. Paying back 1.5 years rent on top of current rent within a 9-month period from October to June essentially means paying triple rents. This is simply insurmountable. It is setting us up for failure, and we will surely sink. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Crow.
Austin Highsmith Garces, you're in the meeting and your time starts now.
Thank you, City Council members and Mrs. Mayor. I am a member of the Ruskin Group Theater, and I have been for 18 years. Over this past year, as you know, we have had to close our doors completely. We have not been able to access our space or use it in any way that we could possibly earn any revenue. We did everything that the city asked of us to keep the residents of Santa Monica safe. We were completely on board with trying to fight this coronavirus pandemic, and we knew that that meant sacrificing our day-to-day business activities. The value of art and theater to impact our daily lives is absolutely immeasurable. The plays we do at the Ruskin, the live music nights that we hold, the classes that we are able to offer, the community of artists and patrons that has been built allow people to access their humanity in ways that their day-to-day lives do not provide them access to. And coming out of this past year, I personally cannot think of anything more important than community and humanity. The world needs art right now, and the Ruskin provides that in abundance. The arts community also helps keep local restaurants and bars alive, as well as our other small businesses that provide their services to the theater. When we are able to produce shows in our space, the theater employs visual artists, actors, writers, directors, light technicians, cleaning services, administrators, set designers, and more. This past year of not being able to create art like we are used to has been really hard, and we want nothing more than to be back into our 3000 Airport Avenue space, producing plays and art for the community. Santa Monica has been our home for 19 years now, but we need your help to allow us to continue to call this great city home for many more years to come. Without your help in the rent abatement, I do not know that we will be able to survive our lease at the airport. I do not want to see this great arts community come to an end. We really, really, really need your help.
Thank you very much.
Transferring Michael Riley.
Michael Riley, you're in the meeting and your time starts now. Michael Riley, you're in the meeting. Your time starts now.
Good evening, Council. Can you hear me?
We can.
Okay, great. My name is Mike Riley. I came to Santa Monica in 1995 as theater director and performing arts department chair for St. Monica Catholic High School. While there, I met Mike Myers. I taught him, Eddie Hadagi as well, Amelia Mulkey, Ryan Wilson, and many more who became founding members of the Ruskin Group Theater Company with John Ruskin, our friend and mentor. I joined them in 2005 and have served as production manager and an occasional director of stage productions. 5 years ago, almost 6 years ago now, I served as an entertainment coordinator for the Cultural Affairs Department for the City of Santa Monica, working primarily at Miles Playhouse. While there, it was our understanding that we were to help facilitate artistic production, not to be producers of content. Local artists that currently produce content and or have been stopped from producing content need help. They need more help than 3 months rent abatement. I've supervised many budgets. We work on shoestring budgets. There is no extra room. Though I understand reopening facilities and hiring permit officers are important to the long-term goals of reopening Santa Monica, it's the artists who already occupy their own spaces and already are in place to create artistic content that can't wait for future ARPA funds. Okay, if you say we can wait for 3 more months, 6 more months, we're not going to be here any longer. Our theater I fell in love with because it is the greatest synthesis of all art forms in the communal act of bringing together dancers, singers, painters, sculptors, actors, directors, choreographers. They all come together in one place in the communal act that we say in Santa Monica we are so committed to. If we lose these places, we're not going to get back. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Riley.
Transferring Cindy Pfeiffer.
Cindy Pfeiffer, you're in the meeting and your time starts now.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council members. I'm Cindy Pfeiffer with the Santa Monica Pier Lessees Association. The SMPLA is still in support of our 665 plan as presented to the Council on March 23rd. Since that date, the city has limited the use of some pier access points, which continue to affect traffic to businesses. The restaurant revitalization details and open date remain unknown, and we still have limited information about the American Rescue Plan. As Greg has outlined, the need is real and it is ongoing. We ask that staff holds meetings and conducts listening sessions with the SMPLA, Airport, Bergamot, and other interested city tenant groups as part of the research to determine the effective use of funds and to find new ways to generate income. Working together has brought us successes such as a city partnership with Pacific Park to provide access control to the pier and the outdoor dining patios. We feel there is opportunity for more successes and look forward to working with the city to make this happen. Thank you for your consideration.
Councilmember Brock.
Can you refresh us on the 665 plan and briefly as possible?
6 months of rent abatement, 6 months of discounted rent, additional 5 years on leases.
Thank you. And second question, I see an allocation for peer ambassadors. I know there has been somewhat of a public safety problem on the Santa Monica Pier. Is this meant to help address that?
That would be a good start for sure. And, if that money could be distributed, quickly, that would be helpful because then we could get it into place and working by summer.
What else do you need?
That is a start. I mean, that is why we want to have a conversation with the city so we can all come together with, different businesses have different needs. The arcade still hasn't even been able to open.
And I'm missing my ski ball. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Ms. Pfeiffer.
Thanks.
Jim, you're in the meeting and your time starts now. Jim, are you with us? You're in the meeting. Okay, we'll come back to Jim. Rose, Shoshana, you're in the meeting. Oh, Jim, are you with us?
Yes, I'm sorry. I'm here.
Okay, go ahead. You're in the meeting.
I know it's a difficult decision that you have to make, but you can't take the people out of this decision and just think of it as money. The Ruskin Theater has been a very special and welcoming place. It brings a lot of people to Santa Monica. I found it to be such a diverse community, such a welcoming. It has all the traits that Santa Monica wishes that every business has. The Ruskin Group Theater, it just serves an important and valuable place for community, patrons, young and old, and artists. Their support has been invaluable to me. Someone they didn't know and welcomed me and encouraged me. I also want to just mention that the 9 months, I listened to the last meeting, and the 3 months abatement is really insufficient. And to ask the Ruskin to pay back that money, it's just undoable. But one of the things is there was a research done by Schugel and Schugel Impacts, and while many patrons want to come back, they found in their research that they are wary to come back. So even if they open the doors, how many people will want to come back readily? And this research has been documented. So there is a wariness of people returning fully, even if the word is you can open your doors. And you can see that today with restaurants and inside their restaurants. So there is a practicality to this, and I just hope you look inside and see not just the budget, but also the people who are serviced by these groups. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Rose Shoshana, you're in the meeting and your time starts now.
Okay. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council members. Having listened to Tanya White's inspiring words about the importance of the arts, as she stood in front of the artist Mark Luton's installation, Red River Memorial, at Bergamot Station, I found myself thinking how ironic it is that the tenants of Bergamot Station, all involved in the arts, have to beg their landlord, the city of Santa Monica, for assistance in sustaining the arts in Santa Monica. It has been said time and again that small enterprises make the character of a city. We create community, we offer education opportunities, and cultural and economic value to the city. Give us the opportunity to get back on our feet. Give us the opportunity to continue to do our work. The tenants of Bergamot Station are not asking the city for funds. We're asking for abatement of rents from April to July of 2020 and a continuance of paying half rents to the end of 2021 with abatement of unpaid half rents from August 2020 to the end of 2021. This will make it possible for us to continue to sustain ourselves, to be able to continue to be an arts center in the city of Santa Monica. I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Shoshana.
Transferring Zena Joseph.
Zena Joseph, you're in the meeting and your time starts now.
Thank you. The Friends of Sunset Park Board supports three things: an immediate one-time 6 or 9 month cultural nonprofit rent abatement program. 3 months is not nearly enough. Actors' equity guidelines through at least June 30th make theater performances impossible at the Ruskin Group Theater. How can they pay rent with no ticket revenue? Number 2, a limited-term senior park planner position to manage the update of the Parks and Recreation Master Plan and continue work on the airport to park conversion project. And number 3, Santa Monica Airport Park expansion. Speaking only for myself, at our Friends meeting last night, Chief Seabrooks and her staff spoke. Ed King, director of the new Transportation Department, gathered community input. We received endless notifications from various city departments to forward out to our members that meanwhile, city staff defunded during the restructuring the annual membership appeal letters that the city has for years printed and bulk mailed for us to all residents in our neighborhoods. This is how we contact residents new to the neighborhood, as well as get membership renewals from our current members. Surely somewhere in the millions of dollars coming from the federal government, $41,000, can be found to restore this service to our neighborhoods. Otherwise, each group will have to purchase its own bulk mail permit, pay to have thousands of newsletters and return envelopes printed, and contract with a mailing house to stuff, label, seal, and stamp thousands of envelopes. Friends of Sunset Park might be able to afford this, but other groups won't. In the last 2 days, a number of issues have come up that we're supposed to help with. The power surge on April 7th that damaged appliances in our neighborhood, an alcohol license granted to a local restaurant after we had protested it, a proposed alcohol license at Penmar Golf Club, a noisy rock band that rehearses in a residential neighborhood on the weekends, and residents who were cited for parking in beach lots for parking after sunset when the sun had not set yet. These are some of the issues we deal with constantly. We try to help our residents, but we could really use this help from the city to send out the annual newsletters. Thank you for your consideration.
Thanks, Zena.
Thank you.
Transferring Michael Soloff.
Michael Soloff, you're in the meeting and your time starts now.
Good evening, council members. I'm here tonight speaking in my capacity as a co-chair of Santa Monicans for Renters' Rights. In 2016, the voters passed measures GS and GSH to raise sales taxes 1/2 cent and to advise the council that they wanted half of that money to go to schools and half of that money to go to affordable housing, including for things like local rent subsidy program. Last year, during COVID, the city took away all of the GSH funds for affordable housing, and earlier this year indicated that they plan to do that again this year. SMER is very pleased that tonight staff is advising you, and I hope you'll follow that advice, that because of the funds received from the federal government, it will no longer be necessary to take away the money that the voters want to go from GSH to affordable housing. And that money can be used to expand the pod or to build affordable housing for the essential workers who are going to be critical to our recovery, who work in our hotels, work in our restaurants, and work in our retail, as well as create a place for the folks who hopefully are going to create a right to return to. What is still missing, however, is a commitment by the city that the money that was taken last year from the Housing Trust Fund will be repaid when the city's finances recover further. And SMER is looking for you in the upcoming budget cycle to make the commitment that that money will in fact be repaid to the Housing Trust Fund as the voters directed the City Council that they should do when certain whatever conditions you decide to set in terms of economic recovery have been met. But we want to know that it's in fact certain and a commitment of the city that the money that the voters wanted to go to affordable housing and tax themselves so that that would be created will in fact be repaid. So thank you very much for what you're doing tonight, and please also include that in the upcoming budget. Thank you.
Thank you. And before I take more of the callers, I just want to announce for Lois Lampert, Joan Roby, and Rupert Hitzik. We've invited you to interact live, but you have not accepted our request, so we're not going to be able to hear you unless you click on the check mark on the hand icon and then click on the interact live button, and you can chat the moderators if you have questions on that. So our next caller, Joe Galliani, you're in the meeting and your time starts now.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council. My name is Joe Galliani. I live in the city of Redondo Beach, but the biggest client of my corporation is a Santa Monica airport-based business, Santa Monica Air Center, the Barker Hangar. But tonight I'm here to speak to you about the Ruskin Group Theater. My family's been a financial supporter of the Ruskin Theater for many years, and I am a playwright whose work is performed there. The staff recommendation, if accepted, will guarantee the death of the Ruskin and be the cause of it. The idea that the city first shut down the theater with an emergency order effectively closing the business for the past 12 months and is now asking for rent to be paid for that time when the city, and to be sure the COVID crisis prevented the theater from being used or generating income, defies both logic and credibility. It also makes one ask, why would the city consider treating one of the crown jewels of its arts programs, an outstanding tenant for 2 decades, in such a cold-hearted and unkind way, especially when the city has been granted the federal funds to waive rent for the year they would not allow the theater to operate, especially when those funds are specifically called the American Rescue Plan, not the Santa Monica bureaucratic rescue plan. The idea that you would deliberately act to kill a grassroots business that has done nothing but enhance the city's reputation by using federal rescue money to hire 3 more city staffers instead of rescuing local businesses teetering on the brink of financial collapse sounds both devious and destructive. COVID has already killed a wide swath of once thriving businesses in Santa Monica and across the nation. The last thing our hoped-for recovery and return to normal needs are additional attacks to our economic immune system and a failure to use the funding vaccine given to cities by our federal government. The only fair and reasonable use of this rescue funding should be to absolve the rent of the Ruskin Theater for the entire time it was forced out of business, with rent not to resume until such time as the theater is back in full operation. That would seem a fair and just determination for not only the Ruskin,
but any other business closed by order of the city and unable to use the facility being charged for by the city. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Galliani. Very clever remarks, I must say.
Thanks.
Mike Myers, you're in the meeting and your time starts now.
Good evening. Can you guys hear me?
We can hear you.
All right. Well, I got to start off by saying that Tanya White's arts proclamation at the start of this meeting was so beautiful, and it actually gave me a reminder of who I thought we used to be. And in her proclamation, she asked the question, who are we? And I honestly can't think of a better question to ask this evening. Santa Monica has been a champion when it comes to talking about support for the arts. So much so that for over a decade and a half, this city's own reports and cultural plan have consistently stated that there's no greater threat to the arts community in Santa Monica than the soaring cost of real estate, and that if the city of Santa Monica didn't prioritize cheap space on their own property, we would lose the cultural community that we've always said we valued. Given the values that we have professed to have, I hope you guys can understand that I'm a little bit confused. I mean, I've been an arts advocate in the city for over 15 years, and I feel like I missed the memo where we abandoned our priorities on affordable space for nonprofits and cultural uses. Because that would be the only way to understand a recommendation that asks nonprofits and cultural and small businesses to pay close to double rent for a year. I mean, I guess I was mistaken when I believed that the city wanted to preserve their mom and pop businesses and didn't just want corporate businesses everywhere. How could the city of Santa Monica, the leader in renters' rights, decide to behave in a way that would brand it a rapacious landlord? The bottom line is that aid should be parsed out based on the loss of use. There was loss of use, and you guys are the landlord. Allocate 20% of the rescue money and have staff come back with a plan to administer it based on the loss of use, whether someone's a nonprofit, what their need is. We've heard over a year that that's the only way to get meaningful rent relief is if you guys got help from the feds. There's not enough meaningful help.
Mr. Myers, did you need to finish your remarks? Sorry.
The bottom line is the staff report isn't consistent with the values that we've always professed to have, and so I'm asking, who are we? Thank you.
Thanks, Mike. Phil, sorry. Councilmember Brock and then Councilmember De La Torre.
Former Chair Myers, you spent over a decade on the Arts Commission, correct?
I did.
And I know that you advocated, I thought tirelessly, since I served as one of your commissioners, for the arts the 4 years I was on the arts, and you were very concerned about rents, about preserving the arts at Bergamot, about preserving the arts at the airport and throughout the city. My question to you, one question, first of all, is how many patrons and artists, actors, writers, etc., does the Ruskin, what's your attendance in 2019, would you guess?
Oh, in 2019?
Yeah.
For the theater? I would say that we had about 4,000 visitors in 2019.
Would you assume the majority were from Santa Monica or elsewhere?
Oh, yeah. I mean, I think it's evident by the way that the great Zena Josephs has been such a promoter of us, and we have all those neighbors who come and see us. And I think, one of the greatest things about the theater is that, we get to introduce ourselves to the neighborhood, and I feel like we've done that a lot over 20 years. So it's a lot of Santa Monicans.
And you have hundreds of actors who also come there to be trained, if I recall, each year.
Yeah, hundreds of actors, and I'd say that the theater has a minimum of over 100 actors working a year in all the different shows that we do, on top of musicians and designers, et cetera, et cetera.
You're obviously quite familiar with your theater, but there's also City Garage. There are also other nonprofits in the city, and there are the for-profit art galleries that have also struggled as Bergamot starts to change. What can the city really do as, yes, your rapacious landlord? What can your city do to help not only you, but the other theaters and businesses in our arts district that are tenants of Santa Monica?
Well, to be really quick, because I know you guys have a long meeting, the problem with where we identified art space all these years was the airport and Bergamot were sort of enterprise funds. So Bergamot at some point was supposed to be affordable after the development went into place. So right now, as much as the city council, as you know, passed cheap rents, unfortunately, having cheap CAM charges didn't go into that development proposal. So the Bergamot tenants are paying over $1 a square foot for CAM. At the airport, because of the consent decree, the Ruskin has always paid market rent, right? So the city always identified saying we have to do something about this so that we can keep these people. And so that's why it's so tough when there's a pandemic for them to be like, well, tough. So I think the bottom line is that the best deals, of course, are where everybody walks away slightly dissatisfied. You know, if you guys were to abate 12 months of Charles's rent at Bergamot, the Ruskin's rent, if you guys were able to look at Marissa's loss of use for building bridges because she's been partially opened. Again, I think setting aside the money is the important thing, because once you guys figure out the formula, you guys can give the money back to yourselves. I mean, you guys can go, okay, they got these grants. We don't need to use the whole $5.3 million. Let's move it again because they got stuff. But if you don't allocate it, we all know from everything we've heard this year that you won't have it to help your tenants.
Last question. Were you surprised to have to come back tonight? Did you believe we were waiting until June to discuss this again?
I was on vacation and I was absolutely shocked. And I was I got to be honest, I was a little hurt because I felt like, you know, I know our city staff has been trying to do open heart surgery with a first aid kit, but so have all of us in the small business community. And so it just felt like the communication could have just been a little bit more empathetic.
Thank you very much.
Yes, City Manager Dilg and then Councilmember McCowan.
Yes, Council, for better or worse, my general role is to have to let statements go, true or false, during public comment. And that's a hard thing about council meetings. But I do want to point out that the 3 months that are proposed tonight are immediate. We have additional, we are proposing that you make additional allocations in the biennial budget. So this process is not ending tonight. We are just trying to get some general direction from you for American Rescue Plan, so that we can involve the council as we look at that, and we haven't gone so far in our budget process that it is impossible to do in a month. But I do want to be really clear that it is a misreading of the staff report to say that we are proposing only 3 months rent abatement total. And I'll have other comments about public value and community value, but it's just a misreading of the staff report.
I have been my experience in the city, when we don't set aside the money, we are screwed. So I respect the city manager, but I'm just worried about the money not being there when you guys come back in June.
Hang on, Mike, because I think Kristen has a Mayor Pro Tem McCowan.
Really quick question, but I do want to say, City Manager Dilg, I think that that confusion is very sort of widespread based on the feedback we've been getting. So, yeah, unfortunately, and I don't know that it was totally clarified up front in the staff presentation either. So I think it's pretty widespread. But Mr. Myers, really quick question. So there's mention that beyond what we allocate out of the ARPA and then potentially what comes in the biennial budget, but specific to the ARPA, what have you the aspect of the ARPA that would have given additional funds directly to businesses, specifically to nonprofits, to others through PPP, are you seeing that materialize so far? Are you guys optimistic about what is to come?
So in the Ruskin Theater and in the case of the City Garage, the big grant would be the Shuttered Stages grant, which the site keeps crashing. So we don't know what's going to happen there. We've had PPP funding, but a lot of us have tried to keep our employees paid. So the PPP funding went to pay employees, right? right now the guidelines for the shuttered venue grant is they deduct whatever PPP money you got based off of 40% of your 2019 revenue. So yes, we could get a chunk of change from the shuttered venue grant, but it's not a guarantee. And so, because really the top venues that the shuttered venue grant are going to are places like our friends at Harvell's, right, who have had a bar but no food, and they have live music, and so they're at the top of that pot. So it's just not true to say that the shuttered venue grant's going to save all these people. And again, if it does, great. But I just, again, from having been on the Arts Commission for 12 years, chaired it for 10, I know that when you guys don't have the budget, it's impossible to help later. And since they're coming back in the summer, allocate the money now and then move it later.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mike.
Transferring Edgar Waregi.
Edgar Wadaki, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now. Edgar Wadaki, you're in the meeting. Your time starts now. Edgar, are you with us? Yeah, you're in the meeting. Go ahead. Your time starts now.
I'm sorry, I was on mute. I apologize. Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. Last council meeting, you met me as the kid that grew up on the cul-de-sac of 21st in Delaware. Well, today I did have something that I was prepared to speak to you on, but I've been inspired by so many people tonight that have been speaking on the subject that we are here tonight. And I'm going to go ahead and just speak on some of the points that I heard on tonight. And I want to say that if staff is so reliant on us being able to receive the funds from ARC later, then let's work on relief today. I believe that what we are going through is we are going through the pressure of what we are going to do today. Now, I did hear City Council say, I'm sorry, not City, but staff say earlier while Mike Myers was speaking that the 3-month abatement is to help us today. Well, I do believe that we need to be more clear. I believe that something that needs to happen today is a stronger communication between the city and the city businesses and the staff. If we are going to come back in June and have a conversation in June, then and we all agreed on that last city council meeting, then we should all be on the same page that's what's going to happen. So with that being said, I believe that if city staff could please just communicate with the business more clearly so that we can prepare better and not have to come off vacation to advocate for the things that are important for us, we would greatly appreciate that. And with that, I'll take the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Transferring Petra Iko.
Petra Iko, you're in the meeting. Your time starts now.
Now? No, somebody's talking.
Yeah, turn down your
Hello?
computer. Hi, you're in the meeting and there's a delay, so turn down the meeting in the background. But you are in the meeting right now. Yeah.
Okay. Hello. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, yes. Dear Council members, ladies and gentlemen, Mrs. Mayor, my name is Petra Iko, and I'm living in Santa Monica since 40 years, and I'm a board member of Building Bridges Art Exchange. As you know, the non-profit organization is 16 years in business and 10 years at Bergamo Station. Through the last 5 years that I'm on the board of the BRX, I saw this non-profit organization being a powerful, well-fluctuated art center in Bergamo Station from the community and tourists equally visited. Building Bridges is an important and unique asset for Santa Monica. The organization provides an incredible public service. Is it via the variety of extraordinary international exhibitions, its through education program, or through the arts, their lectures, workshops, or through the artist residences and public engagements. Even in the time of the pandemic, building bridges was an important pillar of the Santa Monica community by bringing a memorial project to their homes for the people to grieve together. The outreach from BBRX is exceptional. So far, they worked with 45 countries, numerous museums, art centers, and brought in hundreds of international artists and curators, helping to put Santa Monica on the international map of serious art and art education. This non-profit art organization is essential for all of us, and we need to keep it in the heart of Santa Monica. We all love Santa Monica, and I know that we would love to stay there. Therefore, I ask you from the bottom of my heart to help bring bridges, to be part of your art center and provide funding necessary to recover. Thank you that you're listening to me.
Thank you, Ms. Aiko.
Charles Duncombe, welcome to the meeting, and your time starts now.
Well, good evening, Council. Thank you very much for the chance to speak. As you know, I'm Charles Duncombe from City Garage at Bergamot Station. As several people have said, last time we met about this, we were very hopeful. It seemed like the Council really understood our situation. You asked staff to come up with a different approach that would really help city tenants, especially nonprofits. So, like others, we were surprised when we saw the new staff report. It doesn't seem to reflect what you asked for, especially in our case. It doesn't address the real issue, which is loss of use. Like the Ruskin Group at the airport, we've been shut down since March of last year. If we can manage to open the doors and get started again in July, which still feels really optimistic, that will be 15 months. The 3 months of abatement that the staff put in the report barely helps at all. We still would be in the position of having to pay double rent for the next year, and that's a crushing burden. And in our case, no matter how much rent the city abates, we're still facing the problem of the CAM charges at Bergamot, which are huge for us, almost a third of our total rent. You know how hard it is for nonprofits. We barely break even in the best of them. But right now, we're trying to survive something that none of us has ever had to face. No one knows when audiences are going to feel comfortable coming back. Some surveys say not until next year. We know you want to help. We know you value the arts. And we know you're trying to solve very difficult problems. But if you really want to help us all get through this and have a fighting chance at real recovery, please direct staff to come back with a new plan that uses the 20% Councilperson Davis proposed for real rent relief for city tenants and full abatement for loss of use. In our case, the entire amount of rent for the period we've been shut down. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Duncombe. Corey, how many more speakers do we have?
We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 in the meeting. And after this next one, I'll let you know if there are more callers still holding in the queue.
Robert Berman was holding. He was disconnected and has been unable to rejoin the meeting.
He's actually
he's on audio.
He's in the meeting as a video caller, right? Yeah, he's the next one up, actually. Robert Berman, you're in the meeting and your time starts now.
Okay. Am I in video or no?
You are, your video's not showing up. So rather than take time to troubleshoot, oh, you just turned off your audio. It might be a permissions thing on your computer. Hold on. I unmuted you and you remuted yourself. So go ahead. Yeah, I don't think we'll get you on video tonight. It's not showing up, but we've got you on audio, and you did just remute yourself again. So I'm gonna.
Am I on
there
now?
You go. You're on now. Yep, you're in.
Okay. I love technology. Back in 1986, I was one of the 5 galleries that was in Santa Monica. That was including Venice, by the way. We had LA Louvre, and we were, showing local artists. And it was a wild time. And then something very strange happened. I was approached by a bunch of gallerists who said, you know what? There's all this industrial places in Santa Monica that aren't being used. It would be great to open galleries there. And we said, that's a great idea, so we'll go in front of the city council. And we did that. 10 of us, went in front of the city council in 1987, and we said, we know that these spaces are not for commercial use, but if we want to become really an arts center, you should let us use that. And I remember at the meeting, the staff saying, wow, we can't do that. It's going to cause all kinds of problems if we're using these spaces. We're going to worry about people drinking, and we're going to worry about safety, and we're going to worry about parking and taxes. There was 1,000 reasons why we couldn't open in these spaces. But you know what happened? The city council and the mayor voted unanimously for us to go into these spaces. And I left my space that was on in Santa Monica by Main Street, and I opened up in the Broadway Gallery Complex. And we had 10 galleries there, and then 10 galleries opened at the Colorado Gallery Complex.
Thank you.
And
your time is now up.
Could I ask that Robert finish his thought?
Sure. Thank you. And then we opened at Bergamot. And you know what happened? We went to 40 art galleries. And then we did the Absolute LA International, and we became a sensation. Santa Monica became really an art center outside of New York City. But then, of course, things changed. And now we have 14 galleries in all of Santa Monica at Bergamot. And truthfully, if we don't get help from the city now, we're going to go back to the 6 galleries that we were in 1986. So you've heard my colleagues speak. You've really got to save the Ruskin Theater. You've got to save Building Bridges. You've got to save City Garage. And I think you really should save the art galleries. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Berman.
Transferring Rebecca Satare.
Rebecca Satare, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
I have been first of all, thank you very much for hearing my voice. I have been a Santa Monica Airport resident for about 10 years now, and as we all know, this past year until now has been a very difficult time, in particular as artists that rely on walk-in traffic and having shows with interaction of people to make sales, and on top of it, having new management that came in with 18th Street has been also adding to the difficulty. I have brought up a few times to the city and to Santa Monica Airport management that deferment doesn't really help, since later on we will have a large debt and weight over our shoulders to pay off. What was and is needed is a reduction of rent, or even better, forgiving the rent due to closures and inactivity of our studios. However, at this time, just 2 weeks ago, I have given up, and after trying so much, I gave up, and I gave my notice, and I'm sadly moving out, since no consideration for my situation was made possible. At this time, I ask if you can kindly pay me back a portion of my rent so I can put the money towards finding another studio, at least, would be much appreciated.
Thank you, Ms. Satari.
Thank you.
Transferring Marissa Cacciolio.
Marissa Cacciolio, you're in the meeting. Your time starts now.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Carter.
You turn down the meeting in the background because there's a delay, but you're in the meeting right now.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. Good evening. Thank you, City Council, Mrs. Mayor. My name is Marisa Caichiolo. I'm the founder and ED of Building Bridges Art Exchange. I want to be short. I'm very touched. I'm very moved today for the arts proclamation done by Tanya. She was really done that piece in front of the Rose River Memorial. The memorial that we worked day and night for the past 6 months with Building Bridges. We were the producers. I worked day and night together with the artists to really bring a project that was a healing project for the community of Santa Monica. We've been doing this for so long. We've been there for 10 years, touching everybody's life in silence, sometimes very quiet because we're a small nonprofit. We don't own the building, but we've been there working and supporting everybody. In the middle of the pandemic, we gave grants. We went out of our way to find grants of $1,000 each for local artists to have food and pay rent, a small nonprofit. We're doing this from all of our hearts and efforts. I really trust Santa Monica. We've been grantees in a very small scale from the city, but actually I believe in the city. 11 years ago, I convinced my entire board to move from downtown LA to Santa Monica, to the city of Santa Monica. And I don't regret it for a second. Since we moved with Building Bridges to Bergamo Station and the Museum of Santa Monica moved out, we've been kind of the core of Bergamo Station and really put all our efforts to bring the community together, to keep Bergamo Station alive together with the rest of the galleries, and giving all the effort with all our passion and our aim. I just want to say that my only wish is to stay in Santa Monica and to really save and heal the community together. And we need to give that opportunity to all the agents of change, all the galleries, and all the institutions and the nonprofits. Thank you so much. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Cacciotto.
So we have 5 more commenters in the meeting, and there are still 2 commenters, Joan Roby and Rupert Hitzik. We've invited you to interact live. If you look on the upper right-hand corner of your Blue Jeans window, on the hand icon, you'll see a check mark. Click on that, and then click on Interact Live, and then you'll be queued up, and we can unmute you when we get to your name.
Thanks, Corey.
Ohm Bleicher, you're in the meeting, and your time starts now.
Thank you. I'll speak for maybe a minute, and then if I could yield the rest of my time to Lois Lambert, if she's able to speak.
She has 2 minutes of her own, so you can speak for your 2 when she gets her 2.
Okay. So I was also filled with hope from the last meeting, and upset at the city staff report. I was surprised at the allocations that I thought were going to be put aside for city.
Mr. Bleicher, I'm sorry to interrupt you. It's hard. Your audio is cutting out. I see that you're on video. If you turn off your video, it'll save your bandwidth, and we might be able to hear you a little bit more clearly.
Okay. Is this better?
A little.
Better, yeah.
How's this? I'm just getting really close to the mic. Can you hear me?
Yes, that's better. Go ahead.
Okay. I was just surprised. I now know that it's more exploratory, but still the suggestions of allocating so much towards staffing, they could solve a lot of problems for the arts tenants and the city tenants in that report. It's very concerning, and I'm just concerned again about the cultural tenants of Santa Monica. So I'm hoping that tonight's suggestions to staff or allocation even better can be towards more talk of abatement for the cultural tenants. Because the way that the staff report is sort of set up now would not, it would mean closing a lot of great cultural resources for Santa Monica. I just want to say that, please bring back the hope that we had last time and keep art galleries and cultural institutions in Santa Monica alive. I appreciate you.
Thank you, Mr. Bleicher.
Lois Lambert, you're in the meeting and your time starts now.
Thank you. Wow. Good evening. My name is Lois Lambert of Lois Lambert Gallery, the Gallery of Functional Arts, and our gallery store under one roof. I am one of the founding galleries at Bergamot Station. Bergamot has been a significant arts and culture venue for 25 years. In order to continue our work, we need rent abatement for April, May, June, and July of 2020, and for half of the rent we were unable to pay from August 2020, continuing to the end of the year 2021. We will not survive without this rent abatement. For years, maintenance of the buildings at Bergamot were deferred. We lived through leaking roofs, broken floors, wearing coats and mittens during the winter because the buildings have no heat, and in the summer, imagine metal buildings with no air conditioning. Well, nothing has changed, except the rent and the loss of many galleries. The largest space at Bergamot has not been rented since Wayne left. My current total monthly rent is $7,004, consisting of $5,272 fixed rent and $1,732 CAM charges. Since December 31st, 2017, my total monthly rent has increased 27%, and my CAM charges have increased by 150%. These numbers are reflective for all the galleries. My sales for the second quarter of 2020 were down 95%. The third and fourth quarter were down more than 50%. We have all incurred large losses. Some of us have taken SBA loans just to keep afloat. In order to continue in business, we need rent abatement. You may ask, why should the council support an art center during a period of extreme financial hardship? My answer is that while art is always important, it is even more important when society is under stress. Now more than ever. Can I just finish my sentence, please?
Yes, please finish your sentence. Thank you.
Now more than ever, we need the healing and teaching power of the arts. The arts have a profound impact on the health of a community. The arts give a voice to the voiceless. And that's all.
Thank you, Ms. Lambert. Yes, Ms. Councilmember Parra.
Hi, Ms. Lambert. This is Christine. Thank you for your call tonight. I have a quick question for you. Is there hot water over there at the galleries right now?
Well, right now there's hot water in the women's bathroom. There's only really one main bathroom, okay, in the middle of the lot. And there is in the women, but not in the men's.
How long have you guys been without hot water?
Well, we were out. The women's bathroom didn't have hot water either until I got up in a meeting and said, why don't we have hot water? And the Worth group said to me, well, you never had it before. And I said, yes, we did. Even Wayne gave us hot water. So then the women's bathroom got hot water, but the men's did not.
Okay, so you're paying $1,700 a month for CAM. You have no hot water, and that's a health code violation.
But Christine, it's not
Yes, ma'am.
1,700. It's 7,000.
Right.
Can you hear me? You got it, right?
Yes. Thank you, Lois.
Okay. Now, one other thing is, Richard Cohn was on the docket tonight, and he hasn't been called.
There are other, I don't know whether he's still on, but if he is, he will be called, okay?
Okay. Yes.
Councilmember Brock?
Lois, I have a question for you. Before the pandemic, was the Lambert Gallery profitable?
No.
Let me change that. That's probably a bad question.
It's not quite.
What I'm trying to ascertain is, are you still sustainable if you only get the 3 months rent? And was the gallery viable before the pandemic?
Okay. So no, I cannot make it with only 3 months abated rent. And in the last year, a lot of us had a loss because our rents went up very high. So a lot of us added our own personal funds to support the gallery.
I know the Bergen ad hoc committee was trying to keep rents and CAM charges low. It sounds like we failed. Thank you.
The city council said that they would only raise our rent by the cost of living, which is fine. However, what Worth did is he separated the CAM charge from the rent. So the CAM charge is what brought my rent up to $7,000. It's 150% raise.
Thank you, Ms. Lambert.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Transferring Allison Hobble.
Allison Hobble, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
My rent up to $10,000.
Allison Hobble,
Hello.
you're in the meeting. Hello, go ahead.
Thank you. Hi, my name's Allison Hobble. I've been a Santa Monica resident for 20 years. I have 2 children who attend our Santa Monica public schools. This time last year, the city made significant cuts to programs that impact our kids. The CREST after-school sports program, after-school enrichment programs, playground access, cuts to field usage, library services, and crossing guards. You heard from many parents and students then who were upset about these programs being cut. Now that the budget for next year is being evaluated and our city has $29 million available from the ARP, you're looking at what programs can be restored, and you're listening to your constituents, as you should. And there are many in need right now. But I can predict that you've not yet heard from a lot from constituents, neither students nor parents, about these programs that are critical to our youth. But that's because our kids have not been back in school for a year. No one has been able to feel the loss of these programs because we haven't had the opportunity to miss them. Our children have been stuck at home on Zoom with no sports or after-school activities. This has impacted their mental and physical well-being. Now that they're finally going back in the next few weeks, our community will begin to realize what is missing, and parents will really feel it in the fall when their kids can't stay after school for supervision and fitness and enrichment programs are absent. Pre-COVID, we had 1,835 elementary school students enrolled in playground access. For CREST Sports, we had 1,182 elementary students and 433 middle schoolers participating. These are programs that allow any child, regardless of income or skill level, to participate and get equal play time. They are unique programs. Our school district does not have the resources to replace these programs next year. Please consider our kids, their mental health, their physical health, and their safety, and consider restoring these programs as part of our city's equitable and inclusive economic recovery. I personally would much rather see you replace $600,000 in CREST sports programs instead of replacing streetlights and adding staff to process development projects. and I am a resident who has only one intermittently working streetlight on my block. Thank you for all your service and commitment to our city and its residents.
Thank you, Ms. Havel.
Transferring William Turner.
William Turner, you're in the meeting. Your time starts now.
And I am a resident.
Thank you. My name is William Turner. Thank you, Mayor and Council. My name is William Turner, owner of William Turner Gallery at Bergamot Station. First, I want to thank Mike Myers for his exceptional leadership in advocating so passionately for all of the arts in Santa Monica. Let me begin by saying we all hope and believe that Santa Monica will set the national example of a city that truly gets and prioritizes the importance of its arts and culture. Last month, we were incredibly encouraged by Council's expression of support in working with Santa Monica's art galleries and arts nonprofits as we all try to recover. As to Bergamot Galleries, last July we proposed 4 months of rent abatement when we were required to be closed and our rents were deferred, and be allowed to continue with half rents through the rest of this year as we try to recover. The sentiments expressed by Council last month and since were incredibly encouraging and led us to believe that you understood our passion to survive and the value we all provide to Santa Monica, culturally and economically. The staff report recommendations are a body blow to these hopes in partnering with you to get through this together. We see no acknowledgement of our proposal and a payback schedule of deferred rents that compounds our rents at a time when we can least afford it, and is on a much more aggressive timeline than staff's own estimates that full recovery could take up to 4 years. Council, if Bergamot dies, a major arts destination, cultural, educational, and economic Santa Monica asset dies too. We implore Council to work with us as we try to recover. We can be an incredible resource in assisting the city's recovery. We very much want to survive this calamity and continue to contribute to Santa Monica's rich cultural legacy, but we need your help as well. As people have started to trickle back into our galleries, there is no greater confirmation about the worth of what we do than the looks on people's faces. Art truly does nourish the soul the way nature does. We are not a healthy society without either.
Thank you, Mr. Turner.
Thank you.
And this is our final caller. We still have 2 people who have not accepted our request to interact live.
Transferring Dominic Bay.
Dominic Bay, you're in the meeting. Your time starts now.
Good evening, City Council and City staff. My name is Dominic Bay, and I'm speaking tonight as the 1109 President representing our Santa Monica firefighters. On tonight's item, I want to take a moment to just reflect on the fact that we're debating how to spend funds opposed to this time last year when we were forced to make cuts, and I acknowledge that this is no accident, but rather due to the incredible and collective work of the council, staff, and community to get this to where we're at. The American Relief Plan Act funds are complex in scope with many worthy recipients. However, I do think it's important to identify where we're headed in the budget and identify areas where we know a restoration service will be needed. When our city was facing the greatest test, our firefighters who were unable to work from home, showing up every day amidst uncertainty, took an unprecedented step in taking a pay cut to protect services at a time when those services were needed more than ever. Yet we couldn't prevent all the cuts to service. With new relief funds on the table, we understand our fire department was prioritized, and thank you. We're not asking for salaries restored or major expansion, simply pointing to an opportunity to start down the path now in restoring our fire department to its full capabilities. We still have positions that remain vacant. We have 2 fire inspectors vacant, yet the business inspections never stopped, and they're increasing every day. We have a planned elimination of our operations chief, yet right now the command staff is planning for potential civil unrest and one of our busiest wildfire seasons once again on top of our daily operations. We have an assistant fire marshal as we deal with street vendors along the pier slated for elimination. Additionally, I know the city is pursuing a reduced training academy with lateral applicants which will add difficulty in achieving inclusion and diversity, creating a bigger workload.
Yes, Councilmember Para.
Hi, Dom. I have a couple of questions. First of all, can you please finish what you were saying about the cut in the academy?
Yeah, I was just saying that in reducing our pool of applicants from at large to just laterals, it becomes more difficult to achieve the inclusion and diversity goals that the city is setting out. Not impossible, but an added workload. And again, right, we're losing one of our top division chiefs. And so those tasks are going to be all the more difficult. One stat is that, right now the fire service is 8% represented by female firefighters. So that's what we'll have to choose from in seeking out female firefighters, as opposed to being able to interview applicants at large who are not currently firefighters.
Thank you. My second question is, since I have you on the line, one of the things that we're going to be discussing today has to do with the 4 pillars or priorities that City Council agreed upon regarding our homeless crisis. One of those was the low acuity crisis response unit, and then there was also a discussion about the LA County mental health vans. Can you explain to us the difference between the LA County mental health vans and the community resource unit?
Yeah, absolutely. So as you guys know, the CRU is a long time in the making, been reduced down from its original proposal, and it is a proven, tested resource that has shown great potential in making positive impacts with the homeless within the 911 system. The mental health vans, which I'm sure Lane has more information, much more than I do, but what I'm familiar with is the mental health vans in Los Angeles City, which again operate outside of the 911 system. As you guys know, a huge amount of our contacts with individuals experiencing mental health and homelessness happen within the 911 system. These calls don't show up as, hey, I'm passing by someone that maybe's having a mental health crisis. They often come in as, hey, there's a person down, unknown if they're conscious or breathing. So as you can imagine, you're not going to be sending a mental health van to that call, and it's a limited in its scope to respond as well as transport individuals contacted through the 911 system.
Okay, and so my understanding too, those mental health vans, the LA City ones, are they up and running yet? Because I understood that there was a delay.
To the best of my knowledge, the city is currently negotiating with bargaining groups that are impacted by the operations of the mental health vans, and they are not up and running yet. As you can imagine, there are challenges to housing these units, how they're going to interact with the 911 system, unless we're talking about mental health vans that are just going to be looking for people kind of cruising the streets and trying to interact with folks through different routes. But to my knowledge, they're not up and running at this time.
Great. Thank you.
Councilmember Brock.
So I have questions also about, I had heard about this program that was piloted in Santa Monica a couple of years ago, Community Resource Unit, which was composed of firefighters, I understand, without having to take out the engine. And so I have a question, a follow-up question about that unit and how would it work in Santa Monica? And second of all, how many homeless medical unit calls does the Santa Monica Fire Department answer each year?
Absolutely, Councilman Brock. We respond to approximately 20 to 25% of our medical calls can be homeless in nature, and they can be ranging from full-blown emergency incidents that require ALS 911 paramedic care to someone sleeping on the street. The challenge, and one of the things we learned with the CRU, is that this 911 interaction is a huge opportunity that is being missed right now, because as it stands right now, when I respond to a call for an individual experiencing homelessness, my only options are to transport them to the emergency room, where if they're not suffering from a true emergency, they'll be processed and released back onto the street. My other option is to leave them where they are, or give them a card to contact Ron Hooks. As you can imagine, for a homeless individual, organizing a conference call with Ron Hooks can be a challenge in itself. So we're missing a huge opportunity. What the CRU showed us, which was piloted with one of our captains, Captain Norris, was that when a unit that is focusing specifically on homelessness is introduced into the 911 response, whether that's with an engine to start or potentially looking at ways that they can respond independently to certain situations, they are able to mitigate that and kind of solve the problem that the homeless person is having, like an end-to-end customer experience. And they can use the resources that our city has available, whether it's Ron Hooks, whether it's transporting that person to Exodus in Culver City. Maybe they need to get to a shelter. There's a variety of problems, but the fire engine doesn't have the time to deal with those problems because, as you know, we remain in service for life-threatening emergencies and protection of property.
Well, my follow-up to that would be, if you transport a homeless person to Santa Monica Hospital for a minor medical issue that person is having, doesn't that engine have to stay with the victim until they're processed?
Correct. If they're following up with paramedic care, the engine has to stay with the patient until they're transferred over.
So to extrapolate that a drop further, my understanding is that sometimes your engines could be out of service in the hospital waiting for 1 to 3 hours, which means that you're not able to, get back to your station, get your firefighters who are working 24 hours a day rest if they need to, or they're not available to go to another call right then. So this would, the community resource unit would allow a quicker response and a more efficient response for the people in the city who need it, and help them get off the street, or am I going in the wrong direction?
This resource is going to interact with individuals experiencing homelessness in our city through the 911 system and be able to offer a wide variety of options to meet their, whatever their biggest problem is. Again, whether that's getting a hold of medications, getting transported to a mental health facility, getting to a shelter. In Ron Hook's case, sometimes individuals, they have a desire to get back home. They have the time, the expertise to do that, to connect those resources, and additionally, they have paramedic skill sets to be able to transport those people and arrive on scene. God forbid, right, that call for a person down isn't a person down, it's actually one of our joggers who is having a cardiac arrest. Will you have medics respond to that as well?
We have a long way to go tonight, but I want to thank you for your service to our community. Thank you, sir.
Thank you guys for everything you do. Appreciate the time.
Tom, before you hang up, I do have a question. And we've talked about this before, and I do want to know whether you have women in the fire department who can staff these teams you're sending out to these 911 calls.
Yes, Mayor Himmerich. We, as you know, our previous fire class, we've increased our female firefighters. And one of the things is, of course, it would be great to have them on the unit, but they also love being firefighters. And so, of course, we have right now 5 female firefighters. And so if we can find a volunteer, that would be great. Trying to force them onto the unit, I think it's also important to find individuals who are really passionate to be on this unit, who are going to integrate themselves with other homeless services in the city and really push this resource to its max potential.
Well, some of us don't agree that sending an all-male crew out to every call is an appropriate response. and I've made that clear. And Ron Hooks added a woman to his team because I said that to him.
Well, you know, Mayor Himmelrich, we will always put forth our best effort to make that happen and make sure it's a resource that is able to interact with all different types of people experiencing all kinds of emergencies. So you know that will always occur.
Thank you. And thanks, Dom.
Absolutely. Thank you guys for all your work. Much appreciated, and big thank you from all the firefighters to everyone. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so Joan Roby and Rupert Hitzik, last call. If you want to speak in the meeting, you'll need to click on the hand icon on the upper right-hand side of your Blue Jeans window, and then click Interact Live, and then you'll appear where I can unmute you.
Maybe they fell asleep.
I'm not sure. We've sent them multiple messages in various forms and have not heard back.
Then I really think we should proceed with council questions, and if they come back, then we can. Yes, Councilmember McEwen.
Assuming we're going on to council questions now.
We are.
Most of mine have to do with the arts, as did most of the testimony tonight. But first, let me just ask about the GSH money. I was very happy that this federal funding meant that we weren't going to have to dip into our affordable housing trust fund for a second year in a row. When do we anticipate, though, that we'll be able to pay back the money we borrowed last year? Do we have any timeline on that?
You know, as you know, our forecast is anticipating that we're going to be operating with a much lower capital budget and lower services, frankly, for a few more years until at least 24, 25. I would say maybe by 25, 26, we can start seeing some, solid recovery where we are going to be seeing some surpluses in our general fund, and we could potentially start paying back things like that, and also increasing our capital project funds.
Is that a commitment this council can make, or does that have to be made budget by whatever council is here at the time?
I would, potentially it might be something where we may want to say that when the general fund gets to a certain level, hits a certain milestone, we can consider making that repayment. And if we can come back to you with something, we're still working on our forecast. So maybe if we can come back to you as part of proposed budget with a solution, with a timeline.
I think a big theme tonight has been that everybody's looking for predictability in a very unpredictable time. And certainly our affordable housing program would benefit from having some commitment that money is going to be coming back. But that brings me to where the real issue seems to have been tonight, and that is the arts. And as a number of people noticed, we had from Tanya White, we opened the meeting tonight with this wonderful proclamation of Arts Month that was full of these tremendous whereases, but it never got to a now, therefore. So I'm going to try and get us to the now, therefore part of that celebration of the arts. And I want to give staff a chance to answer some of the issues brought up by people who called in, and still you tried a bit. But really, my first question is, are we facing a failure to allocate or a failure to communicate? I got the sense that maybe staff meant tonight's action to be an immediate indication of support out of the limited amount of money that we're talking about tonight, as compared to a larger indication of support that might come out of the budget as a whole. But it wasn't taken that way. So could you explain what the intent really was?
That is correct, Councilmember. The intent was to make an immediate abatement, to take some immediate measures to try to alleviate concerns, followed by the budget process, where you will be weighing all of the various items, and we will have a little bit more information about ARP, and particularly, for example, shuttered venues, which is to replace 45% 2019 revenue for arts groups. The reason we need that information, but I want to say it's a failure to communicate, but they are related. And I have to, for the sake of my successor, point out to you, the failure to communicate in part is that we are working around the clock with reduced resources. So I will tell you, I woke up on Saturday morning and saw the Santa Monica Daily Press. 7 a.m. I reached out to them and said, no one called us on this article. The reporting doesn't accurately reflect the staff report. Can we please get on top of, can we please have a conversation about this? Council members, all of the engagement, all of the budget process, dealing with the changing circumstances across COVID, they all take time. And we have been working with reduced staff throughout the pandemic with reduced time. You may very well want to make significant allocations to tenant recovery in addition to what we're advancing tonight. But as you heard from a parent in the school district and from your firefighters union, there are going to be a lot of competing concerns, and you're going to be in the same position I am, which is saying, I love the arts and I love the schools and I love our firefighters, but I don't have enough money, and it's exhausting. What I don't want is to make choices that send money where the federal government may already be providing the recovery we need, only for you to spend the next years. Remember, we're talking about a 2-year budget process that's lean the whole time, saying we don't have enough resources in X area or Y area. So our proposals were to provide some immediate relief and then to come back to you so that you can weigh all of the competing concerns.
Those of us who've been following the news know that there was a very real program with that performance-based website crashing, and I think we heard the frustration of that in the voices of some of the people who called. But there are programs, are there not, that will augment whatever we do? I mean, could you just sort of once again go through the fairly brief list of where other funding might come from? Because we can't do it all. You're right. We just can't. We just don't have the resources. But we do have to understand who's in the greatest need. I mean, a nonprofit theater on land that they rent from us, that is, to me, a pretty high priority. Some of the other things we've heard are high priority, but not maybe as high. And we also know that each of these different types of entities has access to different federal funding. So could you just sort of give us a quick version of the big picture?
Yes, so, and I may actually turn to Jennifer Taylor here, but we are currently assessing where the need is greatest and where really not only the struggle has been the greatest, but the need for survival is greatest. Landlords often work with tenants. We can continue to work with tenants. We know that the pier, for example, they have really struggled because of the closures. We also know that we're about to see a really busy pier, whereas the Ruskin is correct, it'll take a little bit longer for people to come back in. What we don't know, we've heard concerns about will we be able to access shuttered venue, et cetera. We need to make sure people will be able to access the federal funds. But let me turn to Jennifer to see if she wants to add there the ways in which we are trying to work with these tenants to understand where everyone's situation is, and then to balance how that plays against the many other competing needs that you have, and the desire to run arts grants programs and similar programs that will help a wide array of artists as well.
Thank you, Lane. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Jennifer Taylor, Economic Development Manager. Yeah, I just wanted to reiterate what was put forward tonight in Gigi's presentation was immediate support for what we heard loud and clear when we came to you last month about needing to support our nonprofit cultural arts groups and peer with immediate funding, and also to get support for them to help to access the myriad of federal, state, and regional programs coming up. So to that point, we know for sure the shuttered venue operators grant is going to be live in the next 2 weeks. There's a dedicated restaurant recovery grant that's federal funded. The county has some funding also for a restaurant grant. There's the Barstool Fund, which is for restaurants. The state has a California Rebuilding Fund that there's a lot that's coming on the pipeline. We also know from our tenants that many are just overwhelmed with what they're eligible for. And so for that matter, we've lined up a partnership with the El Camino College Small Business Development Center, where they have financial advisors who are dedicated, who will be working with our tenants one-on-one to help them identify which programs they qualify for and help them to apply for the funds. So Mike Myers had said something about, or someone had on the call previously about the city forcing them to attend a boot camp on how to run a theater. No, this is to help them access funding and provide support. We also have a partnership we've just entered with a Pepperdine Disaster Clinic to help all city businesses, including our tenants, with working with their insurance companies on insurance claims to help cover some disaster relief, as well as actually physically writing grants to help them. So I think we have a good shot at helping our businesses get some additional much needed support. And then we can use that then to evaluate, because we are coming back to you to look at, we've heard about, we have on our marching orders to evaluate the Pier 665 request. We've had, I've been taking notes on the different requests we've heard from the Bergamot tenants and from the Ruskin Theater and some of the airport tenants. And we need to work with the different funds and also some of the other partners. I'll just mention that the Worth Group offered that they are putting in funds to help with the two nonprofits at Bergamot to match the city's funds. So those are the types of things we're trying to look at. Obviously, we'd be working with our Cultural Affairs Department to help craft some programs specific to our cultural arts organizations, just to help them not just for this year or next year, but over many years to come. We know this is a long time recovery and working to support how we can be most effective.
Now that we're on the verge of reopening, people really have to consider, hey, do I have the resources to go through what it's going to take to be able to actually reopen the doors months from now and keep my finances going in the meantime? And I don't think any of us really anticipated the news yesterday that ArcLight Theaters was going to close down all of their venues. And I mean, these nonprofit live performance theaters are facing even more dire situations. Is there anything we can do to give them some assurance up front? I mean, I heard tonight somebody suggest that we say we'll do the rent abatement now. You're guaranteed that. We'll get the money back later when you get the other grants. Is that kind of front loading possible for a city to do, given that, we can't make money, we have to just disperse what we get?
I'll take a stab, and Gigi and Lane may want to add in too. I certainly, our nonprofit theaters are definitely among the hardest hit of all of our tenants, because as they've stated under the county safer at home orders, that they have been required to be closed for over a year now. And so I think certainly your actions last month, where you approved the extension of the commercial eviction moratorium program for city tenants, that definitely helps. I mean, you could direct to extend that specific to the nonprofit theaters through the end of this year, for example, just so that they don't have the concern and pressure that they all of a sudden have to start paying rent when they're just trying to reopen. Pretty much all of our other tenants are all reopened and have been for many months now. Different levels, not fully. I mean, they'll all, I know many on the call now will be saying, they're only partially in there. But so we could certainly at least relieve some of the pressure. Potentially, you could earmark some additional funds that maybe would be subject to staff and for the arts groups. But I really do think we need to evaluate what the comprehensive package is, including the federal relief funds, so that we can help to access all.
Well, let me turn to Lane and Gigi then. Could we do that tonight? Could we allocate more to these nonprofit performance arts venues that have been totally shut down by the pandemic Or would that mean that something else that you're asking us to do would have to be cut significantly? I mean, this is future income. It's not money out of pocket. So how much flexibility do we have?
Gigi, can you take the first stab at that, and then I'll jump in after you if necessary?
Sure. So as I mentioned in the presentation, we are setting aside, the 5.86 is a dedication towards economic recovery. Any money that we wouldn't be spending this year on economic recovery, we're actually going to set aside, as we always do. When we say we're going to set aside funds, we set it aside in our fund balance in a separate assignment, because we make that commitment to you. So once we do that, there could be some money that, as we've talked about today, we're considering fee discounts. We're considering a grant program for nonprofits so that they can do citywide events. So we have some ideas about ways that we can start spreading out the money, and that would be part of the proposed budget. We have some money left over that is not programmed, and potentially, and that was going to be the money that we were going to come back potentially in the summer when the economic development team had a little bit more time to assess things and work with people and see how we could program that money. If we do anything more now, it means that pot of money gets smaller. Or it means, which is fine, it's unprogrammed right now, or it could mean that we would be putting aside less money for fee discounts, like outdoor dining license discounts or something like that. So obviously it's a finite amount of money, so it does, take away from potentially later.
All right, so what if tonight, for the nonprofit performance venues that have been 100% closed since the beginning of the pandemic, we were to say instead of 3 months rent abatement, it'll be 12 months or 9 months? I mean, how much apple cart would we be upsetting if we were to do that tonight? And to give them some justification for taking the initiative to be able to reopen again so we don't lose them.
Part of the concern with our nonprofits is that we're dealing with other enterprise funds, and we have to make sure that those funds we would have to negotiate with them to make sure that we can do that. We have our Big Blue Bus Fund, and we have to be careful with that funding. Potentially we would, the money that we have, the abatements that we have offered tonight, the Big Blue Bus Fund can take a portion of. If we go way beyond that, that is going to be more rescue plan money potentially. And so we need a little bit more time. And Jennifer, I don't know if there's anything, it's more of I don't know that the abatements impact too much our current agreements, right? It's more about the deferred rents. So,
yeah, I just said my only other caution with the abatements, particularly for Ruskin, is because it's the airport fund, then we run into issues with the FAA and the consent decree. So that's where we just need to work with our city attorney's office just to help. We packaged tonight the two nonprofits at the airport included an aviation tenant as well as the Ruskin to help to address some consent decree issues. So we just need to, and we might have some other ways we can work with Ruskin to help provide some support that may not be an abatement, but may kind of come to the same. We'll provide some help still in a different form that might save us trouble from FAA.
Well, separately, in other discussions, because I have been thinking about this for a while, I've seen documents that the FAA is giving the local airports pretty good latitude on rent adjustments because of the pandemic. I'd like to hear more back from staff about what is possible. And meanwhile, I'm sure other council members have questions, but that'll do it for me for now.
Councilmember Davis, then Councilmember McCowan, then Councilmember Brock, and then Councilmember Parra. Okay. And we're just doing questions now, right? I want to make sure I don't. Yes, we're in questions. So I can reserve time for comment later. Okay, so I guess let's start with the arts funding generally. I understand, I guess, that the idea was to give 3 months tonight and then help our nonprofits and our other tenants apply for all these grants. But I guess my question is, what happens? We all know that there are 1 million nonprofits and for-profits applying for arts grants and shuttered venue grants and things like that. And I don't have a good enough sense to know that everyone who applies is going to get money, or if everyone who applies is going to get enough money to stay afloat. So my question is, if we give 3 months rent abatement tonight, and when do we know how much money these venues, both for-profit and non-profit, are going to get? And then when we find out, which I think we probably will, that it's probably not enough to keep them open, where's the money to then supplement that?
Gigi, do you want to answer that, or do you want me to? So we do expect Department of Treasury is rolling out regulations. I think we have a meeting through National League of Cities on Thursday with the Deputy Secretary for all cities to learn more about exactly how this is going to roll out, how people will access. I think we have money still set aside. So I think the thing. So when we come back for economic recovery in the budget, we have, as part of ARP, an additional, and I apologize, I'm having an internet problem, an additional 2.57 million to be programmed as part of the proposed biennial budget that would assist with small business and nonprofit economic recovery. So we're not relying on them to get grants. We can add additional rent relief from that pot of money in the biennial budget process.
So that's 2.5 million out of the American Recovery Act funds that we're not spending? Because I thought that we were spending that on just other. As I read it, it said to be programmed. And it talked about additional rent relief, which is good, but it also talked discount on fees for impacted businesses, grants to nonprofits, for citywide events, formation of a peer business improvement district, and projects to simplify and streamline the city's leasing, permitting, and events processes. So do we have any sense about what portion of that 2.5 million, if we do all those things, will be left over for additional rent relief?
It's about $1 million. And again, that's assuming. It depends on how much. It could be more than that, or less than that, depending on how much you choose to give businesses as fee discounts when you bring the fee study.
And how? So let's say $1 million, because that's a round number. What kind of rent relief is that? What we're talking about? I mean, is that 3 additional months? So as we sit here tonight, we're relatively sure we can give 6 months rent abatement. Is it 1 month's rent abatement? Is it 9 months? I'm just trying to get the sense, because we have nonprofits who, are living, we're in the year of living dangerously, and a lot of them are just going to shut her up and go home, because they just can't hang on and continue to pay people and try and do the right thing. But they have to have some certainty, as Councilmember McEwen pointed out. So I'm trying to figure out what level of certainty we can offer them tonight, or does it make sense to not program all these relief funds tonight and wait and see what they get and then fill in around it, which was honestly, from our discussion last month, was what I thought we were going to do. But so what can we do with that $1 million?
So I can just add that from tonight, what was put in front of you for the initial, the 3 months abatements for the pier and beach tenants and the 4 cultural nonprofit tenants, that's about $640,000 for those. So if you were to say we want to do an additional 3 months, all of them, that's roughly what it would cost. That would not include anything for, additional tenants like the Bergamot galleries or those would be additional, or other city tenants who also desperately need help that are not included right now in the initial 3-month abatement. I think that the intent for the $2.5 million for the broader package of things, I mean, we listed things where we knew both would provide direct support to our businesses, our city tenants, as well as things that are going to necessary for their lasting economic recovery. So that does tie into city services and programs to support, including things like the peer bid, which would help to create sustainable revenue streams for operations for Safe and Clean and ambassadors. But those are all things we can flesh out further.
Well, right. Okay, so let's talk about, so I want to ask one question, then I want to talk about the peer bid. So you're saying the 3 months rent abatement is $640,000. So if we wanted to do 6 months rent abatement tonight, we'd have to find another $640,000. Is that right?
That's correct.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, that's helpful. So let's talk about the peer bid. Bids typically require the businesses to pay in to get services out, correct? And what we're talking about is doing a bid similar to, the Pico bid or the Main Street merchants at the pier, correct?
So this effort was underway before COVID. We had progressed it pretty far along. It was a combination of a pier and beach hybrid bid / PBAD. So it would be a combination of an assessment district tied to property owners, including the city, along with the merchants as well. And so the idea is that would help to earmark funding to help support pier operations, pier events, Safe and Clean. A lot of services that DTSM does within the downtown area of additional supplemental services. We were pretty far along in getting approval for the pier bid before COVID, and then obviously got put on hold. We've heard from many of our peer tenants that there's definitely the desire to continue to pursue it, although there's obviously the question is when would be the right time for when our businesses could afford to help pay for it. So we're realistic that this would be several years out.
Well, right. So I guess that's my question is, I understand we were doing the work pre-COVID. What I'm hearing from peer tenants is they might close. So I don't understand why we're allocating money for something that they can't. And I hear we don't have any money. So the city doesn't have any money. The peer tenants don't have any money. Why are we talking about forming a group that's going to be dependent on two groups that don't have any money paying in money?
Because it's over the next 2.5 fiscal years, and it's to bring it back on track to start moving it forward. So the idea is that we need to start doing some work in the next 2 years to get the peer bid up and running in a 5-year-ish time frame. So this is just something identified as potential for funding for consideration in the future.
Okay. And I have a few more questions. So we had the $5 million related to Pier and Beach Fund, and I'm a little unclear, so I just want to clear it up. Is that to fill deficits we've already run up, or is that anticipating future losses at the pier and the beach, or both?
It could be both. It's right now we know that there are going to be losses for this year. We were hoping that our own shutdown reserve would be able to cover them, but because we would prefer to set aside some money right now to make sure that we can, make sure that those funds are stable. We'll have a better idea and we'll see how they're doing next year, and potentially next mid-year, next January, we would be able to report to you on, whether we may continue to need some of those contingency funds for the pier and the beach. I think we'll be fine in the general, with the COVID related costs that we talked about in the general fund. But it is, right now we're thinking that we may need a portion of it this year, and we'd like to just set something aside to make sure that we don't need it next year.
Okay. So let's talk about the 3 planning positions. I know what their titles are. What are those 3 people supposedly going to do?
So, Councilmember, I can let Ariel address that. We are experiencing delays in permitting. We cut a number of positions there, and we have run a Moss Adams report. Our audit committee has authorized a report through Moss Adams on ways we can improve our permitting process. Those 3 positions are intended both to help us through the backlog with respect to permitting, reduce the delays, and also free up some time to be able to improve the processes overall. It is a fraction of the positions we cut. The reason we put those in for now is just that we know our businesses are asking for that, and we could, if you like that idea and you approve it tonight, we can hire them now instead of waiting until July. But you don't have to. There's obviously a lot of concern over that. I do think those are positions that you need. I do think those will help our economic recovery. But if you don't want to make the decision tonight, you want to wait till the biennial, it's just a question of when the hires are made to support those processes. So you do not have to make that decision tonight. And I can let Ariel go more into the details if you'd like.
Yeah, my curiosity is really, are all 3 positions 100% related to permitting?
Good evening, Council. Mayor, Council, and staff. This is Ariel Sakaris, Building and Safety Division Manager. 2 of the positions are in Building and Safety, and 1 is within Planning. 1 position is a permit specialist. The second is a senior plan check engineer. And the third is an associate planner in planning. As I'm sure Council's aware, the staff cuts from last year did have a significant impact on the processing of building permits. In the interest of time, I won't get into the relationship between development permits and economic recovery. I think that connection is clear for now, but one thing that is clear is that we are in a hole, and with the added workload of work moving entirely online during the pandemic, it has moved counter work online, which has in turn increased the workload of the permit processing staff, specifically the permit specialists. And in that has severely limited their capability, if even their ability at all, to satisfactorily respond to inquiries and status requests from applicants. Tasks that used to take 2 to 3 days from a permit specialist at the initial application submittal stage are now taking upwards of 2 to 3 weeks, sometimes more. And the only way to not continue to keep digging ourselves further down that hole is to, in my opinion, to bring on another permit specialist staff. The plan check engineer position is simply to replenish another position within a group that is depleted. We have 4 building and safety plan check staff members. 2 of them are expected to staff the counter, which would then leave only 2 left to carry the bulk of plan review responsibilities for all projects within the city. And my last point that I'll make is with discussions about reopening now happening, we are going to move forward with a phased reopening approach where we want to continue to offer virtual services in addition to the typical physical counter services that most people or most customers are familiar with. And that is going to apply an even larger burden on staff because now we are going to be staffing 2 counters. We're going to be staffing the virtual service counters as well as the public counters on top of all the plan check and permit workload that comes into the city. That's a little bit of a background and it's probably more context than you wanted.
Well, no, that's actually exactly what I was looking for. I guess what I'm not understanding is why does virtual work take longer? Can someone explain that to me?
Sure. Yeah, we pivoted relatively quickly after the closure of City Hall to move all of our counter operations online. And what that does is that takes a process that wasn't a part of our plan check process before, or in other words, wasn't digital before because it was all done at the counter and was paper-based, and moves it entirely into our online forum. Our permit specialist workload right now is upwards. Each permit specialist has active tasks in the numbers of 300 to 400 projects right now in our plan check system. So it's the shift of we weren't able to accommodate an over-the-counter permit in any other fashion other than requiring an applicant to submit it online. And by submitting it online, that requires processing by a permit specialist and plan review staff.
Okay. I think I understand.
Lee, may I ask a follow-up to that?
Sure.
So, Ariel, I did speak to the auditors today, and am I correct that that part of the problem is that we aren't automated at all in inputting the permits, that the permit specialists actually have to take the data off of the papers that are submitted and re-input it into our system?
There are a number of inefficiencies, yes. The short answer to your question is yes. There are several inefficiencies to our process that require duplicate inputs, redundancies, applicants to fill out a paper form, and then to enter the information again online, only to have to be entered again by a permit specialist. And if I am correct, also part of the request tonight includes some money that could go towards some upgrades to our permitting system that could alleviate some of these inefficiencies.
So, Council, that is part of the long-term vision here, is that we need these positions in order to be able to upgrade those systems without creating further delays for the permitting, because somebody has to work with, even if we bring in a new software, even if we bring in new technology, our people have to work to get that system up and running and to make it work with our processes. They can't do that and have this permit backlog at the same time. The permit backlog will get worse, which is unacceptable.
And can we use, this was my question, do we need to hire full-time, fully loaded people to come back up to speed, or can we do that on a contract or temporary basis?
We cannot do it on a contract basis under labor agreements, and I'm not sure that it would work in any event. I know we did discuss whether it could be limited term. Gigi, can you answer that for me? I know we've had that conversation.
Yes, so in this case, these positions are actually needed on a permanent basis. This is a gap that we have, and limited term is not gonna, we're gonna need these additional positions in the long run. Any additional, if we do need more help to try to figure out how we can potentially change our processes, change our policies in any way, take a look at our code, we may actually at that point need some additional limited term positions. Again, a lot of these issues are come from the fact that because of our labor agreements, we cannot contract out this work. Also, there's a lot of very and Ariel and Jing can speak to this, but there's a lot of very complicated interpretation of the code and, you know, understanding the different elements of the code when you're doing plan check. And having someone come in, it takes, I believe, at least 3 months for them to understand how our code works, how the system works, and then, you know, they're out a few months later. So it gets tough to look at limited term. But really, the most important piece is these people are not a limited term type of, are needed more than on a limited term basis.
But can I ask I guess my question is, it sounds like a problem that pre-existed COVID. I mean, you're describing to me a system that if it existed before COVID, we should have shot ourselves in the head then. So I guess I'm sort of curious. I feel, well, that's a comment. I won't ask a question. But is it true? I mean, it sounds like this was a problem that pre-existed COVID.
Yes.
But we eliminated 26% of the positions in the prior planning and community development division. So that's 23 out of 88 positions that were eliminated. So it was a problem that existed pre-COVID, but in economic recovery, and given that we didn't have money before, now you have a limited amount of money. We think we really need a couple of these positions back. We just don't think we have enough, quite honestly, the community's needs.
Okay, and then this is my last question, I promise. So on these positions, I want to understand the funding, because so how much money do we need if we're going to fund these 3 positions out of the total $29 million? How much are they going to eat?
We anticipate that the positions and some software upgrades that would go with it are about $438,000 a year. And then if we multiply that times the years that we needed until the revenues can take over, it becomes $1.89 million.
And that's for the 3 positions and the software upgrade.
That's correct. As we have more information about what the software upgrade is going to cost, and, you know, we start the process, we may be able to, you know, maybe lower that amount. But not by much.
So I want to go back. You had that pie chart, and there was an $11 million figure for staffing. Yeah. Is that then?
That is the $3 million. So we have $3 million in ongoing costs that we would like to add to the budget starting next year. It's $3 million. Then it's, you know, $3 million plus whatever escalation, cost of, you know, CPI type of, consumer price index type increases each year until fiscal year 24-25 would be the last time that we would be infusing our general fund with this rescue plan money. So if you take $3 million and put it through for 3.5 years with escalation, it's about $11 million. It's $11.1 million. That is separate from these planning positions.
Okay, so the planning positions are over and above that $11 million for ongoing restorations.
Yes.
Okay. I think I understand, but if I don't, when I make comments, you'll correct me. Thanks.
So now I forget the order. Do you guys remember? Who was it? Kristen? Were you next? Okay.
Yeah. So I'm going to apologize in advance for the fact that it's after midnight. I've had a headache for hours, and I am trying to organize my questions, but I'm thoroughly confused at this point. So I'll just start where Gleam left off and work backwards. So you said $1.89 million to support faster permitting processes over 4 years to be programmed as part of the FY21 to 2023 biennial budget. So what is the extra? Because in our staff report, it's a bullet point for $4.72 million, $0.255 in one-time funds, and the addition of 3 full-time equivalent positions. then and 2.57 in one-time funds and 1.89 million to support faster permitting processes. But I think you just said that the 1.89 was the total. So I'm going to be 4.72 the total to accommodate those 3 full-time positions and the faster processes, or is it 1.89?
It's 1.89. The 4.72 was just a way of us trying to talk about the 5.86 in economic recovery was broken out as 1.14 for rent relief for our own tenants and those rent relief and rent freezes over time. 4.72 for the broader business community. Within that 4.72, we have those two, the small business and events grants and support. Then we have that 2.57 million for a lot of different things that we could be doing that we're going to program as part of the proposed budget. And in addition, we have $1.89 million out of that 4.72 for the permitting positions, plus some systems upgrades over several years.
So the 2.57 in one-time funds is for what exactly?
We could use it on a lot of different things. One of the things that we, anticipate that we would use it for would be additional rent relief for our tenants. Lane, it looks like you want to speak.
Yeah, let me jump in there. So 2.57 million in one-time funds for economic recovery, you would see come back to you in the proposed biennial budget with proposals for how it can be spent. We've given you some examples, but basically in the proposed biennial budget, you would see it come back to you with 2.57 million in one-time uses.
Okay, so yeah, I think then, I don't know, maybe it's just me, that you can understand how that bullet point was confusing because like a lot of it speaks to permit stuff, and then there's this random 2.57 million in one-time funds, but it's all in a bullet point about permit process development and full-time equivalent positions. And then after the parenthetical statement, it says to support equitable and inclusive economic recovery. And I could not wrap my head around how the permit process updates supported equitable and inclusive economic recovery. So that was really confusing.
Well, so I do actually, Councilmember, want to address that. We do think that the permitting is part of supporting equitable and inclusive economic recovery because when our processes are cumbersome and slow, it's expensive for people and it's expensive for small business owners in particular. So that is why we do think that is related there.
Okay, and I hear that. I mean, we hear that complaint all the time, right? It takes forever to get anything done in Santa Monica. Unfortunately. And I'm not done, Councilmember Dale, but almost. So on this rent abatement, I'm confused because, and again, maybe it's because there's been deficit spending already happening in our budget process, and I feel like that's what our businesses are all doing, right? That's like everything they're doing is spending money they don't have to try to get by in this pandemic. But so it would seem to me that like the feds are going to give us this money, some of it in May and some to come later. And that's like cash. And we're able to then use that money in our budget right now and to plan over the next 2 years. But the rent abatement is not actually money that's going out to anyone. It's just us being able to fill some of this deficit spending that's already been happening based on the fact that we know we're not getting revenue in. Is that, am I understanding this correctly? And again, I apologize for being so incoherent at this late hour.
So I can speak to this. What the rent abatement is going to do is it's basically it's going to go into our balance sheet, and what is a receivable, now I'm going to make it really interesting after midnight, but it's accounting speak, right? What's a receivable, we'll be able to, switch it out and we're going to have cash instead. So when you look at our deficits right now in Pier and Beach, deferred revenue, deferred rents are not causing that. That's just a cash flow issue. The way that we are showing it in the fund balances, that's if people are deferring rent, it is not showing it as a loss of revenue. We are showing it as if the revenue is there. So it's not going to make those funds actually, look better. It's just going to make sure that, it just changes a receivable into cash.
So isn't there potentially once and this is sort of the bigger problem of I feel like we're playing poker with half a deck here because we don't know what the budget looks like, and so it's kind of hard to do this not knowing all the facts that'll be coming to us in a month. But so it would seem that by granting what's being requested, the 6 months of rent abatement with both the peer, and then on the arts and cultural folks, that we would then at least know what we're dealing, and then determining whether it's a longer term repayment plan, we at least then know exactly what we're dealing with. And then we just do everything based on that. And it's just more certain. And then the influx of cash that's coming in goes right back into our sort of operations, and we use it now, and we cross our fingers and hope. I know we can't base budgets on that, but that our revenues actually really pick up, and that we're able to supplement some of this in the mid-year or, down the road. I mean, I guess I feel like the situation we were in a year or so ago when you all had to make some really difficult budget decisions, I feel like everyone can agree we're in a slightly better place than we were then. And we've managed to survive, a pretty austere year, right? And so it's really hard for me tonight, and I'll form this as a question, to make some of these determinations without all the full picture, because I am worried, like some of the folks that raised other concerns in other issue areas. And so how are you guys, and maybe it's different because you have the information on our current forecasts and projections and what it's looked like over the last month in revenue and other things that we don't have. What do you all hope that we actually do tonight?
Gigi, can we put on the screen the actual approvals that we're trying to get tonight? I think what we are looking for, well, is that possible, Gigi? I think we have it maybe in the last slide.
Yeah, I mean, I have it in the staff report. I know what the asks were. I guess just after all of this hours of discussion, I feel like it's changed.
You give me a second, I'll pull up the PowerPoint. I'm sorry. Actually, Oscar, are you on? Maybe Oscar can put it on.
Yes, I'm on.
I'm sorry, Oscar Santiago, our budget manager.
Oscar, it's his turn.
Okay. Oscar, can you go to let me tell you which slide. Sorry. Go towards the end.
I think that's the one.
Yeah, there it is. You got it. Yes.
So this is what we're looking for tonight in terms of immediate budget approvals, and then we can turn to the rent abatement. And like I said, our goal with permitting and planning was just to move faster, but if that's not where you want to be, then you could strike that one. We're also hoping to get direction from you on GSH, because that will help with our budget planning. And then Oscar, if you can go to the next slide. This is what we had proposed for rent abatement right now, recognizing that you could do further rent abatement as after we come back to you with additional information as part of the biennial budget process.
Okay, thanks. That's helpful, and I think everyone appreciated that clarification on this being 3 months right now, and that you guys are building into the biennial something more. And then the last thing is regarding the permitting, folks. Can a contract be used just for the purpose of creating the efficiencies and then hiring based on a more efficient system that already exists, that will already exist?
So I want to be careful here because it's labor relations and I don't want to over. They'll stop me. We certainly believe that we can run a Moss Adams audit report, which we have already done, on how we can improve our processes and make them better. We do also believe that we can bring in, we can improve our software programs, which quite frankly are just outdated. And so those are things that don't actually require contracting out. We're not hiring contractors to do anyone else's prior work. Those are things that we think will dramatically improve our processes and give us a sense of what we're able to do in more limited times. George, correct me if I stated anything wrong there, but that's not hiring contractors to actually do the work that people previously did who worked for us.
That's correct.
So
those systems.
So it sounds like we can basically fund creating more efficient systems without doing the full funding to hire staff in advance of the system becoming more efficient. Okay. All right. Thank you.
It was either Oscar or Phil. I don't know which one.
Well, really quick, because it's late, and I just want to, I appreciate staff bringing the recommendations forward, and there's a lot of good ideas right there. I just want to make an appeal to the funding of playground access and CREST. We have young people that are getting back into school. They're going to need a lot of support. A lot of young people have, our youth have fallen behind. And so we need to do all that we can to support our youth. So we can restore that funding, or work in partnership also with the school district to see how we can, put some funding together to make that happen. I think that would be a great investment. The other thing, restoring the funding to the neighborhood associations, it's a $40,000 allocation. It's not a lot of money, but it's a very important gesture for the neighborhood groups that are, the lifeblood of our democracy. And and then really kind of, I just want to advocate for the essential services, supporting our residents.
Oscar, Councilmember Delatorre, we're in questions.
Okay.
Yeah. But you're so far along.
How can we restore funding for the neighborhood groups, CREST, playground access, and
I think that happens in June, right?
Yeah. Or how are we going to make a decision on this today? That's the number one question.
So let's get through the questions. Phil, do you have a question?
I have a few, and I think I'm going to start and with the beginning. I thought we were discussing the nonprofits, art galleries, pier, and airport in June. That's what I thought we agreed on last meet. Another council member intimated that a little while ago. But I'm really frustrated with the last 2 hours. And I don't really understand why we came back tonight. And secondly, I have and Gigi, you can help me with this, or Lane, because that's the first part, is why are we here? And then secondly, we're receiving federal funding. Shouldn't we be looking at that money in conjunction with the budget rather than piecemealing different things, it doesn't seem fair or equitable. And then I'll go into questions because I know I just made a statement. I apologize. But Lane or Gigi, if you could answer my first two statements, questions, that would be helpful.
Yes, we can. Councilmember, yes, you can defer. There's some, we can put the slide up again. There's some immediate things we recommend you fund as part of this year's budget. And so that's part of the reason we're here tonight. There are some small things that we think can make a difference right now. The other reason we're here tonight is in designing the budget. We wanted to get your views on GSH, and you had already provided views that you wanted a certain amount of money to be devoted to economic recovery, and we wanted to start showing what that looks like. But you do not have to make those decisions tonight. We can defer all of the rent abatement questions, having heard your comments tonight, if you prefer to do that. We were looking to provide immediate relief, but we can defer all of that and just do the small things that were for this fiscal year that Gigi had up. Get your views on GSH and come back to you with a proposed budget and meet in June.
Okay.
And if I can add one more thing to what Lane is saying, another important reason why we're here is because we are setting aside $3 million in ongoing funds, and that's an important piece of us shaping the budget for next year. So we needed to make sure that the council was okay with us setting aside $11 million of the $29 million.
Now you just confused me, Gigi, because I heard $3 million, and then all of a sudden we had $3 million we could spend now off this budget, but then there was $11 million. So I'm sorry, I just got confused. Can you repeat that? And maybe thank God for me, I was not an economics major.
So in order for us to be able to put some money towards ongoing services right now until our revenues recover, our library is operating at a very, it's closed, curbside only, things like that. If we want to be able to reopen our facilities, we need some ongoing funds. $3 million in next year's budget would help us take care of these things. But because we're not going to see our revenues recover for 4 years, we need to keep putting in about $3 million of rescue plan money for 4 years.
Okay, and that $3 million specifically was, you had a plan for those libraries, and what else?
Those were our examples. That was not necessarily, we were saying that it's those types of things.
Okay, so I have a series of questions. The Affordable Housing Fund, and Councilmember McEwen touched on this an hour ago or so. And I'm confused by that. The taxpayers paid that money in and willingly gave us that half cent for affordable housing. And yet we've taken this year's money out of that. The Affordable Housing Fund technically right now is zeroed out. We're saying we'll take the funds from 2021, 2022, put it back in the fund, but we're going to continue to pay back. We're sort of like being a peer tenant where they want to pay back over 3 or 4 years. So my question is, what are we doing about the funding from 2020 to 21 or 1920 that was taken out of the fund? If we have a commitment as a city to affordable housing, how can we say we're going to raid that fund for the next 3 or 4 years? I don't really understand.
Well, so
is that or what am I missing?
So the Housing Trust Fund is not zeroed out. This is just an amount that we put in to the Housing Trust Fund from Measure GSH.
Right.
The council authorized us to suspend the payment of this current year, the 2021 payment of, a quarter of the sales tax.
How much was that? What's the dollar amount?
It was about $5.4 million because remember, sales taxes went down, so it's a smaller amount.
That $5.4 million went into our budget, But instead of paying it back right now, we're saying we want to keep using it, but yet we want to spend money on planning and we want to spend money on other things. It doesn't make sense to me because the voters voted for that. They expected us to be financially responsible, I thought.
Councilmember,
what is the quickest we can pay that back? What is the quickest we can get that into the fund?
So, Phil, as somebody who paid, I'm sorry, may I say something? As somebody who actually was a sponsor of that ballot measure, I can say, and my husband said tonight on the phone, that he would like, I mean, it would be nice to have a commitment to pay it back at some point in time, but we aren't pressing for it this year or next year until we're happy to get just what we're getting that year, but get the stuff that was not paid in 2021 back at some point when we're able to do it comfortably.
What would that amount, that $5.4 million paid for, if it had been added to the fund as normal?
I don't believe we have Andy Agel on the call. The balance of the fund is not zero. Indeed, we received $2.2 million in HUD affordable housing to address homelessness funds directly from the ARP that will go into that fund. Gigi might be able to answer questions. If you wanted to pay that back right now, you would take that amount from ARP one time, and instead of the amount we proposed, you would multiply that times 2, which would leave you with less ARP funds to provide services and address city tenants and other things.
Do we have any? So I guess I'm still asking, by removing that money temporarily, does that impact affordable housing or POD or the ability to have another homeless temporary housing center or anything like that? I guess maybe I'm not clear on what the money's used for. That's what I'm asked for.
Andy would be a better person. Do you want to go ahead there, Gigi?
I can try. I've talked to Andy about this, and I think the 1-year suspension is not impacting our ability to do the work that we need to do. We have had some additional funds come in, as Lane said. We've had some additional grant funds come in. We have had some successor agency loans.
You froze, Gigi. Sue?
So I know what she's going to say, Phil. We got a couple of loans of probably total, I want to say $8 or $9 million in addition to the 2.2. So we do have money in that.
And it's not impacting any expenses we would utilize the money for over the next, let's say, 24 months.
Well, of course it, if you don't have it, those are loans you can't make. But we did get these other grants, so that's a good thing. That sort of backfilled it. So we aren't in a crisis mode.
Okay, it just seems sketchy to me. Bergamot tenants. So at the end, we're not providing any rent relief for the art galleries, correct? Or are we?
Currently, you're providing, per the last months, you're providing rent relief in the form of extended rent rent deferment. So you're allowing all the city tenants that are part of the rent deferment program, which includes all the Bergamot galleries, to continue to pay just half their rent unless they've been required to still be closed for the next 3 months. And then you've extended their repayment period through the end of next year, through June.
And we can revisit that again, or is that a final settlement? Because that's the part I thought we were visiting in June.
Yeah, well, certainly, we'd welcome any direction but the Economic Development team will evaluate what we've heard tonight and also what we heard last month regarding the different impacts to the funds and also on the level of need, including for our Bergamot tenants. So we will include evaluation of, I've written down here that the combination of a 3 to 4 month abatement is one of the considerations, and/or some temporary rent reduction, which we'll consider.
I think they're going to need both to survive. And we're down to 14 galleries and nonprofits. I mean, what else can we do to help them? If we're taking up this issue tonight, what else do we need to do to help those 14 tenants?
I'm not sure we're down to 14. I think we have we have up high 20s, but yeah, we've just had a couple that have left. We'll work with them. I mean, there's a hardship basis. I mean, they would need to provide evidence of hardship, which it sounds like many will have no problem doing that. We're definitely empathetic to this has been impactful to everyone. So we'll do that. We're continuing to work with them to help them to access both the SBDC financial support for financial advisors, and so they can also help to access some of these different funding programs as well. And then we'll come back with a range of packages for you to consider for everyone.
Because that concerns me, and I know I ended the last meeting or the last time we met about this saying we needed to give them some breath. We needed to allow them to breathe so they could get their businesses going again. I don't think we're doing that. I know that's a comment. I apologize.
Yeah, just to say, we were coming back at a later time for that. That was not meant to be for tonight. So we're definitely doing that. We haven't disregarded that direction. Okay,
planning staff. I'm sort of going to jump on this, but I can tell you that my experience with planning pre-pandemic was it was 2.5 months to get an HVAC system put on my condo when Kathy and I were literally ready to enter the hospital. Our bedroom was 58 degrees and we couldn't get planning done. That was pre-pandemic. So I'm not sure that adding staff is going to make a difference because my neighbor...
You are not asking questions.
I will get to a question. Our neighbor just went through the same 3-month period to get his heating system taken care of with his mother in the unit. So I don't understand why pre-pandemic we had not already worked on data systems. Pre-pandemic we hadn't already taken care of that, and I don't really understand where the addition of staff will make that difference. Couldn't it just be, it sounds like you need ISD and data entry clerks. Is that prohibited under labor agreements?
Councilmember, we have a full Mouse Adams report that's overviewed the entire system, which we can forward to you for review with the many recommendations for how it's an external report for how to improve the systems. Among other things, I think I've said to the council before, we need to be willing to streamline the code some. So we need to, that is another piece of it.
So my question then about the planning staff additions is, shouldn't that wait until after the council and the city managers reviewed the Moss Adams report before we do additions that might be short-sighted?
So we can certainly bring this back to you as part of the June budget or otherwise with the full Moss Adams report and presentation. We just were trying to expedite it because we know it's an area of real concern. But again, we're happy to delay that.
Yeah, because I tend to think that we're
questions, Phil. You're commenting. Everybody else took their turn and asked questions. You need to follow the rules.
There's comments and questions. So from everyone. Crossing guards. My question is, the schools are opening next week. Do they have enough crossing guards to take care of all their campuses to keep those children safe to and from school right now? Because to me, that might be a pressing need.
Yes, we have crossing guards for this year. We are looking at the crossing guard system, and we may have budget proposals related to that coming to you, but yes, we have crossing guards for this year.
I want to second Councilmember Delatorre. the 41,000 for neighborhood associations? Is there a way to allocate that as part of the 3 million now? Would that take a vote by us as a motion later?
That would be an ongoing cost. While you could do that later, I have very serious concerns about the process that we're using to do that. The process that you use requires city staff to review the newsletters to see if they are political. I think that's a nightmare for city staff. We shouldn't be in the position of deciding whether text is political before it goes out. And so we need to solve that problem before we can have a program in place. In terms of...
My fault. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Lane.
No, I was going to say it would need to be an ongoing cost. So unless you want it to be one time, which would be only 1 year.
I would ask that for the moment, we just do it as a one-time cost and then do any potential review later on, but just one-time cost for this year. How can we add that in that 3 million?
A one-time cost. I'm a one-time cost.
There was 1 year for just put it in, restore the money, and let them do what they've been doing, and then we look at it again later and decide if it's something that we feel the city should continue.
It's a full grants program, council member. I'm not able to do that tomorrow. You could direct us to put that in as an ongoing cost in the biennial budget, which would begin July 1st.
So we would do that later then.
It would be best to do it later as an ongoing cost. Yeah.
Thank you. My other question is probably last question right now is what do we do to make sure that services that residents want, residents see, restore street sweeping to at least twice a month, things like that. Make sure we have enough PSOs on our streets to take up the slack for not having enough police officers on our streets. How do we fund those things? And is that any of that can start the process now, or does it need to wait till the budget?
That would be in the biennial budget process. The $3 million in ongoing could support things like that. The street sweeping is in RRR, which is a separate fund, and we are already working on that to try to propose that to you in the biennial budget. But PSOs or any of those ongoing funds would be part of the $3 million ongoing, which you don't have to decide on tonight. We're really just making sure that you do want some ongoing out of this funds, which those things would fall within.
Got it. All right, then. Okay. Thank you.
Yes, Christine.
Thank you. So the majority of my questions have been answered, except for one, and so that has to do with one of the items that you guys wanted us to potentially approve today, and that has to do with the addressing homelessness and measure GSH funds. So it's page 14 of the report. Talks about an additional strategy that was discussed as an alternative for our homeless crisis was non-congregate shelter and behavioral health triage center. Staff recommends allocating $250,000 of the money to support these efforts. And then further information says that those funds will be used for pre-development activities such as feasibility. And it also references back to the date of the council meeting where we identified our four priorities. And so looking back at our four priorities that we identified, they weren't in any particular order. So my question is, how did you come up with which two you thought we should do some pre-development on and allocate this money towards it? Because there's four priorities and you chose, staff chose two. So I'm curious as to why those two were chosen or who chose those two.
So this is seeking immediate funds so that we can look at, so these would be housing trust fund dollars that you would ultimately be using for these projects. This is for one-time funds to try to start the process of bringing proposals to you for those projects. I think in part, and I apologize, I'm tired, so I don't immediately remember the other two priorities, but the other two priorities I believe would be more addressed by ongoing funds and ongoing services. This is effectively a one-time expenditure to figure out how we're going to achieve these larger objectives.
So the four priorities were emergency rental assistance, alternative non-congregate shelter, behavioral triage center, and the crisis response unit. And so what's been identified in the staff report, that's why it was confusing, was only 2 of those 4 priorities. And so
we don't, we wouldn't need one-time funds to know how to set up the CRU, for example. The CRU would be about $500,000 a year ongoing is the cost proposal that we have for that. These two, to understand what non-congregate shelter and behavioral health and a behavioral health center in Santa Monica would look like, we would need to start looking at sites. I think there's additional information.
So, Lane, I don't want to correct you, but I think the 250 is to leverage what we're asking Ted Lieu for in terms of infrastructure seed funds for addressing homelessness.
It's to leverage what we're asking Ted Lieu for or anyone else, right? These are big projects you don't have funding for. And so this would be trying to understand what would the projects look like, who are we going to seek funding from. This money would be one-time money to support how do we move you forward on those big picture priorities.
And how, and so I'm just trying to get an understanding of how that would work. So this $250,000, is that going to go towards, a consultant, an agency, or, to do the work? Is that how this is?
Yep, I believe this is a consultant to set up the process and look at what would be required so that if there's a funding stream available for the multiple millions of dollars you would need for this, we have a project ready to go that has come to you and has been approved.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
So I have one question along sort of the same lines, and that is that in connection with the 3 things we're asking to be earmarked, is it still possible, and I know we discussed this before, to ask at the meeting on Monday and have it ready to go to get $2.5 million to support the creation of affordable housing at parking structure 3?
Yes, if you want to add that, that could be added to the list.
And that would also be, that is contemplated to be homeless housing, right? Or supportive housing.
At parking structure 3, I'm afraid you know that better than I do.
And I forget, but I think it's a combination of supportive housing.
It's supportive housing for people who have been homeless. That was our intent.
Yeah. Thank you. So that is my only question. Councilmember Davis.
Are we finished with questions?
I think so.
Okay.
Mayor, this is Anuj.
Hi, Anuj.
I wanted to just clarify, I think your question was in reference to whether or not we could share that with the congressman next week.
Yes.
As opposed to getting that. I actually think that we would need direction because the deadline we've been given by their office is this Friday. We would need direction as part of the tonight's meeting from what the council selects as our 3 projects to put forward. Before that,
are we limited to 3, Anuj? I'm sorry, I thought that we weren't limited.
We're not strictly limited to 3, and certainly we could put forward more. I think they're asking for 2 to 3, but I think we do need to submit a list to them by this Friday in advance of that scheduled meeting. So I do think it would be important if there is an additional project beyond what staff has recommended that it would be helpful to have that direction so we could prepare.
Trust me, I was going to make it as part of the motion. Don't worry.
Okay.
I understand. Thank you.
Back
to Councilmember Davis.
All right.
Then Councilmember McEwen.
So here we go. I'm going to make a motion that we adopt the staff recommendation with the following changes. That we not fund the 3 planning positions as part of tonight's decision making. That we also, without specifically allocating funds, but when we leave it to staff to figure out how to do it, that we give staff direction to use this money or other money to give 9 months rent abatement for nonprofits who are city tenants, 6 months rent abatement for for-profit tenants on our pier and other city land, and give the so other non-gallery tenants, and give 3 months rent abatement for the galleries. Now, whether that comes out of this money or the general fund, but that we ask that that money be used specifically for those, that this and general fund money be used specifically for that purpose. And since we just heard from Mr. Gupta, that we add as one of our proposed projects for the federal earmarks that Congressman Liu is going to carry for us, our plan for permanent supportive housing at parking structure 3. That's my motion.
I will second that, and I want to add something to it, perhaps just as a clarification. That motion, by adopting the staff recommendation with changes, excuse me, includes affirmation that we want the GSH money for this year to be put back into the general fund. I'd like to add that we're giving direction to staff that it is our intent and expectation that the previous year's money that we took from GSH will be paid back as soon as possible, although I don't think we can yet set a deadline for that.
That's certainly friendly, and the first part was part of the intent of the motion, and the second part about repayment as soon as possible is friendly.
So motion by Davis, second by McEwen. I'm going to take, before I take Councilmember Parr, I'm going to take the city manager.
Councilmember Davis, I simply wanted to ask on the rent abatement, I assume that's a rent abatement program, and therefore we can take into account if federal funds are received in some way. We can create a program that does what you've said, but takes that into account.
Absolutely, absolutely. I just want to commit so that our nonprofits, our for-profit tenants, and the galleries know what they're getting, because I think the uncertainty as much as anything is what's killing them. And so they now know we can give them some idea about what the baseline abatement, whether the funds come directly from us or whether we help them get from like shuttered venues or whatever. But the idea is to try and create some certainty as what they know they can get so they can stay in place and not leave us in this period of uncertainty.
Breathe deep.
I'm sorry?
I'm just saying to those tenants, breathe deep.
Councilmember Parr.
Got your back.
I just had a clarification question for Councilmember Davis. For the galleries, you said for the 3-month abatement. Can you please clarify what galleries? What they were?
I was thinking the Bergamot galleries, as well as I don't think we have any the gallery tenants out at the airport. If we have gallery tenants out there as well.
So can I make a friendly amendment for the galleries? Instead of 3 months, 6 months as well?
Well, my only question is, I think the galleries have been able to be open with limited visitors, and they may, as for-profit entities, be able to qualify for more funds, whereas our nonprofit theaters, for example, have been closed for over a year. And, for example, our pier tenants, the pier was closed for 5 or 6 months. So I think that I was just trying to recognize the difference. But I would take a friendly amendment that says we explore the idea of raising that to 6 months if we can find the money to do so. I just know we have limited funds.
I appreciate that because I have had an opportunity to speak to a lot of the galleries over at Bergamot Center, the for-profit and nonprofit, and they've all been hit pretty hard.
They were just asking for 3 months tonight. That's where I got the 3 months from. They were asking for 3 months rent abatement. So
Yes, Mr. Cardona.
Along the lines that Lane mentioned, just want to make sure that there's an understanding that to the
Moving
extent
forward a little, I'm having trouble
just
here.
want to make sure that to the extent there's a understanding that there will be an increased abatement for airport tenants, that will have to be accomplished in accordance with any requirements of the consent decree, which might place limits on what can be done at the airport.
absolutely, absolutely. But
Is your computer under your desk or?
yeah, it looks like you're in a box.
Sorry. I'm standing at my cap.
Councilmember De La Torre.
Not all the tenants are equal. And his staff, I heard that the staff is looking at hardship requirements. So I'm assuming that there might be like an ability to pay. That if somebody, some tenants are doing better than others. Is that a right assumption that someone's doing better, they will get less of a discount because they have the ability to pay?
Yes, Councilmember, I'm hearing from our economic development manager that she would recommend, with evidence of hardship and a requirement to enroll with the SBDC program, which is about learning how to access federal funds, to make sure that all of these tenants are seeking to access shuttered venues and other ARP funds that they're directly eligible.
Yeah, I think what we did was we changed the language to come up with a program of rent abatements in those amounts. So it is much in the notion of people who are doing better will probably get less, and people who need more will get more. But some of that's going to come from third-party funds that we don't control. The idea here tonight is to create a floor for our tenants so that they have some certainty, so that they don't abandon us in their time of need.
Can I also make a friendly amendment to increase the amount? There was an amount for 30 something regarding it's about cleaning. I know it's not the peer ambassadors, but there's one summer initiatives for peer maintenance. There's 26,700 for clean and safe summer initiatives and peer maintenance, and then clean and safe summer initiatives and peer. So both of those, it's almost like it looks like it's like 37. I don't know why it's separate. Why we have two items that are separate. But one thing that I want us to do as a community, as a city, is engage our residents in, helping Santa Monica shine, right? We're going to come back in June, July. Maybe we can add a little bit more funding there so that we can engage in a citywide community cleanup, or even the downtown community cleanup, get people involved, get residents involved, get us together, united, to bring the city back. And so I want to add I don't know what would be reasonable, but at least $20,000 more to that pot, so that we can have a robust program to engage our residents and our businesses in cleaning up the city.
Councilmember, I'm not sure you need that right now. The Santa Monica Shines program has funding there, and we are having a community cleanup on Earth Day, which I will make sure you all receive information about. So April 20th, we will be running a community cleanup that I think the promotions for are rolling out tomorrow and the next day.
Oh, okay. Okay. That's good.
As I understand it, just to be clear, the money, the 37.5 relates specifically to peer-related programs, not overall city programs, and that city programs can come out of the other ongoing money that we're allocating tonight once staff takes a look at the budget. Is that correct, City Manager?
Councilmember Brock.
That's correct.
And so the peer ambassador program is still funded?
Yes.
Or do we need to add that separately?
Part of this, whatever was part of the recommendation from staff, except for the 3 planning commission. The 3 planner positions. And by the way, I should say that's not prejudicial to bringing them back as part of the regular budget, but I just am uncomfortable, from my personal perspective, allocating that tonight when I think we have other priorities, like giving some certainty to our arts, nonprofits, et cetera.
I have one additional, if I can.
I think,
Councilmember Davis, were live theaters part of your proposal for rent abatement?
those are the nonprofits, the city tenant nonprofits. That would include, for example, the Ruskin City Garage, et cetera.
Thank you very much.
City Attorney?
Can we just go back for 1 second? I believe that Councilmember Para made a friendly amendment that was accepted by Councilmember Davis, but I'm not sure I heard Councilmember McCune agree as the seconder.
You were right.
I believe it was to be 3 to 6 months for the galleries as opposed to just 3 months.
I thought what the maker agreed to was to explore that, not to commit to it, right?
Yes.
I'm fine with that.
Okay.
Okay, so did you ask City Attorney because you're going to put this up for us, or shall I restate the motion? Do we need restating the motion? Does everyone know what the motion is?
Yep.
Yes. Good. Let's have a roll call vote.
Councilmember De La Torre.
Yes.
Councilmember Brock.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McCowan.
Yes.
Okay. Councilmember McCune.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Para.
Yes.
And Mayor Himmelrich.
Yes, so that passes unanimously on a motion by Davis, seconded by McEwen. Councilmember Brock.
I'd like to, I don't know the procedure, but I'd like to move that we adjourn and postpone the last 2 or 3 items to the next meeting. The Public Safety Committee is going to take a while to do. COCO would be quick, but honestly, I'm looking at my fellow council members and the city manager. We're wiped, and we have a number of staff members online as well, and it's 1 a.m.
Well, let me say that I think that 13A will be quick, and I have an adjournment, and we still have public input. So this is not a council for lightweights.
Well, that's not what I'm saying. Councilmember McCowan has had a headache for hours. I can see that.
Well, let me call on her then. Maybe she has a motion that's more pointed.
Well, how does it need to be more pointed? I said I move that we adjourn and postpone the last 2 items on the agenda, or last 3 items, to the next meeting. Because, and then I added because, so I'll stop with.
So let me just say, we cannot adjourn because we have to have public input, number 1. And I have an adjournment to do, so until we have public input, we can't adjourn. So I'm asking for a more, surgical approach. Councilmember McCowan, would you like to give it a shot?
Well, you guys will have to help me with the motion, but I think it makes sense that we deal with 13A quickly, and then with the appointments, I think there are all sorts of reasons to postpone that, which we received emails about. So I think there will be a lot of consensus potentially on the council to do that. And then obviously we have to still do public input. So
I think the motion is this. I move that we postpone the appointments to the Public Safety Reform and Oversight Committee to our next scheduled meeting.
I second that motion.
Yes, Councilmember McEwen.
Well, I won't be supporting the motion, and I strongly object to our postponing these appointments. This is something our community has wanted us to move on for a long, long time, and it's been postponed and postponed. We have 52 applicants. I'm quite sure we can find 9 people to appoint tonight. We need to get them on that commission and hit the ground running. Another postponement is not in the interest of this community, and I will not vote for it.
So Councilmember McCowan.
Yeah, I don't believe that we have ever postponed the appointments of this commission. I think this would be the first time that we're delaying that. And then on the other, I mean, I raised this several weeks ago, my feeling that we should have extended this application process because I did not feel we had done adequate outreach to our Latino community, specifically to our community that where English is not the first language. And clearly we did not do adequate outreach to our younger population through SMC and through other avenues. So I hear where you're coming from, Councilmember McEwen, but 52 applicants does not say to me that we are where we should have been, but that's just me, and I'm probably out of order at this point in Georgia.
And I'm going to agree. I'll go to you in a minute, Oscar, but I just want to say that I agree with Councilmember McCowan. I don't find enough diversity either in terms of, as she said, Latino candidates or Asian candidates. I think that this board should be fairly representative of the population of our city. And I think we should be getting our youth candidates and more women. So all of those things I think should be on this list. I'll be supporting the motion that I made. Councilmember De La Torre.
I think we should postpone it, but we should also open up the application process for at least 2 more weeks to see if we can get some more diversity. And that would really probably serve us better.
That would be friendly to me. How about the seconder?
It's friendly to me, and if I could add one thing, if we open that up, we need to open it up for the 18 to 21-year-olds too.
No, we don't have any. It's still open for them. We don't have a single one.
The city clerk cut it off. There was a young lady who went in to turn her application.
Okay, Phil, enough. Okay, thank you. We are going to open it up until we hear it again. Okay, that's part of the motion. So that's friendly to you, friendly to me. Councilmember McCowan.
By opening it up for 2 more weeks, we negate the ability to bring this back at our next council meeting. Is there any way we could potentially open this up for 1 more week? I know that still, it still means that the staff report and everything will be very rushed, but a lot, 52 candidates are already in. I think a lot of the outreach is now going to fall on us as council members. We're going to be doing some direct outreach to assist in the process, but maybe a week. But I don't know, Lane and George, you can tell us if that's even feasible. I just would like to get this back as soon as possible.
So if you open up the admissions process for another 2 weeks, we will not be able to bring it back on April 27th.
Well, if you open it for a week and we close it next Thursday, we would.
I would recommend, council, that you open it for a week. We are running the police chief recruitment, and we'd like to be able to have the search firm meet with the commission members.
Great.
I think if you feel like we can get the candidates you want within a week, we will work on that. I think Lisa Parson has dropped off at this point. We did do extensive youth outreach, so we do need your help there. We did work with SMC, the school district, and others, and we did not get those applicants. So we do really encourage you to reach out there particularly.
We will. Spring break doesn't help either, obviously. Yes, Councilmember McEwen.
My understanding from the most recent future agendas I saw was that the long-awaited OIR report is coming back to us on May 11th. But tonight, one of the people who called in to testify, mentioned delays in that report, and the mayor was kind of non-committal, I thought. Is the OIR report still coming to us on May 11th?
We are still tentatively scheduled for that date.
Well, that just doubles up the need to get this commission ready to go.
Councilmember McCowan.
Again, I have to disagree a little bit, because the only thing that's going to happen initially with that report is that it's going to come to council, and then it'll have to go. I think we have to authorize giving it to the Public Safety Commission, And if they're delayed in a week by being stood up, I mean, by May 11th, if we take this up on April 27th, they'll still be stood up by May 11th. And that's only when we're receiving the OIR report, tentatively.
I guess my concern is that the delay on the appointment tonight not presage a willingness to delay the delivery of the OIR.
Oh. No. I think it sounds to me as if we had similar concerns. And so now we're saying we'll delay it for a week and do it on April 27th. And the members of the council who have concerns about diversity will try to fill in that diversity and actively attempt to get more people to apply for that committee.
Just so the record is clear, as I understand the motion is to postpone the appointments from tonight to the next meeting on April 27th with direction to staff to reopen the application process for 1 week from tonight.
That's correct.
Oh, sorry, can I just, I don't know if we can add it here, but potentially be able to move this up on the agenda on April 27th, because I feel so horrible for all the people who sat on this call with us until 1:15 a.m. only to now not have an opportunity to make their public comment and advocate for themselves. I see names in our attendee list that I think were probably here as callers on this item. So is there a way we can also include in the motion the ability to agendize that earlier in the council meeting? Or no?
Yes, so instead of postpone, you would say continued. So this would be a continued item, and it would come back as a 5 item. So it comes back next time after the consent calendar.
I would love it, if that's friendly.
Thank you. It's friendly to me. Is it friendly to you, Phil, that it come back as a 5 item and therefore be heard earlier? Great.
And can we also just have Phil confirm his agreement with the motion as reworded, since I'm not sure he confirmed the entire motion?
I confirm that I accept the amendments. And
okay, I'm going to call him. Councilmember De La Torre?
Yes.
Councilmember Brock? Mayor Pro Tem McCowan?
Yes.
Councilmember McCune?
No.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Councilmember Parra?
Yes.
And Mayor Himmelrich?
Yes. So that passes 6-1 on a motion by Himmelrich, seconded by Brock.
Okay. Next, we're going to go to 13A, which is request of Mayor Pro Tem McCowan and Councilmember Davis that to promote our community's economic recovery and to help local restaurants and businesses safely reach their customers, Council directs staff to return on April 27th with an amendment to the remotely controlled delivery device ordinance to allow remotely controlled devices participating in the zero emission delivery zone program to serve businesses in all parts of Santa Monica. Speed limits, weight limits, and other operational requirements that apply within the zone should apply throughout Santa Monica, and we do have a couple callers for this.
We're just waiting for the callers to get transferred. Oh, sorry.
Well, yes, but we need it to be introduced by either Councilmember McCowan or Councilmember Davis, and I assume it's
Councilmember Davis. Are you good?
I can unmute you, Gleam, probably, if you need. Hold on. Here, you had it for 1 second.
Sorry, I somehow got double muted. Anyway, I think it's fairly self-explanatory. We have seen these remote-controlled robots operating in our clean delivery zone. They are very popular. People chase them down the street to get their pictures taken with them, which I find quite amusing. But they are operating in our downtown and Main Street area as well. And we've just received an onslaught from businesses outside of that area to be able to use them so that they can be delivering food, groceries, other items to people outside of the pilot area. So that's all this would do. It would have all the same restrictions as it has within the pilot area.
Any questions? Yes, Councilmember Parra.
Since, we've been piloting it in the Main Street area, what have you, do we know if there's been any problems at all with the service during the pilot? And if so, what type of concerns or problems have been experienced?
I have not heard any complaints. It's not been raised at the Ocean Park Association meetings. I did check in with a couple of the businesses that use them. They say they have not gotten any complaints, and in fact, they've only received praise because their delivery fee is so much less than some of the gig providers like DoorDash, the apps, Postmates, that sort of thing. So I've only heard positive responses from people.
Councilmember McEwen.
Oh, wait, I just had one more question. I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't.
That's okay. And so in terms of, since it is a pilot program, I'm assuming that staff is monitoring this. Have they heard of any incidents, on the streets or sidewalks or anything with individuals or pedestrians?
Councilmember, I have not, to my recollection, heard of any concerns related to use of the public rights of way. The only thing I recall hearing, and it may have been at the council meeting itself, was one person asking about, whether they have cameras with traffic, which I believe you considered with the last 13 item. But we have not heard anything in terms of operational concerns or that this program isn't working.
Great. Thank you so much.
Hit one once, but by golly, that pink flag surely helped.
Councilmember McEwen.
Well, I hear that at least anecdotally, no one's heard of any problems, but wasn't there supposed to be, as part of the pilot, a formal staff evaluation of the community impact, et cetera, of this delivery? And can staff tell whether any of that preliminary work ever got done, or were we waiting toward later in the pilot? And then a follow-up question would be, is this immediately scalable? Aren't there certain infrastructural changes that had to be made to accommodate the pilot? And are we prepared to implement them throughout the entire city?
Yeah, go ahead.
Councilmember, my understanding is that the staff is ready to implement this ordinance. It is ready to implement this change, and that they do not have concerns about it. I don't believe that the pilot evaluation has been fully done yet. I don't think we've hit that timeline yet.
And I don't see anyone from the transportation department or the department to address that, Kevin. Sorry.
And we have some assurance that this is scalable. If I recall, we had to make infrastructural changes, and the vehicles are controlled by somebody remotely. I think we were assured that would be local. So do they have the capacity to control that many more vehicles safely?
Kevin, my understanding is that all of the requirements that apply in the current pilot zone would apply outside, so the company would be obligated to comply with all of those safety requirements. And the monitoring group that is monitoring them in the zone, my understanding is that I believe they would be monitoring them outside the zone as well, but that's something we would have to check on.
Councilmember
Staff is comfortable with this, a little bit short of a staff recommendation, but staff has no concern or objection.
We are comfortable with this. We have checked with staff. The 13 item, though, is to return on April 27th with an amendment to the ordinance. So I think that's why we don't have staff here, is that you're directing us to return to you. But we have confirmed with staff that they believe this is doable, and that they are positive on it before the item came forward. So we anticipate we can answer all your questions to your satisfaction on the 27th.
Thank you.
Councilmember Brock?
Do we have public comment on this item? Because the gentleman from Cocoa may be waiting. And he might answer some of those questions that we have right now, maybe.
I'm not seeing him. Do we have any chits on this?
I have 2 callers for this.
Well, let's have the callers. Sorry.
Okay.
Transferring Zach Rash.
Zach Rash, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
Good morning, Mayor and City Council members. I'm Zach Rash, CEO and co-founder of Coco. We're the Santa Monica-based remotely piloted delivery service. Thank you for considering this item tonight. I'll keep my comments short because I know it's late. Since we were given approval to operate in Santa Monica in October, we have completed thousands of local deliveries without any major problems or complaints and hired over 60 people in the region to support our operation. Restaurants have found this especially useful during COVID as we provide a more affordable local delivery solution, often less than half the cost of car-based delivery companies. This has helped businesses stay open during the pandemic and kept their employees in their jobs. When the city discussed remotely piloted delivery vehicles last year, the 2 key concerns were ensuring that there would not be a flood of different operators in the city and that there would be a vetting process. The city wisely decided to use the Zero Emission Delivery Zone program that was already in development as the application process for interested operators. This program launched in February, and we are thrilled to be a partner in it. One of our current challenges is based on the way the original ordinance was written in October. Restaurants outside of the downtown and Main Street area are not able to use our service. So while our vehicles can travel throughout the city to deliver to all the residents, if a restaurant is in the Pico neighborhood or mid-cities want to partner with us, we currently have to tell them no. We would love to service them and support our community with the post-pandemic economic recovery. Please vote yes on item 13A and amend the ordinance to allow operators approved to participate in the Zero Emission Delivery Zone program to serve any business in Santa Monica, regardless of its location. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rash. There's another caller, Phil, and then I'll call on you. Thank you.
No.
Oh, you want to ask him? Okay, sorry, Mr. Rash. Mr. Councilmember Brock has a question or 2.
So my understanding is that all of the employees of your company and your warehouse is in Santa Monica. Is that true?
Correct. We're based in Santa Monica.
All right. Are most of your employees in Santa Monica?
Yes, currently.
Okay. And then the second part of that question would be, they're W-2 actual hourly employees. You have ramped, yes or no?
Yes, everyone's a W-2 employee.
Okay. Third question is, how many delivery drivers are you putting out of business at DoorDash, et cetera, or are you hiring some of those drivers to work for you?
Yeah, we've hired all sorts of. Yeah, we've hired all sorts of people who've worked 1099 jobs during the pandemic. So every robot has an operator behind it. So we haven't replaced any jobs. We've only added new jobs with working from the safety of your home, piloting these from computers at home, and then also any of our in-field operations teams or the mechanic teams that help support daily operations.
Okay, probably last question. Any accidents? Anything that has been reported or unreported to the city so far?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Do I have a motion?
I thought we have one caller.
Yeah, one more caller.
Oh, sorry. It is getting late, because I'm usually pretty good at 1 in the morning.
Transferring Denise Barton, and she's requesting to speak 1 minute only.
Denise Barton, you're in the meeting and your time starts now.
Good evening. One would have to wonder why Glenn Davis and Krista McCowan would want to bring this item back barely 2 months after the pilot began, which is supposed to run through the end of this year. My personal experience as a downtown resident has been that the robots drive down the middle of the sidewalk, stopping for pedestrians crossing its path, but it does not move out of the way of pedestrians approaching it, making it look like a serious trip and fall hazard waiting to happen at the city's liability for allowing the robots to operate on already cluttered sidewalks. So if the pilot has just begun, have you already been able to monitor and verify Autonomous's compliance of deleting data from their video streams? And if the program has had a few bumps on Main Street, and if you want crowds of pedestrians to return downtown, Why would you be creating a trip and fall hazard the city will be liable for, and then want to expand it throughout the city? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Barton. Now, I'm ready.
Yeah,
I
that was
move
our
item
final
13A.
And do I have a second?
Second.
Moved by Davis, seconded by McCowan. May we have a roll call vote, please?
Oh,
Oh, sorry, you have discussion? Go ahead.
yeah, I'd like to, and maybe I need to ask the maker. Sorry, it is late. Gleam, do we have accountability built into the continued wider pilot?
It's not really, all we're doing is saying that they can, on the exact same terms that they're operating now, whatever accountability they have now will also apply. It just means that they can actually deliver from businesses outside of the pilot zone right now. Because, for example, deliverers would like to use them, but they can't. So it's exact same terms, not changing anything.
Okay, but and I'm sorry, I'm not looking at the motion, because I probably have the answer right there. So are they coming back in 6 months as staff evaluating their performance and accident ratio and if there are any complaints? That's what I was asking.
That will come back as part of the pilot analysis. So when we get the pilot analysis back, if it shows that, people are falling all over these things, then this is just an ordinance. It can be changed and we can withdraw the permissions. But it's, so we can do that as part of the pilot analysis, I would think.
Councilmember McEwen.
Several times people have mentioned this will enable this service to work for restaurants outside of the test zone, but your intent is also that they'll be able to deliver anywhere in the city. Is that correct?
Yes. Well, and I guess I should make it clear, and I think Mr. Rash said that actually they can currently deliver anywhere within the city now. They can only work with the businesses within the test zone. So they can roll outside the test zone now, but they will be much more useful. For example, nobody who lives on the east end of town is probably going to use the service because their food would be cold by the time they got it. So yes, this will allow them to actually work with businesses and service residents outside of the city.
Okay, thank you.
And if I can add one thing, they have each one of those carts, I think, still has a 2-mile delivery radius.
Right. Well, actually, they try not to go over a mile, is my understanding, because they move so slowly that if there's warm food involved, it won't be warm when it gets there. Or actually, they deliver a lot of ice cream. They deliver a lot of ice cream, late night ice cream delivery.
We need some of that now.
Coffee.
Yeah, really.
Councilmember De La Torre.
Yeah, I just want to express that I think it's responsible to let the pilot take its course, and then we can assess and come back. I don't know why we're expanding so soon, but that's my position.
Thank you. Let's vote.
Okay. Councilmember Parra?
No.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Councilmember McKeown?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McCowan?
Yes.
Councilmember Brock?
Yes.
Councilmember De La Torre?
No.
And Mayor Himmelrich?
Yes. So that passes 6-1.
No, 5-2.
Oh, 5.
Yeah,
Oh,
Councilmember Parra and Councilmember De La Torre said no.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought that Councilmember Parr said yes. So my mistake. I'm glad somebody else is counting. That passes 5-2. Councilmember Parr.
I just wanted to explain my no vote. I'm all for everything and anything that is going to help our businesses recover, spend less money, and I understand this delivery service would be beneficial, but by the same token, I'm a public safety professional, and I feel it imperative that we let the pilot take its course to determine what, if anything, has happened during that course. and then make a decision to expand it. So that's my rationale for the no vote. Thank you.
Thank you. And Denise, now we're on to public input.
Yeah, public input. Public comment is permitted only on items not on the agenda that are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the city. Today, law prohibits the city council from taking any action on items not listed on the agenda, including issues raised under this agenda item. And I know we have one caller and one video caller.
Great. Let's have our caller.
Okay. Joshua Christensen, you're in the meeting and your time starts now. Mr. Christensen, are you with us? Okay, I'll take the caller. I'll come back.
Transferring Denise Barton.
Denise Barton, you're in the meeting and your time starts now.
Good evening. Let's look at how safe Santa Monica really is, citing sources from the internet. Let's start with the city's violent crime rate from 2015 to 2018. In 2015, the crime rate increased almost 31% from 2014. In 2016, the crime rate increased by 6 and just over 0.5% from 2015. In 2017, the crime rate increased by 50% from 2016. And in 2018, the crime rate increased about 13.5% from 2017. So within this time period, violent crime rates increased 100%, according to the Microtens.net, sort of different than the spin reported for you in the April 11, 2021 Santa Monica Daily Press, under the heading of Serious Crime Falls 16% in Santa Monica. Next, at neighborhoodscout.com, you will find your chances of being a victim of violent or property crime is 1 in 19, and that Santa Monica has one of the highest crime rates in America compared to all communities of all sizes. Or if you go to covesmart.com, there's an article titled Most Dangerous Cities in California in 2021, where Santa Monica is listed 8th out of 10, the 10 most dangerous cities in California. How proud all of you sitting up there must be. But what else should we expect, considering you had a bunch of people at the top of the police department handling a situation they'd never handled before, according to the former police chief who prevented a similarly planned situation here during the 2000 Democratic Convention in Los Angeles. Another good question would be, why has the Sheriff's Department not been invited to do an evaluation of our police department to be better able to protect the residents and the businesses? But no, you'd rather patronize Black Lives Matter. For more information on May 31st, 2020, please go to the November 17th, 2020 Los Angeles Magazine article titled Inside the Santa Monica Police, where you will find more information than any of you are willing to give publicly. And where's the after action report for May 31st, 2020 supposed to be released?
Thank you. Your time is now up.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Barton. Did our other caller come back, Corey?
Let's see if he is on the line. Joshua Christensen, are you with us? Mr. Christensen? Yeah, he's a video caller. It doesn't appear that he's still with us.
Fine. So I do have an adjournment, sadly, tonight. And even sadder, it is a longtime city employee. It is with great sadness that we adjourn this city council meeting in memory of longtime city employee of over 20 years, Sylvia Quintana. Sylvia was a longtime employee of the Community Services Department and passed away unexpectedly at the age of 45. She worked for the city alongside her sister, Juanita Quintana, an employee of the print shop. Sylvia leaves 4 wonderful children: little Sylvia, 25, Sarah, 18, Tito, 16, and Danny, 14. They have participated in the city's after-school programs most of their lives. Sylvia is remembered by friends and colleagues as an exceptional mother and a great friend. On behalf of the entire community and city staff, we convey to Sylvia's family our deepest condolences. So I will now adjourn this meeting. Our next meeting is Tuesday, April 27th at 5:30 p.m.
Good night, everyone.